Hello everyone and welcome to an extremely complicated game from round 4 of the FIDE World Cup 2021. It's Radoslav Wojtaszek versus Magnus Carlsen, and like we said, there are 32 two players left in the FIDE World Cup, and this is the first game that we're going to show from round 4. So let's check it out. Like I said, really complicated one, and you'll see that even though it's a classical game, there simply was not enough time to play out all the variants in this game, and we're just going to show a few of them. Since it's very enjoyable, but it is extremely complicated. So without further ado, Wojtaszek with the white pieces opens with d4. We have knight to f6 by Magnus, c4, e6, g3, and now d5. So we have the Catalan opening on the board, bishop to g2, and bishop to e7. We have knight to f3, and both players castle. So castles, castles. And now there are a couple of very, very popular lines. There are over 1,000 games in the database with each of these ideas. For example, d captures on c4, c6 is an idea, knight b to d7. Many, many moves here, but Magnus chooses one that hasn't been played all that much, maybe some 30 games in the database. He advances the pawn on the queen side to the a5, but like I said, it's not a new move. So queen to c2, Wojtaszek continues developing. We have c6 and knight b to d2 now. And there is one game where knight to a6 was played, but here we have b6 by Magnus, and it is now already as of move 8 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how Radek continues here. We have e4 striking in the center. If black allows it, why not? Bishop to b7, and now rook to d1. Developing the rook, also the queen is still on d8, so definitely makes sense. We have knight to a6, and now the knight will have to figure out how to get into the game. Maybe via the b4 square, but maybe something like knight to c7, then to d5 if this pawn ever moves, but it really all depends on what white plays. So here we have e5 attacking the knight on f6, knight to d7, and now c captures on d5. Magnus now plays knight to b4, attacking the queen first before recapturing on d5, queen to b1, and now not knight captures, but rather c captures on d5, promoting this pawn to a central pawn and freeing up the c6 square for the knight if needed, if white plays a3 at some point. So here the knight here not really doing all that much, blocking the bishop, so knight f1, this knight is being shifted over to e3, bishop to a6 now, with this pawn now on a light square on d5, the bishop isn't really doing all that much here, so we might as well improve the activity of this bishop, and at some point, if the bishop really will be useless, and it might be all of your pawns here on light squares, you might even decide to trade it with something like bishop to e2, maybe captures on f3, and so on. So knight to e3, and now rook to c8 by Magnus. Putting the rook on the only open file on the board, we have a3 chasing away the knight, knight to c6, and now we have b3. And here the position is very, very complicated. There are so many ways you can continue with black here. So many options. And Magnus took over 35 minutes, I think, for his next move, because there's a lot to consider. Like we said, bishop to e2 is always an idea. For example, if you go something like this, attack the rook and the knight, let's say rook d2, captures, and then you want to attack white's advanced center, because white's center is really, really strong. So, of course, we will undermine it at some point with f6. But before doing this, Magnus first plays b5, and b5 asks white, what is your plan? What are you doing here? I can always play this idea. I'm going to continue pushing my pawns on the queen side. What are you going to do? So here Radek plays h4, grabs more space on the king side, also makes some room for the king if needed, and now b4. And now he has to decide whether he wants to play captures, but then he allows captures by multiple choices. This can capture, this can capture, this can capture. Probably knight captures. This pawn is nicely defended by the queen, and the knight is now beautiful on b4. There's no a pawn or c pawn to dislodge it from there. So Radek decides to keep the queen side closed with a4, and now Magnus goes for this bishop to e2 idea. We have rook to d2, bishop captures, and now that the defender of the center has been removed, we have f6 now. Challenging white's very strong center. So by playing f6, black also left something behind. Now the e6 pawn is very, very weak, so Radek just attacks it. And there's no way to defend the e6 pawn other than to advance the pawn all the way to f5. So this way, white keeps the center closed, and he doesn't have to worry about those knights coming alive anytime soon. So here, f5 by Magnus, the only way to defend the e6 pawn. And now, if you move the knight, if you move the bishop, then black pretty much just gets what black wants. You have f4, you have bishop captures on h4. There are so many ideas here. So Radek just goes knight captures on f5, and it makes sense to destroy black center even further, and then your own center will become much stronger. Plus, also after e captures and bishop captures, you grab 2 pawns for a piece. Also, you're attacking h7, so you can't really expect to have a bad game here. And of course, g6 just runs into bishop captures on either on g6 or on e6, and it's going to be a pretty bad game. If white wants, white can even grab an instant draw here. For example, Magnus doesn't want to allow this. So after this bishop captures on f5, we have bishop captures on h4. And now, what do you play here? It's a really tricky position. You could decide to capture the bishop right away. This was played in the game, but also you can do pretty much anything else. You can capture on h7. We will show what happens if bishop captures on h7. And I don't think there's enough time, even in a classical game, to calculate bishop captures on h7 because it's just too much. For example, king to h8, and now queen to g6. And check this out now. Queen to g5, and look at this setup here. I don't think we've ever seen this. This is so incredible that what do you even do here? Well, here white will play rook to d1 and attack the black queen. And now Magnus, of course, will not move the queen, but will play knight captures on e5 and attack the white queen again. And now after d captures, now we're going to capture with the queen, and now we're attacking the rook on a1. So bishop to e3, so now the rooks are connected, but now Magnus has, for example, bishop captures on g3, and now you have to capture with the queen. Otherwise, if this captures, then you capture this with check. So sorry about that. So queen would have to capture, and for example, queen captures, f captures, and now we're going to capture here on h7. Rook will capture on d5. The material is completely equal. Let's say rook to f3, as the white is attacking the a5 pawn, and we get this position where who knows what is happening. And even if you're able to get all the way to here in your head, and then still have to assess this position, it's not going to be easy, and you're going to burn a lot of time, and the players are already down a lot on time. So after Carlsen's bishop captures on h4, bishop captures on h7 was not played. An interesting idea is just rook to d1, maybe just allowing the bishop to reclaim this square, so maybe the queen can come to g5, but also requires too much time. And after considering the position for a while, g captures on h4 was played, and now the situation on the clock is some 37 minutes for Radek and 15 minutes for Magnus. So that's not really a lot of time, and Magnus has to figure out how to continue in this position. Now, there are a lot of ways to continue. This is even the position from the thumbnail, now that I've made the h4 square red. Now you realized it. So feel free to pause the video here and, let's see what you would play here while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on playing what Magnus played. Queen captures on h4, but there seems to be an even greater line, and that is knight c captures on e5. And this is, again, I would say impossible to calculate. Someone like Tal would maybe go into this without even calculating, but, times have changed a lot. Now the thing is, after d captures, you can play knight captures, and you don't even care about the rook. And the problem is, if bishop captures on c8, you're going to play queen captures on c8, and now look at the position. The white king is completely open. The rook now has control of the f-file. The queen has access to the king side. The knight is a monster here, prepared to jump to f3, and there's no way for white to continue the game. Because all of these squares, look at this, g6 covered by the knight, this covered by the rook, this covered by the pawn, this covered by the knight, and this, somewhat controlled by the queen, and there's no square for the white queen. If you try something like queen to c2, you don't really care, just knight f3, and the white is getting checkmated. King to f1, we're going to deliver queen to h3 check, king e2, now comes knight to g1 with check. Again, the king is cut off from the third rank, you have to go back, king to e1, now rook e8 check, king d1, and let's say queen to f1 will be checkmate. So really just amazing stuff. And even if you don't play this after, let's say, this queen comes to c8, you don't play something like this, what else are you going to play? There's no way to activate your pieces. For example, rook to a2, we just continue knight f3 check, and it's the same idea. King f1, rook e8 cuts off the king from the e file, queen to h3 will quickly decide things. There's no defending this. So really a crazy line. But like I said, after G captures on H4, Magnus was already very much down on the clock. He played Queen captures on H4, and now the position is still far from a draw. White has a variety of options that white can play. He played bishop to e6 check. Now, if you're wondering what's with the knight here, why not just capture the knight? Well, then we play this knight captures on d4 move, and this knight simply gets into the attack way too quickly. There's no real way to defend this, and it's just completely lost for white. Even if you play something like rook captures here, then of course you're no longer defending the f2 pawn. You're getting checkmated, so it's crazy position. So of course the knight cannot be captured. Bishop to e6 check was played, king to h8, and now queen to d3. Radek finally gets his queen back into the game, and now Magnus continues happily giving up material. Knight d captures on e5, again offering the rook, offering the knight. Everything is hanging here. This is one very enjoyable game. But I would also like to mention, because this is a classical game and the players are very low on time, there was the well, seemingly crazy queen to e7. It's a really cool move that now asks, what do you do with the bishop? And the problem is, if bishop captures on d5 now we play knight captures on c5, and after d captures, knight captures, now the position is a bit different, because it's just a much a better position for black with the bishop on d5 now. For example, rook to e2, we try pinning this knight, but now black has rook captures on c1 with check, rook captures, and queen to g5 with check. Connecting with the rook here, and after, let's say, queen to g3, you can't really leave your queen on d3, otherwise you're going to lose it. So queen g3, queen captures with check, king to h2, now let's say knight g6, and the position is, well, what it is. Black is up a pawn, but not just that, the white king is completely wide open. His defenses are busted, and it would be a much better position for black. So even moves like this are in the position. But okay, knight d captures on e5 was played. We have d captures, knight captures now with an attack on the queen, but now queen captures on d5, and this is opposed to queen being on d3 and the bishop on d5, a little better for white. So knight to f3 with check, connecting with the rook here, but now you can't really move. If you move the king, and it doesn't really matter where you move the king, let's say king to g2, just queen to h2 check, king to f1, queen g1 check, and now after king to e2, there's queen to e1 check, and now king d3, rook to c3 will be checkmate. So extremely ugly for white. So instead, after knight to f3 check, Radek did the only thing he could, and that is queen captures on f3. So very nicely done. Queen captures on f3. He gives up the queen, and well, what do you play now? Of course, you have to capture it. We have rook captures on f3. Now bishop captures on c8, and now, well, there's the problem of the back rank. Just not at the moment. The queen is guarding the d8 square, but it is very tough to handle this for black, because you do have a queen, but white has a bishop pair, and if the rooks somehow get into the game, could be very ugly. And here Magnus just goes back rook to f2, because he's already down to 5 minutes, and Radek has some 13 minutes on the clock. But if you weren't in a rush to do this, maybe h6, maybe rook captures on b3, all of this is in the position, but it doesn't matter. Rook f8 comes with tempo, the bishop is under attack, so bishop to b7. Now both players are below 5 minutes. Radek also spent some time on this bishop to b7 move, and now queen to f6, attacking the rook, and just asking, what do you do? And this is a great move, because it gives white a lot of options on how to go wrong. For example, if rook to b1, just queen g6 check picks up the rook. There's also that. And if you don't play rook to b1, you might also consider something like rook 8 to a2 to get the rook into the game this way. But now we play queen e7. We attack the bishop, and white will either lose this bishop, or queen to e1 check, you're going to lose this bishop. So of course, you don't want to lose any of your bishops. So after queen to f6, we have rook d to a2, the ugliest looking move possible, but it is what is needed to survive the position. So queen to f7 by Magnus, now with an attack on the bishop and the b3 pawn. Now Magnus saying, I didn't have to capture the b3 pawn right away. I'm going to capture it now. So bishop back to g2, queen captures on b3, grabbing that pawn, now creating the passed b pawn, bishop to e3, finally, the kind of completing development, and now rook to d8. And as Magnus played this, he was already extremely low on the clock, going for the 1 minute mark, and Radek was also losing a lot of time, but interesting as it is, it was in this position that the players agreed to a draw. So I don't know who offered the draw. I imagine it was Magnus, as he's the one that played the move. So I imagine he played the move and then offered the draw, and Radek was spending some time to decide, or maybe it was Radek. But if I had to guess, I would guess it was Magnus. It looks like there's so much to play for, but all the time in the world would not be enough, because there are so many things you have to calculate here, and both players, well, are still very much low on time, and they still have to make 5 more moves to reach time control, both of them. And so I guess they agreed that the fair result here is a draw. So Magnus will try tomorrow with the white pieces, and Radek will of course do his best to hold him off with the black pieces. But to give you an example, I let the engine crunch the position a little bit here at some depth of 35. It would take too much time, as it's a complicated position. But for example, white could continue with something like rook to e2. It's a kind of a forced line, because rook to d1 check is the idea that Magnus had in mind when he played rook to d8. But now we're still going to play this rook to d1 check, capture, now check connecting with the rook, so now bishop to f1. And here, although it seems like black now gets to push his past b pawn, not really, because you have bishop to f4. Magnus has a really weak back rank, and this threat of checkmate makes black waste a move. So here h5, wasting a move, and now bishop to e5. And now things are already looking quite good for white, because well, you have a very nice bishop here. You're guarding the b2 square twice. There's no way to advance the passed pawn, and at some point you're gonna get the rook into the game. You're gonna put the king on g2, maybe get the bishop into the game, and could be very unpleasant if those bishops and the rook become fully operational. So after rook to d8, players agreed to a draw, and like I said, this amazing game was played, and there simply was not enough time to calculate all that was happening here. But such is the case when you're playing classical chess and you have these awesome engine lines fully prepared. So when you have to start crunching numbers in your head, it just goes out of hand, and you waste a lot of time. And then this is the result. So really an awesome complicated game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We're gonna check some of the other games, so do use hashtag suggestion so I spot them. There are 32 more players left, so there's plenty to enjoy. So yeah, once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Stephen Wentworth, Matthew Parker, Tom Derrilla, Richard Campbell, and Robert Walker for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the FIDE World Cup, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the best game Anish Giri has ever seen. This might be an exaggeration, but it is a really good game. It's from round 5 of the Rapid and Blitz tournament that is currently being played in Paris, and it's between Levon Aronian and Yanni Pomnishi. So Nepo, the current challenger to Magnus Carlsen, faces a former 2800 player in a most brutal game. So without further ado, let's check it out, as this game is really something else. So Nepo with the white pieces opens with c4. We have knight to f6 by Levon, knight to f3, and now e6. We have g3, d5 striking in the center, and bishop to g2. So going for the neo-Catalan setup, we have d captures on c4, and now white reclaims the pawn. We have queen captures on a4 with check, knight blocks, sorry, not knight, bishop blocks, and now attacks the queen, and queen captures on c4. We have c5, going for that central control right away, and the knight to e5 now. And this makes it a bit problematic for black to develop. If you play some like knight to c6, we can start trading here right away, captures, and then double black spawns here. So could be good for white. Once you develop your pieces, get the rook to c1, you're gonna have a lot of pressure here towards these pawns. So after knight to e5, we have queen to c8 by Levon, and now comes b3, and b3 is already A rare move, queen to d3 is what's usually played here, but b3, as you'll see, has its merits. So here, knight to c6, attacking the knight here, and now Nepo eliminates one of Levon's bishops. So knight captures on d7, queen captures on d7, and now bishop to b2. Developing the bishop to this long diagonal, we have bishop to e7, and now Nepo castles. We have rook to c8, so nicely continuing development, and now rook to d1. White wants to continue developing his queen side, but for the moment, if the knight moves, the d2 pawn hangs, so you have to defend it first. So first, rook to d1, and now there is one game where knight to d4 was played, but here Levon plays castles, and it is now, as of move 12, that we have a completely new game. So let's see how the game continues. We have knight to c3. Nepo, of course, just continues development. And now a6. If Levon wasn't playing in his usual style, he might even play something like queen to d4 and try to go for some sort of a queen trade. And then, for example, if rook 8 to c1, captures. And while this maybe is playable, it's definitely not the kind of chess Levon plays. So he just keeps the tension on the board. He plays a6. He wants to play b5, continue expanding on the queen side. Kick away Nepo's queen, and then good things might happen. So here, rook 8 to c1, white finishes development, and now b5. So the queen is under attack, queen to f4, and now we have h6. We have d3, and now comes rook f to d8. And with this move, black kind of also finishes his development, and now queen goes back to d2. So queen to d2, you want to advance this pawn, and you need additional protection for your pawn here. So here we have queen to a7, and now comes e3, and here queen to b6 by Levon. So a lot of maneuvering with the queen. You want to get your queen away from the d file. So queen to e2, and now comes knight to b4. And okay, the knight is quite annoying here. It's attacking the d3 pawn. It's attacking the a2 pawn. But what it's really doing is remaneuvering itself to d5. So here Nepo kicks it away. He plays a3, and now knight b to d5. We have trades, knight captures, and now d4. And what do you play here? Well, it's a really interesting position, because black might even consider playing a move like c4 here. This did not happen in the game. In the game, Levon just shifted the knight back to f6, but c4 is very, very interesting. Problem is, even though white is attacking this pawn 3 times, you can't really capture, because if captures, and captures, what's defending the bishop here? Yes, the queen, but if rook captures and c4, you're in a world of pain. For example, captures, you lost a piece and you lose the game. So instead, after d4, Levon just goes back, knight to f6, and now comes d captures on c5. We have rook captures on d1, rook captures on d1, and the bishop captures on c5. And now the position is well, very interesting, and white basically has to make a decision whether to capture this knight or not. So on the plus side, you are ruining his king side. On the downside, you are giving away an incredible piece here. This bishop is just a monster. So maybe if you can do it some other way, maybe you don't want to give it away, but Nepo doesn't find any better moves. There is, for example, the very interesting queen to c2, because the rook here is undefended, and you are now threatening b4 to, well, attack the bishop, so the bishop will not be able to move. But if queen to b8, rook to c1, again, now both queen and the rook will be attacking the c8 square. We can play this rook to c7 move, and black kind of solves all of his problems. If b4, or bishop to d6, and then you are out of the woods. So instead, after bishop captures on c5, we have bishop captures on f6. Nepo eliminates this knight. We have g captures, and now comes queen to h5, going after this h6 pawn. And even though it seems like you can defend it with your king, you really can't. If king here, then queen captures on f7, and if king to g7, it's not much better. Rook d7 just wins the game. It doesn't seem like it wins the game, but after rook to f8, you have this queen to g4 check, king to h7, and now b4. This b4 incredible move. Just throughout the entire game, there's no square for this bishop. You can't go here, you can't go here, you can go here, but it's not going to do you much good, because queen captures on e6. Now the queen doesn't cover e6, and also this spin, so you can't capture here. Sorry about that. Somehow I reversed this. Sorry about that. few moves. All right. So after queen to h5, king to g7 cannot be played also because after rook to d7, now attacking this pawn, rook to f8, now we play this queen to g4 check, and now king to h7 b4, like we've mentioned, and now you will have to play something like f5, but f5 is, again, it doesn't do all that much good for white, because now you can simply play queen to f4, and now you take away this square from the bishop as well, and now black is just losing a piece. So instead, after queen to h5, Levon played bishop captures on a3. If you can grab this pawn and get away with it, sure, it's a great move, but if you can't, then it's a problem, and you really can't grab it. But there really is no better move. You should play something like bishop to e7, but it's incredibly difficult to see why. The thing is, after rook to d7, the point of this bishop being here is that the rook and queen are not connected now, and you can play this rook to c7 move. So this is the the Zeroda defense, as they are calling it now online for certain reasons. But after queen to h5, bishop captures on a3 was played, and now rook to d7 is incredible. Rook to d7 just attacks the f7 pawn. So here Levon defends it with rook to f8, but now comes a move that it's very, very hard to spot. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find this incredible idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations. If you found this, then you are much, much stronger than you think you are, because once you see this, you can never unsee it. It's such a crazy move. It's the only move that wins the game. And in this position, Niepo played bishop to e4. And the threat behind bishop to e4 is a simple one. We're just going to play captures and checkmate. So how can black defend this? Well, truth is, black cannot defend this. Black played f5 here, but this will not do, because Niepo just played queen captures on h6. And this is like, what? What if the bishop is captured? How can you defend this? Well, capturing the bishop is an easy way out for white. I will show you a sturdier defense that also doesn't work, but it kind of improves black's position a lot. For example, you could play queen to c5, ignore this bishop, and now we get this queen g5 check, king to h8, queen to f6 check, king to g8, and now bishop back to f3. With the idea of bishop h5 just going after this f7 pawn, there's no way for black to defend it, so black would have to play f5 to keep an eye on the h5 square. We're just going to eliminate this pawn, and now we're simply up material, and black's position is just terrible. So here we might see bishop to b2 to try and avoid any checkmate threats. The bishop can now go back here, but rook to c7 now attacks the queen, and after, let's say, queen f5, we can simply trade here, and that's it. We're simply we're up a pawn, but our position is completely winning here. There's not much black can do here. So this is with absolute perfect play how the game might evolve. But in the game, after queen captures on f6, Levon captured the bishop, and now comes the move that Niepo had to see when he played bishop to e4. And this is one of those moves that, like I said, once you see it, you can never unsee it. And after I show it to you now, you will see it in all of your games, and you will achieve great victories for the rest of your life. Here, Niepo played rook to d5. And now that you see it, of course, it all makes sense. The pawn cannot capture because the queen is hanging, and if the pawn doesn't capture, this is checkmate, and that's it. There's simply no way to play this. But seeing this from the position where bishop to e4 was played, and I'm pretty sure that Niepo saw it much before that, even before bishop to e4 was on the board. I mean, if you're about to challenge Magnus Carlsen for the title of world champion, you have to know such. This is considered a simple idea on their level. But now there's nothing here. Levon can just resign the game, but he continues with queen captures on e3. Now, of course, if well, there's not much you can do here. And I know you guys are wondering, but what about f6? It doesn't help. Just queen g6 check, king h8, and queen to rook to h5 will be checkmate. So in the game, queen captures on e3 was played, but it doesn't help. Niepo happily captures the queen. We have e captures on d5. Now Levon has a bishop and the rook for the queen, but it's all very, very discoordinated, and the white queen is simply too powerful. Queen g5 check, king to h8. We start grabbing material. Queen captures on d5. We have f5 defending this pawn, but now the black king is completely out in the open. Here, queen to d4 with check, we have king to g8, and now even b4. So twice this b4 move causes a lot of problems for black. Now there's nothing you can do to activate this piece. Bishop to c1 is played, but again, it doesn't help. Queen to b6. Now you're going to eliminate all of these pawns, and then you're going to advance this pawn to a new queen. So rook to f7, and now queen captures an a6. We have e3 now, trying to do some damage, but just queen to c8 check, and it was in this position on move 38 that Levon Aronian resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Once the king moves, we're going to win the bishop here, and that's it. Let's say king g7, queen captures here, and there is no playing this. It's of course it would be pointless to continue this. So like I said, incredible game, and I would be very interested in hearing from Nepo at what point did he find bishop to e4. So it could have been maybe even in the position where he was deciding on this. It's really very hard to say. Maybe even at the d captures on c5, because from this point on, maybe even when he played d4, because it's pretty much forced. Knight f6 captures, and now this bishop captures on f6, g captures, and now queen to h5 with the preparation of bishop to e4. So if you don't see bishop to e7, the defense that we discussed, this is just crushing. So incredible stuff, and Magnus will have his hands full when November finally comes. But we'll see how it goes. As usual, do let me know what are your predictions for the match in November in the comment section below. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Levon definitely hasn't, but that's what happens when you face such a fierce player like Yanni Pomnishi. And do join us in the tournament. Today it starts at 8 p.m. Central European time. All the info will be in the description below, and we're going to have a lot of time. I'm going to be streaming it to showcase all of your great games that you guys will be playing. It will last for some 2 hours, and hope you have a good time. So, once again, hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Purna Suja Cherekuri, Abhinav Vishak Yapan, Atul Dingra, Michael Castano, and David Kimura for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another very exciting game. It's from round 6 of the 2022 Tata Steel Tournament. Magnus Carlsen versus Richard Rapport. Rapport currently one of the leaders of the tournament. Magnus trailing by half a point. It's quite an exciting game. Features a lot of cool stuff, and it really shows how well, basically how every game is equal until it's not. And I know that sounds like a stupid thing to say, but I think you will agree that it fits this game very well. So let's check it out. Magnus starts with knight to f3. He goes for the Reti opening. We have d5 by Rapport, d4 by Magnus, knight to f6, and c4. And now we have e6, basically transposing into a queen's gambit declined. g3 by Magnus. We will see another Catalan, as this is what Magnus pretty much exclusively plays now. D captures on c4, and bishop to g2. We have knight to c6, and now castles. And here, rook to b8. This is the main idea. You want to play b5, and you do not want your rook stuck on a8 when the position opens up, and then there are some knight to e5 ideas, and anything can happen, similar to what we've seen in the World Chess Championship match between Magnus and Nepo. And here Magnus could play a lot of stuff. For example, knight to c3 is a very well-known move, e3 is a very well-known move, a4 is a very well-known move, so most of those kind of going after that b5 idea. But here Magnus plays bishop to e3. It's an incredibly rare move. It's been played some, well, depending on what database you are using, either 0 times or maybe 7 times, but it is extremely rare. And one of the things that it says is that the a7 pawn is still on a7, so you haven't played a6, and it could be a target potentially. Plus, you're also just defending your d4 pawn once more. And here there's basically a challenge for black. Do you play knight to d5 right away and say that this is a weird move? And well, you could do this. For example, knight d5 attacks the bishop. Magnus would move the bishop, attack the queen. Bishop to e7. Now let's say you trade, captures, and now Magnus plays something like queen c1, goes after the pawn. So this is kind of what might occur. b5, we're gonna challenge this structure with b3, as the knight here is undefended it. So it's very similar to what happened in the game, but Rapport actually after bishop to e3 spent I think some 20 minutes and played bishop to d6, and I think this confused Magnus somewhat because it's not really amongst any of the engine recommendations, and it's a really weird move to play. So Magnus also took some 20 maybe something minutes here to decide on the approach, and the game exists, or rather the position exists in the database. Knight f to d2 is a known move, but Magnus just plays queen to c1, as it's very similar to the position that we've already discussed, so Magnus probably had that one on the board at some point at home. And he, or rather, when I say on the board, I mean on his laptop or on the computer, and well, he wants to get sort of a similar structure that he knows. So here we have b5 defending the c4 pawn, and Magnus challenges it with b3. Again, you cannot capture this because the knight on c6 would be hanging. So bishop to b7. This is a great diagonal for this bishop. Also, we're defending the knight, so now we are considering capturing on b3. But now Magnus just captures on c4, and he wins back that pawn. Queen captures on c4, and now knight to b4. So what do you play here? Well, Magnus starts with a3. He chases away this knight. Just a second, I think Meadow wants to come in. Yeah, that was Meadow. All right, so a3, challenging the knight, and now knight is shifted over to d5. So knight b to d5, and now we have bishop to g5. We do not want to trade this bishop for a knight, so bishop to g5, and here Rapport finally castles. We have knight b to d2, Magnus needs to continue development, and h6, asking what do you do with this bishop. And now Magnus decides to give up the bishop pair. We have bishop captures, knight captures, and now rook f to c1. So both players have pretty much developed all of their pieces, and the situation is Rapport has the bishop pair, and it's a very nice bishop pair, and Magnus has 2 pawn islands, and Rapport has 3 pawn islands. So Magnus is a little bit better here, so if possible, it's gonna be maybe a little bit hard for Rapport to defend those isolated pawns, but should be okay. I mean, you do have the bishop pair, and everything should be fine. But they are both burning an incredible amount of time, and it's only move 16. So here we have queen to knight to d7, now with ideas of maybe shifting the knight over here, then to d5, but also on b6 is just a very nice piece. And now queen to a4, moving with tempo as the a7 pawn is still unprotected. But now Rapport just plays c5. And what do you do here? The idea is if d captures on c5, we're going to play knight captures on c5, attack the queen, and now Magnus has to go back, and black just retains a better position, because if you capture this, rook to a8 will trap the queen. There's nowhere the black queen can go to, as the knight here also defends the bishop on b7. So here after c5, queen captures on a7 right away by Magnus. He accepts the challenge, and he says, what do you got? And both players are down to 25 minutes already, and only move 18. So we still need to play 22 more moves to reach time control. And here, it's a really complicated position. For example, I will give you the absolute top idea that the engine well is suggesting, and that is bishop to d5. Such a funky move to play, but once you see it, you believe it, because the point is, before this move is played, you want to play the rook to a8 and trap the queen, but we can't do that because the bishop here is hanging, and we still haven't had the trade here, so the knight defends the bishop. So that's why you move the bishop, and now you are threatening this very nasty rook to a8 move. And after the queen moves to a6, now we play attack the bishop. Bishop will move to e7. Now we're going to play e3, and now we're just going to have a trade, rook to a8, and after the queen moves, for example, queen to d3, now look at this, the a3 pawn will also become attacked, so c captures on d4, knight captures on d4, and now a lot of moves are possible. The bishops here can be traded off first, also you can capture on a3, so black will not have any problems defending this. But after queen captures on a7, Rapport does not go for this, and since both of them are playing this incredibly complicated engine preparation, you have to spot, even when you're out of theory, theory, you're out of book. You have to continue playing like an engine, otherwise your position just becomes bad. So here, Rapport played bishop captures on f3, and now Magnus needs to decide what to capture with. Of course, we're not considering pawn captures, but knight captures and bishop captures is definitely an option. The idea, if knight captures, then again, rook to a8, and everything gets traded off. Let's say queen b7, we're going to capture here. Knight captures, we can play rook captures on a3. Equal material, nothing to worry about pretty much for black, so he would enjoy this. So Magnus decides to go for bishop captures on f3. It's a little bit more complicated, but the bishop is not blocked by the knight, so rook to a8 will not be an option in any of the lines. And Rapport plays c captures on d4, and now Magnus just goes rook to a2. You could also just start by pushing the a4 pawn, but Magnus plays rook to a2 first. It prevents rook to b2, could be annoying in some lines. Also, you can double up on the c file, you can double up on the a file easily, so it's a very flexible idea. And here, again, you have to play very, very precisely, and the idea you want to play is knight to e5. There are some tricky d3 moves, but knight to e5 is basically what you want to go for. And now after white starts pushing, you're gonna capture here. After knight captures, play e5, and now your pawns are marching forward. This will be very good for black. However, after rook to a2, Rapport played queen to e7, and although it doesn't seem like all that much has changed, this is a very big change in the position, and Magnus now just starts pushing the passed a pawn. And how are you stopping this? The bishop here controls the a8 square, and on top of that we have bishops of opposite color. So while defending this position, it's as we usually say, black is basically down a piece because the dark square bishop will not be able to oppose the light square bishop. And now if you try something like e5, we're just going to play a5, and now if, for example, f5, trying to do something, there's this bishop to c6 idea attacking the knight here. So we'll be able to save our bishop from being challenged with tempo as the knight now hangs. So Rapport starts with rook f to d8, sort of anticipating this line, but now Magnus just plays queen captures on d4. So Rapport gives up the d4 pawn. He thought that the idea that we've just shown isn't worth playing, even with the material equality, so he decides to give up the pawn rather. But now rook to b4, attacking the queen, queen to c3, and knight to b6. It seems like you have compensation for the pawn as your pieces are very active, but again, a5 with tempo chases away the knight. We have queen to a7. Now you can't capture because the rook is hanging, but now Magnus just pins the knight. Queen to e3. Now the knight cannot move, or rather, you could move the knight. You could play something like knight here, but then the problem is rook captures on c8. We just remove the defender of the queen, and if queen captures on e3, we of course first capture the rook with check. After king moves, we pick up the queen, and we are up too much material. So after queen e3, bishop to e7 is played, and now Magnus just plays rook c to c2, doubling up here on the second rank, and now the rook is guarding the rook on a2, so you can just play a captures on b6. And there really isn't all that much for Rapport to try here. Bishop to g5 was played. We have queen to c5, bishop back to e7, attacking the queen, but now the simplest solution is the correct one. A captures on b6 is just winning for Magnus. This is what he played. Point being, if the queen is captured, we're going to play b captures on a7, and white is completely winning now. And if queen captures on a2, which was played in the game, now Magnus just picks up on e7, now threatening the rook here. Also the queen is hanging, so Rapport captures on c2, but now we play queen captures on d8 with check, king to h7, and now b7. The pawn is nicely protected by the bishop. Our queen covers the knight, and it was in this position on move 31 that Richard Rapport resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So really a brutal display of how complicated chess is. Rapport played everything perfectly basically, and he's having an amazing tournament so far. But one slight misstep in such a critical position, where I mean, according to the engine, it's not much. It's like 1.4, 1.5. But when you're a human playing against Magnus is up upon it, and it's a passed outside passed a pawn. That's not something you stop easily. You have to play perfect chess, and that's not easy. So this was a well-deserved win for Magnus. And well, if you look at the score, Magnus is not doing all that great. Okay, he caught up to the leaders, but out of all the games that he played, he should have won like 3 more if he was able to well, seize the advantage that he got, but his opponents defended well and he didn't find the best continuations, and this is something that will be necessary if Magnus is to reach his new set goal of reaching 2900 rating in classical chess. And you resign here, as I know you guys like me to finish the games. For example, we're threatening just queening the pawn, so you have to play something to stop this, but now we can just play queen d7. We attack this pawn, and there's really nothing black can do. Everything is nicely defended. If you try king g6 to defend the f7 pawn, we can even sacrifice the bishop here. Now you have to capture, otherwise we just pick up here. So captures with check, and now it's a king hunt that will not end well for black. Knight f3, king to g4, queen g6 check, king to h3, and now we finish it with a nice checkmate. Queen h5 check, only move rook blocks, and now queen captures on h4 will be checkmate. So this is what would happen if they actually continue the game, but of course the Rapport knows that there is no point in continuing this. So yeah, that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Very nice victory by Magnus. We'll see what happens in the other games. We're definitely showing at least one more game from this round, and then we're going to discuss the standings. I would like to thank Matthew Valdez, Mohan Chudalandi, Malaki Hevehan, Ron Swanson, and Tom Earl for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this spectacular tournament until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to round 10 of the 2021 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We have a very top tier game between world number 1 and world number 2. Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. Caruana has the white pieces and he's currently leading the tournament in a joint lead, and Magnus is trailing by a point, so he of course would very much enjoy beating Fabiano Caruana, but Fabi playing with the white pieces, that's not an easy win, definitely for anyone in the world. So can Magnus do it, or will Fabi even further his lead in the tournament? Let's see what happened in this game. So Fabi with the white pieces opened with d4. Sorry about that. We have knight to f6 by Magnus, c4, and now e6. We have g3, Fabi opts for the Catalan opening, we have d5, and now knight to f3. We have bishop to b4 check, and now bishop to d2. So this is all very standard stuff. Bishop back to d6, and now bishop to g2. We have c6, nicely strengthening the position in the center, knight to c3, and now Magnus castles. And here, bishop to g5. Black wasted a tempo bringing the bishop back to d6, and so white will also waste one, getting it from d2 to g5. We have h6, Magnus pushes the bishop back, and now we have a trade here. Captures, and this is the position that Fabi definitely had in his home preparation, because this position has been reached in top tier games many times. It's been reached in Ding versus Topalov, Gelfand versus Ding, in Narkiev versus Giri, Bachman versus Kramnik, and so on. And one of the most popular moves here is castles, but here Fabi prepares queen to b3, and queen to b3 is a new move in the position, so let's see what happens, as it's of move 10 that we have a completely new game. So he's going after the b7 pawn, but more often than not, when you play something like this, that's never really your goal. So here you're also putting additional pressure to the center, because now you can see all of these pieces are attacking the center. Bishop is x-raying the d5 square, so very interesting. Okay, for the moment this is defended, but it does prevent black from developing freely. So knight to d7 by Magnus, and here Fabi castles with queen back to e7 by Magnus, and now comes c5, pushing the bishop back. We have bishop to c7, and now e4, striking in the center. We have b6, which is often what you want to do when you have such a weird advancement of the pawn, which is often characterized as an, not a very positional idea. You want to challenge those pawns with moves like b6. So b6, and here Fabi trades once on d5. We have e captures on d5, e captures on d5, and rook f to e1. Now attacking Carlsen's queen, and now Carlsen needs to figure out what to do with the queen. Obviously, you have two choices, either queen back to d8 or queen to f6. And here Magnus went queen to f6, which allows Fabi a very, very interesting idea. So feel free to pause the video and try to find this idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting that the rook on a8 is undefended. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight captures on d5. And this comes with an attack on the queen and the bishop here. So you have to capture the knight. We have c captures on d5, and now queen captures on d5, attacking the rook. And you might think, okay, so I just moved the rook, and what's the point of this knight sacrifice? The point is, after rook to b8, Fabi pushed c6, and now Carlsen's knight is trapped here on d7. So very, very nice preparation by Fabi here. And also you have to be careful. If somehow this queen moves and this pawn gets to d5 while being defended, then that's just a terrible position. So here Magnus has no choice other than to give up the knight. The knight has no squares. All of the squares that the knight can go to are covered. The rooks are blocking the knight here and here. And here, if you play, there's nothing you can play. You have to move the knight. Or rather, you cannot move the knight. You have to play something, but there really isn't a good move. You could try knight to c5, maybe to force a white to capture with the pawn, but other than that, you have rook to d8. This is what Magnus played, and now Fabi just grabs that knight on d7. So c captures on d7, bishop captures, and now knight to e5 by Fabi. This is maybe perhaps one move where Fabi could have played a stronger move, but Fabi probably had this analyzed with a really strong engine, because I only left the position to be analyzed to the depth of 40, and the rook 8 to c1 is the only top move that the engine recommends here, going after that bishop on c7 and just developing the only undeveloped piece, which seems to be still giving white the advantage. But Fabi went knight to e5 right away, and here Magnus just plays bishop to e6. The bishop is under attack. He first attacks the queen, and now he's going to eliminate this knight on e5. We have queen back to e4, and the bishop captures on e5. We have d captures with an attack on the queen here, and queen back to e7. And now we have this endgame, 2 rooks and the bishop for each side, and Fabi is up a pawn. So can he make use of that pawn? It's 4 against 3 on the king side, so very hard to take advantage of that. Maybe if it was 2 against 1 on the queen side, then it'd be somewhat easier, but again, very hard to do. So here, queen to e3. Fabi wants to centralize this bishop from this e4 square. The bishop will be a monster piece. So here we have rook b to c8, getting the rook into the game, and bishop to e4 now by Fabi. Controlling a lot of squares, controlling the c2 square, so Magnus doesn't have a very nice rook lift here. We have queen to c5, now offering a queen trade, and Fabi accepts. We have captures, and now f4, creating a beautiful pawn chain here. And with this bishop nicely guarding against... this wasn't captured with the pawn, it was captured with the rook. And only now we have f4. So the pawn chain is very nicely placed here, and black might have some ideas of bringing the rook all the way down to d2. But also you kind of have to worry about f5, so Magnus first needs to deal with that. He plays g6, and now king to f2. So now if the rook comes down, you can easily trade one pair of rooks. So here a5 by Magnus, and king to e3. Fabi improves the position of the king. We have a4 by Magnus, and now rook e to c1, offering a trade of a pair of rooks. We have rook to b5. Magnus needs to collect at least one pawn to equalize. We have rook to c2, now defending this pawn, and now rook to b4. Putting pressure on this bishop here, and this also comes with a trick, because here if Fabi isn't careful, if he plays something like a3, then Magnus can just play rook captures on e4, captures, and bishop checks, and then he picks up the rook here on c2. So after rook to b4, we have bishop back to d3. Fabi of course avoids such a tactic, and now Magnus further grabs space on the king side with h5. We have rook to d2 by Fabi, and now b5. We have a3, challenging the rook here, and rook to b3 now. So Magnus definitely has some pressure here, and Fabi needs to be very careful. And here Fabi goes rook to c1. He wants to bring the rook over to c7. He wants to activate his rook a little bit. Also rook to c3 is an idea, just get rid of one pair of rooks. But here Magnus finds a very interesting move, and it's the only move that sort of takes away any advantage from Fabi. So once again, feel free to pause the video and try to find this only move in the position while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting my favorite move in the entire game of chess. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's b4. my favorite is usually b4 when white plays it, but okay, we'll go with this guy here. So this works because, well, before I show you why it works, first I'm going to show you a very interesting line. For example, rook d captures on d3. If you sacrifice the exchange here to pick up the pawn, it looks very interesting. You still have the very strong bishop. Now you have the 2-to-1 advantage here. So maybe it is possible to do something about it, but it's very easy for white to just parry all the threats. Just rook to c7, and now after bishop to c4, cutting off the rook, attacking this rook, you can go rook to d8 check, king g7, and now just rook c to c8. And with these pawns cutting off the king from entering the game, it's just not playable anymore. You cannot push any pawns or do anything because this is just check check, and the other rook will deliver mate on g8. So just wanted to mention that before we go to b4. So this is what Magnus played. Magnus played b4. We have a captures on b4 and now a3. So what was the point of all this b4 a3 idea? The point is to take away white's control of the c3 square, because without this, if you just went, for example, if you just played something, let's say you went bishop to f5, you want to add more attackers to the bishop here, just rook to c3, and the white defends perfectly fine, and he's still up a pawn, so he has excellent winning chances here. So instead, this is what Magnus found, and once again, congratulations to everyone who found it, as it's not an easy idea to find. Captures and a3 now finally takes away the c3 square from white. B captures on the a3, and only now bishop to f5. And now this move no longer exists, so you have to play rook to d1, but now Magnus just collects on a3. Rook captures on a3, and it doesn't seem like there's much for white to do here. White is completely tied down, and there are no good moves here. Fabi played b5, as it's the only pretty much pawn push you could do. You could also try h4 or something like that, but now Magnus just goes bishop g4. Pushes the rook back. We have rook to c1, and now Magnus secures the draw with bishop to f5. Again, a triple attack on the bishop here. The bishop cannot move because of this check, so Fabi is forced to repeat. Rook d1, bishop to g4, rook to c1, bishop to f5, rook c to d1, and it was in this position that Fabi and Magnus agreed to a draw on move 42 after reaching time control. So very top level game, and like I said, it was around this point where after this bishop captures on d7 that I could spot pretty much the only instance where Fabi maybe could have played a stronger move. For example, this rook a to c1 instead of allowing Magnus to simplify immediately. But I guess you don't expect, for the side that has that's down a pawn, that simplifying will be useful for that side. But here it worked out pretty well, especially since Magnus found this beautiful idea where he just gave up the pawns, like here with the. Sorry, I'm in the wrong bracket. Here, this b4 idea, and after captures and this, just freed the c3 square, and he was able to secure a very quick draw. So yeah, very interesting stuff, and it's always a clash when Fabi and Magnus meet, because they're number 1 and number 2 in the world, and they played the entire World Chess Championship match, so the entire 10 games of classical chess without a single win. So they drew all 10 games. So again, it's still a draw between the two of them, and we'll see what happens in the next one. But yeah, usually when they meet, I will always show the game, because I mean, if we don't show a game where number 1 and number 2 play, then what are we really doing? So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Magnus can't be very happy with the result, but then again, maybe he can't be happy with the result in the tournament situation currently, but a draw against Fabi with the black pieces, any man would be perfectly fine with that. Whereas for Fabi, who is currently leading the tournament, a draw against Magnus is more than welcome. So we'll see what happens. Still, the tournament is still young, so to say, so anything can still happen. So once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Kyle Ulich, Ricardo Lima, Brandon Kirk, Panu Latpianza, and Peter Harley for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Tata Steel 2021, checking up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome to a very nice game that just ended from the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2021. It's Anish Giri versus Wang Hao, and well, best just dive straight into it and see what's happening. So Giri with the white pieces opens with d4. We have knight to f6 by Hao, c4, we have e6, knight to f3, and now d5. So just striking in the center in the casual Queen's Gambit declined, and g3. Giri opts for the Catalan opening. We have bishop to e7 and the bishop to g2 now. So this is all very standard stuff. We have castles, and d captures on c4, another very natural move in the classical line of the Catalan. Queen to c2, preparing to win back the pawn with queen captures on c4, and this is always allowed. We have a6, a4, stopping b5, and now bishop to d7. We have queen captures on c4, and now bishop to c6, countering white's light square bishop, and here Giri goes for bishop to f4, which puts additional pressure on c7. So for the moment, black cannot move this bishop, and bishop to d6 now, offering a trade of dark square bishops here, but instead of trading, Giri just continues development. We have knight to c3, and now black has an option. He can capture on f4 and double white's pawns here, but it's actually not a problem. How goes for this? We have captures, and now with these two pawns nicely placed on f4 and d4, Giri has an excellent outpost for his knight on e5. So here we have a5, now making room for the knight, so you can bring the knight over to a6, and e3, strengthening the center a little bit, also adding protection to this f4 pawn before getting this knight to this e5 outpost. And now comes knight to a6. And again, this is not a new move. It has been reached not many times, but several times. In more notable games, Wesley So defeated David Navarra in this exact same position, and also Vasily Ivanchuk defeated Dominguez Perez. But here we have knight to e5. In those games, rook 8 to c1 and king to h1 were played, but here we have knight to e5, and it is now only as of move 14 that we have a completely new game. So it is Giri who is well, perhaps has taken Hao by surprise. So here the c6 bishop is attacked 3 times, and you should definitely do something about this. So Hao captures, we have captures, and now c6, now just solidifying the position here, and h3. And this is a really weird move that no one really knows what it does. Sort of probably a deep engine preparation move by Giri here. And okay, one thing we can say for sure, that it kind of takes away the g4 square from this knight, but other than that, it's hard to say what this move actually does. But okay, we'll see what happens. So here we have queen to b6, going after this b2 pawn, and queen back to e2 now, defending the pawn. We have c5, striking in the center. Black definitely makes sense. And now rook f to d1. We have c captures on d4, rook captures on d4. Now you can double up on the d file if black allows it, and rook 8 to d8. Of course, not allowing this doubling of rooks. We have rook captures, and now, well, rook captures seems to be the way to go. It's actually not. If you go rook captures here, yes, you bring a rook to the nice open d file. Queen b5 is a problem for black here. Because you either trade, and after captures, you have to move the knight, and once you move the knight, white picks up the a5 pawn, or after queen to b5, you're going to play something like move the queen, let's say queen to c7, and then pretty much the same thing happens. You're just going to play knight to c4, and good luck defending this pawn on a5. So instead of this normal looking rook captures on d8, we have queen captures on d8, and now rook to d1. It is Giri who wins the d file for his rook. So queen to a8, preparing some very nasty b5 ideas, opening up a discovery to the white king. So king to g1, and now knight to b4. But now Giri does bring the queen over to b5. So queen to b5, and now knight b to d5. So knight b to d5, offering a trade of knights, and Giri very happily does so, because if this knight ever moves, you gain control of the d7 square, and this is very important for white. So we have knight captures, and now shifting the rook to c1. So what can you do here? It's a very nice position. The c file is open for the white rook, and you can do really a lot of rook lifting here. Problem is, if you go for something like rook to c8 to counter white's rook along the c file, you can just capture it and well, win the a5 pawn. There's also that, so you can't really go for that normal move. We have h6 here, creating some breathing room for the king because you do have back rank issues here. So queen to d7. Now there's pressure on this pawn here, and of course you cannot move the rook away from f8. So knight to f6, pushing the queen back, and now queen to d6. We have g6. And now comes b3. You should always consider moves like knight captures on g6, and of course Anish has considered this. For example, captures and check. Now king moves. Of course, you don't move somewhere to allow this rook to come up with check. But for example, if king h8, rook to c7, it looks very scary. Imagine something like this happening, but it's not. Black can just play queen to e8, and now you either trade queens or white moves the queen. You can pick up the a4 pawn. So black should hold this. In a blitz game or in a bullet game, you don't think twice about doing this, but for a classical game in the candidates tournament, maybe it's a bit too much. And it's not like you don't have any options here. If this was your last resort, of course you would maybe do this, but since it's not, Giri just plays it slow with b3. We have h5 and now king to h2, improving the position of the king a little bit. King to g7, black does the same, and now queen to d4, saying that if you move this knight, then you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. But instead of queen to d4, also ideas like maybe queen to b6 were possible. With the idea of shifting the rook over to c7 with a lot of pressure, and only then if, for example, black tries to kick away your queen, maybe then queen to d4 with the same idea. But okay, it's Giri's preparation, he knows best. We have queen to d4 and rook to d8 now, chasing the queen away. Queen to b2, remaining on this long diagonal, and now queen to b8. Now preparing, if white plays a slow move, you can play something like b6 or even b5, maybe try and trade some pawns on the queen side. So Giri plays b4 before black, and now a captures on b4. Now you don't recapture, rather you go rook to c4, preparing to capture with the rook and then go after the b7 pawn. So b3, trying to get Giri to capture with the queen, but rook to b4, not allowing this. And now it's a very dangerous position for black. Black really doesn't have all that many great moves. One thing you could do is play something like queen to d6, allow the grabbing of the b pawn, and then go queen to d2. Try maybe something like this, and then if king to g2, you're gonna go king g8, and now after, let's say, rook captures on b7, you're gonna bring the knight over here. Pressure the f2 pawn, and here white would have to trade queens, and then you trade, for example, captures, play rook a8, and then you play this endgame being down a pawn. It's hard to say if this is a draw, if white can maybe push for a win. Either way, black would really get tortured here for quite a while. So instead, Hao tries queen to a7, tries to go after the a4 pawn if rook captures on b7 happens, but this actually loses terribly. So feel free to pause the video and win this game for Anish while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on gobbling up that b3 pawn. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, both queen captures and rook captures is alright. However, rook captures is the best. So rook captures and b3 was played. And now the problem is you don't really have a good move. This is happening whether you like it or not. If you play something like rook here, then the problem is just knight d7. You should never forget about this knight being unable to move. So this would just be straight out losing for black. So instead, after rook captures on b3, Hao played queen captures on a4, but this doesn't help. Rook captures on b7, now putting pressure on the f7 pawn. And here, again, you cannot defend. If rook here, the same idea wins. The knight is pinned. There's no defending this knight. So after rook captures on b7, we have queen to e8, now saying that, okay, If you want, you can try giving up to rook and knight for a queen. I will very gladly accept this and try and hold this. But Giri says there is no need to rush things. I can just play rook to a7 or rook to c7. Either is fine, and then triple my threat on the f7 pawn. Here, rook to d5 was played, but now queen to b7, just going after this f7 pawn. And here you don't really have anything. If rook captures on e5, for example, pawn captures knight d5, yes, you can continue this, but you're down the exchange and you don't really have anything to do. It's just a one-sided game. So instead, knight to e4 was played, kind of saying, okay, let's trade pawns. Maybe I can grab this f2 pawn. But here, Giri just played knight captures on f7, and he was in this position on move 39. So one move before time control that Wang Hao resigned the game. And, well, as there is nothing more to be done here. What can you do? Nothing much. You can't win any pawns. You can't really move any pieces. If you don't do anything, just moving the knight, for example, knight d6 opens up a discovery to the king, maybe wins the queen. And if you move the king, there's really no good square for you to move the king. This is taken by the knight. This is taken by the knight. You could go here, but then you just run into a nice knight h6 check. And then, for example, we will deliver a very quick checkmate. So after knight captures on f7, Wang Hao's position just wasn't playable, and of course he resigned here. So it was a very, very interesting game. For the entire game, it's hard to say if there was a move where Black could have played better, but that's usually how it is with such perfectly played games with such deep preparation. A few lesser moves, maybe not the absolute top move, but you played the second top move, and then your position just deteriorates to the point where it's simply untenable. So, like I said, after knight captures on f7, he resigned, and an excellent victory for Anish Giri, who he doesn't join the leaders, but he is very, very close to joining the leaders, and we will discuss the standings, as this is only the first game of day 2 that we are showing, or rather of day 8 that we're showing, so stay tuned. We're going to discuss the standings in a little bit. Thank you all for watching once again. I would like to thank Philip Gleason, Mr. Hoodie Guy, Robert Smith, Pablo Mohan, and Patrick Solars for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Candidates Tournament. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a truly remarkable game from the final round of the US Championship 2021. It's Fabiano Caruana versus Sam Shankland, and this game is extremely complicated. You're gonna enjoy it. There's so much happening, and there is one really awesome pause the video moment, so let's dive straight into it. At some point of the game, the other 2 games that could decide the first place, the one Wesley was playing and the one Samuel Sevian was playing, ended in a draw. So that meant if Fabi wins this game, he is the US champion of 2021, but let's see how the game went. So here we have d4 by Fabi, knight to f6, and knight to f3. Going for pretty much anything. We have d5 by Shankland, and now c4. We have e6 and now g3, preparing bishop to g2 to go for some sort of a closed Catalan, bishop to e7, and now bishop to g2. We have castles by both players, and now d captures on c4, and we have the classical line of the Catalan, where Fabi continues with queen to c2. He's ready to pick up his pawn, so a6, and now, although you could capture right away on c4, Fabi first plays a4. This move is still the most common move in the position, just preventing b5. So bishop to d7, now preparing bishop to c6. You want to counter White's very strong bishop on g2, and now only now we recapture on c4. So queen captures on c4 and bishop to c6. We have bishop to g5. Fabi continues development, and now knight b to d7. Also very popular is just bishop d5 here, chasing away the queen. Your bishop is on a beautiful central d5 square, and you can also start moving your c pawn right away. So it's a matter of preference. So knight b to d7 and rook to d1 now. We have h6 chasing back this bishop, and now you could bring the bishop back, but then you allow black can go here, black can go here, this knight can go here, you can shift the knight to h7 and then go to g5. So here it's better just to capture. We have bishop captures on f6, knight captures on f6, and now there is a game where knight to c3 was played, but here we have knight b to d2 by Fabi, and it is now only as of move 13 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how Shankland continues. He plays a5, and of course, why wouldn't he? He wants to prevent white from playing b4, and this would be an excellent expansion if white did that. If you guys are wondering, instead of knight b to d2, why didn't white go just b4 right away? It seems like a possibility. It's really not, because bishop captures on a4, just wins a pawn. If you capture the bishop b5, and then you're in some real trouble. So like we said, knight b to d2, a completely new game. We have a5 now, stopping b4, and queen to d3 now. You will need additional support for executing e4, so bishop to b4 now. This bishop will be a monster here. There's no real way to get rid of it, and now e4 by Fabi. We have queen to e7 connecting rooks, and now knight to e5, putting some pressure on Shankland's light square bishop, and bishop to d7. And now Fabi could eliminate this bishop. For example, you play knight captures on d7, knight captures, and now you might even play a move like e5, opening up this diagonal, but it doesn't really do all that much. It's very easy for black to equalize this. Just captures c6, and nothing is really happening. If anything, you have a wonderful d5 square available for your knight, so not much for white to look forward to here. And you don't want to trade too much, because you really need a win here. Maybe it was around this point that the games that Wesley and Sevian were playing ended in a draw, and Fabi knew that if he wins this, he wins the championship. So here, knight d to c4, just improving the position, putting on some pressure, and now rook f to d8. So this rook has now been developed, and now Shankland will play bishop to e8. He didn't want to play it before to trap his rook in on f8. So queen to e3, getting the queen away from the d file, and only now bishop to e8. And now h4. Of course, we want to grab more space, as that's what you have to do in 2021 when you play chess. So knight to d7, going for some trades here, and here Fabi goes for it. Knight captures, bishop captures, and only now e5, opening up this diagonal, putting pressure on this b7 pawn. So here we have rook 8 to b8. Here c6 isn't all that impressive, because you create so many weaknesses here for the white knight to exploit. Maybe not the greatest way to play this. And also, you take away the c6 square from your own bishop, and you really want to play bishop to c6 to counter this bishop, because, you know, this bishop, once it gets the e4, it's just going to be a monster controlling the entire board. So instead, after e5, we have rook 8 to b8, just guarding the pawn, and now bishop to e4. We have bishop to e8, and now queen to f3. I think maybe it was around this point that the other games ended in a draw, but still, I'm not sure. If you guys are wondering why not just something like bishop to c2, we play queen e4 and we checkmate the black king, well, it doesn't really work that way, because now you've taken your bishop off of this diagonal, so black can assume it with his bishop, and after queen to d3, going for some checkmating ideas, g6. This stops it. Yes, you have h5, but queen to g5, and now you're the one who's getting sort of checkmated. If h captures on g6, we can just play queen h5, and how are you defending against this? So you have to be careful. Even this, we just play king f8, we don't care. Queen h1, I mean, it's very, very ugly for white. But you know, you always have to consider such things. If you can checkmate your opponent, you should do it. So here, queen to f3, putting more pressure on b7. And now comes, well, you might expect a move like c6. This really removes the threat of bishop captures on b7, but it also prevents this bishop from coming to c6 ever, pretty much. So instead we have f5, and it's a really cool move from Shankland, really a nice one, because now if bishop captures on b7, he has c5. That's the good stuff. Now the bishop is attacked twice, you have to move it, and after the bishop moves, let's say we captures, and now c captures on d4, and it's Shankland who has a wonderful passed d pawn. So instead, after f5, we have e captures on f6 alpha song by Fabi, queen captures on f6, offering a queen trade, and queen e3. Fabi, of course, declines the queen trade, and now bishop to g6, trying to get rid of this very strong bishop. Rook to d3, and even bishop to f5. This is a very nice improvement by Shankland, because now if bishop captures, you're going to improve your pawn structure, you're going to get rid of your isolated e pawn. And it's just a very strong piece to have here. So how can Fabi make progress here? He plays rook to c1. Now if the knight moves, you will have pressure on the c file. c6 now, no longer is the c6 square needed for the light square bishop. We have rook to c2 as the bishop nicely covers this diagonal. We want to be able to shift it to a light square, and now rook to d7. Shankland now also can bring this rook into the game. Knight to e5 attacking the rook, and rook d6. Knight c4, rook d7, knight to e5, and rook d6. Shankland agreeing to a repetition, but Fabi declines this, of course. He knows if he wins, he is the US champion, and he will, of course, try to fight. So here we have rook b to d8, and now just f3. Adding another defender to the bishop here. Of course, if black captures, we're going to improve our pawn structure in the center. But here comes a really awesome idea by Shankland, and this game is just really full of awesome ideas by both of them, and that's bishop captures, pawn captures, and now of course comes the move from the thumbnail, and that is queen captures on e5. So Shankland gives up the queen for a rook and a minor piece, and of course Fabi has to accept this. So d captures on e5, we have rook captures on e3, queen to a7 now, going after some pawns here as you really have nothing better, and now bishop to e1. There is no defense against rook captures on g3. So here queen captures on b7, there's really nothing better, and now rook captures on g3. So you could bring your king to f1, but this would be very dangerous. For example, if king to f1, we can simply play rook to f8, and now it's a problem. If you play this, then we're going to play rook to g1 with check, king e2, we're going to play rook to g2 with check, and after the king moves, if you go for this move, then rook to f3 check, and then we just pick up the rook, so nothing really going on there. So Fabi tries king to h2. He doesn't want to go for the said line, and now rook d to d3. Just doubling up here on the third rank. And how do you continue this with white? Well, you could play queen captures on c6 and say, okay, black really has nothing here. It's just, nothing. Or what Fabi played, queen to c8 check, king to h7, and now queen captures on e6, now guarding against the rook to h3 check, because of course black cannot give up the two rooks for the queen. Now he's just gonna be left with a worse endgame, playing a rook against the bishop. If any of you guys are interested in seeing this, this would be the resulting endgame. Of course, white would be completely winning now. So instead, after queen captures on e6, we have rook to g6, attacking the queen. Queen to f5, now you are ready to start pushing that past e-pawn, and bishop to g3 check now. And again, a very dangerous position. If, for example, if king h1, it's very easy for black to get some sort of a drawing mechanism. For example, rook d1 check, king g2, bishop captures on h4, opening up a discovery, king h3, and now you move the bishop to e7, and it's a really ugly position for white, where black can just continue checking from wherever. So instead, Fabi went for the king g2 right away, allowing the nasty discovery, but there is nothing nastier than bishop captures on h4. So bishop captures, king to f1, now rook to e3, trying to checkmate Fabi with rook to e1 checkmate. The bishop covers f2, the rook covers g2 and g1. So Fabi has to play rook to c1. There is nothing better than this. And now Shankland plays c5, really preventing that b4 from being played, but also just saying to Fabi, what do you play here? How do you improve your position? There is only one way for Fabi to improve his position, and it's not an easy one to spot. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the only move that allows Fabi to play for the win while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this move, because it's really the only move in the position you can play. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's pawn to e6. that's the move. Fabi did not play this. Fabi played something else. Queen to f4 is also interesting, putting pressure on the bishop and on the rook here, but it's not all that impressive, because, for example, if queen to f4, we can just play rook to g3, and now if you capture here, we can play rook to g1 check and pick up the rook. So we've only traded a minor piece for a rook, not really something that should be played. However, if you found pawn to e6, this is extremely complicated, but it does wonders for white, because now if you look at it, black is sort of in zugzwang. Black has no good move. You can't really keep this pressure with this checkmating idea here. You have to move something. The rook cannot move. If the king moves to the back rank, then we pick up the rook. If you move anything, then there is no more checkmate. So what you could do here is play something like rook to g3, trying to go for this rook to g1 captures, but then we simply play rook captures on c5. And now, okay, you have this forced line, rook to g5, attacking the queen, going for the rook. So queen to f8, guarding the rook, and now rook to g1 with check. King e2, but now you have all of these squares to hide your king all the way on the queen side. And now if rook captures on e6, we can simply play queen f4. We go after the bishop. Let's say rook g2 check, king d3. We're gonna move the bishop, attack the rook here. Now queen to f5 check. We force this rook back, or force the other rook to block the check. So rook e to g6, and now rook to b5, guarding this pawn. And it's a very, very nice position for white, where black really doesn't have many options. So this is one way to do it after e6, to just go for this rook to g3 idea. The other one is just c4. It seems like also a move that you can play, because the pawn cannot be captured. The problem is now you have e7, extremely powerful move, and now after bishop captures on e7, we can simply play rook to c3. There is no more checkmate because the bishop left the coverage of the e1 square, and now you have to trade rooks. There is no square for this rook, and once the rook is traded off the board, then it's much, much easier for white to avoid any checkmating ideas from black, and black really doesn't have all that much to do. If bishop f6, we can play e5. If bishop back to g5, we can play e6. We don't really care. Bishop to h4, and now we can simply play queen to d5. We're gonna pick up this pawn next, and it's going to be very enjoyable. Or if rook to g4, we can simply play queen captures on a5, create another pass pawn, and white would be winning here. So this is critical in the position here after this c5 move. E6 actually puts white in a really incredible position. Fabi played rook to d1 first, and now it's a bit of a different position, because now Shanklin plays c4, and this c4 is such a powerful move, because you remember that we discussed that the white king, after all of that we mentioned, will be able to go up the board and hide on the queen side. Well, this pawn really prevents that, because it covers the d3 square, and that's going to be a problem. Fabi pushes e6 now, but now comes rook to g3. And now comes rook to d7, putting more pressure on black's position. Now comes rook to g1 with check, king to e2, and now rook to g5. Rook to g5, attacking the queen. So the queen has to move, and there are many ways for you to do something with your queen. The problem is, if you play something like queen to f7, we have rook to g2, and we already said that the king cannot hide on the queen side. The d3 square is now covered by the pawn on c4, and after king e3, we can simply play rook to f6. Attack the queen here, and if the queen moves, then the problem is you have this beautiful bishop to f2 check, king e2, bishop to d4 check. All of these squares are now covered by the pawn and the bishop. You have to go back, king to e1, now rook to g1 with check, king to e2, and now rook to f2 will be checkmate. So that's something that can happen if you go over aggressively with a move like queen to f7. Another thing you could do is play something like rook captures on g7, because this rook is pinned. King will have to capture, you're going to deliver check, king h8, and now play e7. It seems like you are completely winning now, but still, rook to g2, king e3, and we can just give up the bishop, and after queen captures, this is, again, a draw. Nothing much for white to look forward to here. So after rook to g5, Fabi played something different. Fabi played e7. He decided to give back the queen, and now we have rook captures on f5, e captures on f5, and now rook to g1. A very important move, to prevent Fabi from bringing a queen into the game, because if Fabi does this rook e1 check, we're going to move the king, and now rook just picks up the queen, and now black is winning. So instead, after rook to g1, we have f6, trying to get the bishop to lose the control of the e1 square, but of course we have rook to e1 check right away, king to d2, and now rook to e6. So what can Fabi play here? He pushes f7. It seems like he's completely winning, but bishop captures on f7, on e7, guarding the pawn from promoting to a queen on the f8 square. So rook captures on e7, and now, of course, not captures and promotion. We just play rook to f6, and we prevented the pawn from becoming a queen. So now it's a race. King c3, king to g6, king captures on c4, and now, of course, rook captures on f7. And now the material is actually in Shanklin's favor. He is up a pawn. So what do you play here? Well, Fabio, of course, knows that this is now a draw at best for him. So he trades. We have rook captures, king captures, and only now b4. And now the b4 had to be played. Otherwise, black is just winning. And of course, you can't capture this. If you capture, then a5 is winning for Fabi. The king is not in time to reach the square of the pawn. So the pawn will promote easily. So after b4, we have king to e6. Now comes b5 by Fabi. King to d6, and now, of course, king to d4. We have h5 by Fabi, now king to e4, and now g5. We have king to f5, and now h4, making sure that if the king captures, the pawn promotes. So here we have king to g4 by Fabi. Now comes king to c5, king to h3, king to d6. We have king to g4, king to c5, king to h3, and king to d6. And it was in this position on move 66 that Fabi and Sam resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. You can never capture this pawn because this pawn marches forward, and you can never capture this pawn because this pawn marches forward. Of course, this is a draw. Incredible game, really complicated, and really a fine showing by Shankland. Just saying, I'm going to give up the queen. I'm going to play really active chess, because if I just defend, if I just wait for Fabi to come at me, I'm going to lose. I've seen Fabi done this a million times. So he gets a draw, and this means now that the tie breaks after 11 rounds of the US Chess Championship will be again between Wesley So, Samuel Sevian, and Fabiano Caruana, which is happening today. So we're going to cover that as well, and we'll see who will be the US Chess Champion 2021. But those are now rapid games, so we are done with classical chess. So we'll see what happens. Should be very enjoyable. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Zugzwang and Danush, and I would like to thank Jonathan Turak, Charles Kyran, and David Farney for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the US Chess Championship, the tie breaks until it ends. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to Game 2 of the 2021 World Chess Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Yanni Pomnishi. It's a great game, you guys are going to enjoy it, and before we check it out, I would just like to mention about the time format, as there seems to be a confusion in my previous video, or rather I misspoke. So the time format is 120 minutes for the first 40 moves, so each player gets 2 hours for the first 40 moves, then you get an additional hour for the next 20 moves, and then upon reaching move 60, you get an additional 15 minutes. Plus, it's only as of move 61 that the increment is being put into action. So there is no time increment before move 61. So just wanted to get that out of the way. And also, you guys requested that I added the ratings. So these are their classical ratings. You can see that Magnus is 28.55, Nepo here 27.82, and that you would also enjoy some photos. So I decided to throw in a few of them. We're gonna throw in a few every game, so hope you guys enjoyed that as well. So here is a nice photo of Garry Kasparov. He joined them at the World Chess Championship venue, here having a good time with Sheikh Nayan Mabarak. I have no idea who that is, but they seem to be having a good time. If you guys know, do share in the comments. And here is a good moment of Nepo arriving at the game. Magnus arrived early today. Nepo is now joining him. There's the handshake. You can can see, it's a very firm handshake, and there's no eye contact as usual. It's very, very rare that you will see eye contact when players shake hands before the game. Maurice, of course, looking at Jan. He's not looking at Magnus. He doesn't want to upset him, as he is one of the a few people that managed to upset Magnus quite a lot during that one interview, if you remember. And as usual, if you check, if you find anything weird with any of the photos, do mention in the comments. You can see that Magnus does not have any corporate logos on his jacket, which is not true. They're just on the other side of the jacket. Something also interesting. And here is the moment where the first move was made. The first move was made by FIDE president Arkady Dvorkovich, and he played the move e4, which is not the move that Magnus wanted to play, but that's normal, because the person that makes the move, they just make any move, and then the player either leaves that move or he makes another move. But you can see that here Carlsen is enjoying himself. He's smiling, as of course he knows he will not play the e4 move, but Nepo doesn't know that. So Nepo looks at e4, and already he's probably deep into the game. What if Magnus plays e4? What do I, you can see the difference in posture, in just everything. So that's a little bit about the scene, so you guys can get more into the mood of the game. So now let's get, and one more thing, of course I was planning on replacing their profile photos here, so I found a beautiful photo of Magnus by Niki Riga from the opening gala of the World Chess Championship match, but I did not find a better photo of Nepo than this one, because you cannot find a good photo of Nepo. Anytime a photographer approaches him, he will make faces like this, like I'm not even kidding. Like you can check any photo, it's like that. Or he has both of his hands in his face. So it's very hard to find a good photo of Nepo. That's why I'm always using this one. But you guys are more than welcome to correct me if you find a good photo from the 2021 World Chess Championship match. Do send it to me. I will, of course, very, very happily replace it. But at some point, I will also find one and replace it, as a lot of you were requesting, updated photos. So that being said, let's check out the game. Magnus now with the white pieces retreats with this e4 pawn back to e2 that Arkady Dvorkovich played, and he plays pawn to d4, and this is where our game really starts. We have knight to f6 by Nepo, c4, we have e6, knight to f3, sort of not interested in going for the Nimzo Indian. If you play knight to c3, then maybe this would be too sharp for a World Chess Championship match, even though, in the Talbot Finnick World Chess Championship match, we did enjoy a nice Nimzo Indian. But here we have knight to f3, sort of the anti-Nimzo Indian, and now striking in the center with the d5, transposing into the Queen's Gambit declined. We have g3 by Magnus, he goes for the Catalan opening, and the bishop to e7. Now we have bishop to g2, castles by Nepo, castles by Magnus, and now d captures on c4. So this is the sharpest line, but one would expect no less from a World Chess Championship match. Queen to c2, preparing to take back the pawn, and now there are a couple of ideas here. The most often played one is just a6. a6 preparing b5, and a6 is usually met with a4, stopping b5, and at some point white just grabs the pawn. But here Nepo shows his preparation, and he plays b5. He defends the pawn right away, and he says, I don't care about this. Knight to e5 does not represent anything of interest, because if this was good, people would play it. And indeed, no one plays knight to e5 here. So after b5, as this is a known move, people just play a4. I mean, why wouldn't you? Black overextend it here. You just want to attack his pawn structure, and you can't really defend it. If you play c6, we can just capture, for example, captures, knight to g5, and it's close to winning for white, because you're gonna lose this rook, and of course you can't play knight to d5, which is your main defensive resource against ideas like this, because you're gonna get checkmated with queen to h7. So this is the idea. So probably most likely after a4 we would see bishop to b7, and white wins back the pawn with a captures on b5, leaving black with a weak pawn here on c4. So this is what usually happens. But Magnus says nope. After b5 he just goes knight to e5, even though no one plays this, or rather almost no one. Now the rook is attacked, and how do you defend this? There are a couple of ways you can do this, and it's not all that easy to choose between them. For example, you could go knight to d5, and then we go into something similar, for example, a4 c6, and the game continues. Another interesting idea after knight to e5 is, what about the d4 pawn? Maybe we can just grab this pawn. Well, if queen captures on d4 happens, then we have this very interesting knight captures on f7 idea. Just saying, because by playing queen captures on d4, you're offering this rook for the knight on e5. But white will say, I'm just gonna grab a pawn, while I'm at it. We're gonna play c6. Now we're gonna defend the rook, and now the knight goes back, knight to g5, and the white can be very happy here. Black has, a messed up pawn structure. That e6 pawn is very weak, and he shouldn't have any problems. But Nepo continues in a most solid way. After knight to e5, he just plays c6. Now his structure is even more defended, and you cannot play bishop captures on a8. Magnus, of course, could continue in a variety of ways. For example, the c6 pawn is hanging. Now you could capture it with knight captures on c6, knight captures and bishop captures, but it isn't much to look at. We're going to play rook to b8, we're going to defend our b5 pawn, and if anything, this only helps black develop. Another thing you could do after this c6 move is maybe just further undermine this pawn chain with b3, as was played in the game Ahmed Adli versus Maxim Matlakov in the Grand Swiss this year. The game ended in a draw, but the game continued with queen captures on d4, attacking the rook, bishop to b2, and now queen back to b6. So it's a very active way to play, but maybe a bit too active for a World Chess Championship game. So instead, after c6, Magnus just goes for a4, and this is now a new move already as of move 9. So let's see how Nepo deals with this. He goes knight to d5, and this is the most solid way to play this. If you try something like b4, which of course is always an option, it's not much, because the c4 pawn will hang, and well, you wanna keep this tension for as long as possible. So here, knight to d5, and the knight here is very, very useful as it controls b4, it controls c3. You can play maybe c5 at some point, so the rook on a8 will not be hanging. And now Magnus just continues with knight to c3. He attacks the knight here, and now b4 is definitely something to consider, because if it works, could be very interesting. For example, if b4, knight to e4, we could play bishop to a6. Now get to the bishop on this diagonal. We're gonna capture the pawn on c4, but now knight to d7, for example. And after, let's say, rook to d1, we're gonna play b3 with black, and it's a completely crazy position. Queen captures on b3. Rook b8, we get our rook away from this nasty diagonal, attack the queen on b3. After the queen moves, we can even play knight to b4, attack the queen, and after queen to b3, well, who knows, we might even see a repetition, knight e5, queen d3, knight to b4, queen to b3. So even ideas like these are possible. So we don't see b4 here, and Nepo goes for the absolute sharpest and quite possibly strongest idea, and that is f6. He chases away the knight from e5, and now what does Magnus play? He, of course, goes knight back to f3. And now, if you guys are interested about the situation on the clock, Nepo is some 1 hour and 28 minutes. Nepo is some 1 hour and 28 minutes on the clock, whereas Magnus is some 1 hour and 50 minutes on the clock. So not really wasting all that much time. And here, Nepo has to decide how to play here, and he plays queen to d7. But here was another moment where one could consider b4, and b4 in this position is an extremely dangerous move. I'm just going to show you one line that could occur. For example, b4, we're going to play knight to e4, and now we're going to play bishop to a6. So what do you play here? Knight to c5, we pressure the bishop, bishop captures on c5, d captures on c5, and now even knight to d7, going after the c5 pawn. We're gonna chase away the knight with e4, and now there's this very nasty b3 idea by black. Queen can move, for example, if you play queen to d2, we can even play c3, so there are ideas like this, attacking the queen. Also, this now exposes the rook to the bishop, so if you want to avoid this, you're gonna have to play something like queen to d1. Now comes knight knight to b4, and now look at all of these squares that are available for Jan's knights. So this is only one thing that could happen, but Nepo's time is running out very, very quickly, so he doesn't want to spend all that much time considering this b4 move. But interestingly, a b4 move seems to be the crucial idea in every game with black or white. So here, Nepo goes queen to d7. Also a fine way to continue developing your pieces. He wants to develop, and his pieces can't just stay like this forever. He has to bring this knight to a6 to c7 and get some pieces into the game. Now Magnus plays e4, chases away this knight from d5. We have knight to b4, attacking the queen, and the queen to e2 now. So what do you play here? Well, you could continue with your plan. For example, knight a6, knight to c7, then you bring the bishop into the game. But Nepo places the knight to d3 right away. And you could say that, okay, maybe the threat is stronger than the execution. Maybe leave the knight on b4 so you can play it to d3 at some point. But he chooses to do it right away. And now there are some very, very interesting choices here. And you have to really, it's hard to pick. For example, a captures on b5 can be played. That's always an interesting choice. After you capture this, then you go after the pawn chain with b3, so that's something that you can go for. You could play bishop to h3, also very interesting, just going after that e6 pawn, making d5 a threat, but then queen to b7 comes, and it's not all that impressive anymore. So here Magnus goes for the absolute sharpest idea. After knight to d3, he plays e5, and now he invites Jan to play b4 as he just freed up this e4 square for his knight. But not only that, he also opens up this diagonal once again, and now a captures on b5 is a threat yet again. So here the situation on the clock is an hour and 28 minutes for Magnus and an hour for 12 minutes for Nepo. Here we have bishop to b7 by Nepo. Again, the absolute sharpest here is just f5, not allowing e captures on f6, which is also kind of a threat, but it I believe it would require just too much time to calculate this. For example, a captures on b5. Now you can't capture because your rook would hang. You would have to go bishop to b7, and now there's this bishop to g5 idea. And now after we move the bishop, now we're going to play knight to e1. We have to get this knight away from d3. It's just a menace here. So c captures on b5. We're going to play bishop captures on b7, queen captures on b7, knight captures on d3, c captures, queen captures, and now this bishop captures on c3 move, saying that if you capture with the pawn, which is something everyone would do, then you create a passed a pawn for black, and it can be very dangerous. So you're going to have to play queen captures, probably rook to c8, and the game continues. So this is what something that could happen if you play the absolute best with black, or according to our good silicon friend. So after e5, we have bishop to b7 by Nepo right away. As we already mentioned, after captures, you're going to have to play bishop to b7. You're not going to have time to recapture here. So e captures on f6. We have bishop captures on f6. And now, what do you play here? Well, Magnus definitely made some progress here. He's still leading on time. It's an hour and 17 minutes for Magnus, whereas Nepo is down to 1 hour and 6 minutes. And of course, knight to e4. We have to go for this. Nepo has to start developing his pieces. He goes knight to a6 with the idea of bringing the knight to c7, but also knight to b3 now looks very interesting. It's not exclusive that the knight has to go to c7, and this is one of the moments where you really have to consider what to play. I mean, you have to do it in every position because it's a very important game. But for example, bishop to e3 here is very, very interesting. The point is, if black plays the knight a to b4 move, which was planned, we're gonna play knight to e5 now. And after bishop captures on e5, d captures on e5, we're gonna see this c5 move. And yes, this frees up black's bishop, which is very important. This is terrible for black to have his bishop so hemmed in. We're gonna play a captures on b5, and now it's it's a complete mess of a position. For example, bishop to d5, and now we're gonna play bishop captures on c5, attack the rook, knight captures on c5, knight captures, attacks the queen, and now queen captures on b5. We're gonna see bishop captures on d5, e captures, and now this is one of the possibilities that could happen with Magnus ending up with a passed e pawn, where Nepo would have a passed d pawn, and it's a crazy position, for example. But after this knight to a6 move, Magnus did not go for bishop to e3. He said, there's no need to prepare knight to e5. We're just going to play knight to e5 right away. But there is a big difference. Knight to e5 was played here, and there's even a moment, a nice moment caught on camera of Nepo when Magnus played this, so we can check it out just for a second. So this is the moment when Nepo came back to the table and saw that Magnus played knight to e5. As you see, he doesn't see the point, and he doesn't think much of it. He's going to look at the move, then he's going to write down the move, and then he's going to contemplate on what he's going to do next. So now that we've seen this, we're gonna enjoy Nepo's move a little bit more. And here Nepo just captured the knight. The point is, if you go for queen captures on d4, which of course is a possibility, there's the problem of knight captures on f6, rook captures, and now a captures on b5, attacking the knight here. So there really isn't anything better. Queen captures on e5, queen captures, knight captures. We're going to play b captures on a6. And yes, black is still up a pawn, but look at this terrible bishop here. You can no longer remain on this diagonal. You will not be playing c5 and trying to trade off a white's excellent light square bishop. You're going to have to play some sort of a passive move like bishop to c8. And now white with the bishop pair with this beautiful pawn on a6 will have all the advantage here. Plus, black's c pawns are doubled. It would be hard to say that this is not lost for black, let alone that it's a little bit harder to play this. So this is what Magnus was kind of going for, but he completely missed Nepo's idea, or maybe he didn't. We'll have to ask Magnus and see. Bishop captures on e5 was played by Nepo, as you've seen in that GIF. We have d captures on e5, and now knight a to c5. And now you can see this knight is coming to b3 actually, via the c5 square, and this will attack not only the rook but also put a double attack on this bishop on c1. And here both players regarding clocks are around the 1 hour mark, so they've burned half of their time. And what do you play here? The problem is if you just trade, let's say knight captures, and play bishop to e3, knight captures and a4 comes, and now you really don't have compensation. Black's pawns are just much stronger on the queen side. You really don't have anything here. So instead, Magnus spent his time here and he played knight to d6. And while this is an excellent square for the knight, it also means you have to sacrifice the exchange. And Nepo goes for it. Knight to b3. Then the bishop is attacked twice. The rook on a1 is attacked. So you will have to give up the exchange, whatever you play. But the problem is there is a good way to give up the exchange, and there is, a lesser way to give up the exchange. And Magnus, I believe, chose the lesser way, but it's not all that easy to see this. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe he saw it and he decided that that was the way to go. Point is, Magnus played rook to b1, and he forced Nepo to capture on c1, and he wanted the trade to occur on c1. But there is a very interesting variation of bishop to e3. Now, point is, after the knight captures rook, for example, and rook captures on a1, there's the problem of this a7 pawn, and the bishop on e3 really nicely forces this rook to remain here. So at some point black will play something like a6, and now we're gonna play f4. So the point is, black is up the exchange, but white has the bishop pair, and there's no way to get rid of this knight. And another thing, there's no way to play c5 for the moment, as the bishop on b7 would be hanging. Both the bishop and the knight are attacking it. So black's only idea here would be to play rook a to b8, but now our bishop on e3 can play go to a7, we can attack the rook, and now it doesn't really matter. If you go to d8, we're just going to keep harassing this rook, and if you go back, then we repeat bishop to e3. So this is never any risk for white. So in order for the game to continue, black will have to choose something else. But if this was played, Nepo also could be happy with a draw. So while this is a very impressive way to play, unless black wants to push for something, there's no way to play anything else than go for a repetition here. So it would be very dangerous for Magnus to accept such a draw. So instead, after knight to b3, he played rook to b1, and he decided to give up his dark square bishop, which Nepo, of course, very happily takes. And he took his time. Magnus is down to some 48 minutes on the clock. Nepo still a full hour on the clock, and he captures the bishop. We have knight b captures on c1, rook b captures on c1, knight captures, rook captures, and now very happily played rook a to b8. You don't have to worry about that bishop that no longer exists attacking your a7 pawn, and now you are you are ready to push that c5 move. And once we trade the bishops, then it's hard for white to claim any advantage here. And here again, Magnus has to figure out what to play. He played rook to d1. For example, Sese, the Norwegian supercomputer, suggested queen to g4 with the idea of h4, h5, but that's, supercomputer ideas. So instead, we have rook to d1 here, and now comes bishop to a8 by Nepo. And again, this was the moment where you could really seize the advantage with black, but it's such a crazy position. For those of you, okay, we can even make this a pause the video moment. For those of you who have not seen the game yet, feel free to pause the video and try to find the an idea for black here while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this soul of silicon idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's b captures on a4. It looks crazy, just weakening your structure like this. But the point is, after queen captures on c4, we just play c5 now. That's the idea. And the thing is, yes, our e6 pawn is weak, so white will go after it, threatening to win the queen. We're going to play bishop to c8, and of course we cannot capture the bishop because our rook on d1 is hanging. So we're going to move the rook, and now, of course, black will play king to h8, get out of this nasty diagonal. We're going to play queen captures on c5, and now bishop to a6, and black is definitely now into the game. You no longer have to worry about developing. And after, let's say, queen to c2, because we have to defend this b2 pawn, we're going to play rook to b3, and black's position is beautiful all of a sudden. Both of the rooks are now definitely into the game. The rook on f8 very nicely placed, bishop on a6 very nicely placed. So this is the way to go. However, it's a very difficult move to not only to make, it's a difficult move to consider, because why would you allow this? You have this position, you're thinking, I want white to capture here so I can undouble my pawns and enjoy this position. And interestingly, after this bishop to a8 move, he allows Magnus to go for this knight captures on b5 idea. That's the only capture you can make, because okay, the rook and the queen are aligned on the d file, but he's not all that impressed. And the reason is, after knight captures on b2 on b5 attacking the queen, you're just going to move the queen. There are some crazy lines here, like rook captures on f2, also just attacking white's queen. If queen captures, you're going to capture the rook here. And then after something like king captures on f2, we're going to play queen to f7 check, and only now recapture the knight on b5. For example, king g1, c captures on b5. And now let's say bishop captures on a8, rook captures, a captures on b5. But there's not much to do here. This would be it would be a drawish endgame. So that was in the position, definitely. But Magnus now starts creating attacking chances, and he plays bishop to e4. Now, the situation on the clock, it's very important. 33 minutes for Magnus against some 47 minutes for Nepo. And you can see that already there could be trouble here, because Nepo has been spending all of his time trying to, get his bishop on the queen side into the game, trying to keep that queen side intact. But now look at this, the knight guarding f7, bishop attacking h7, queen ready to come to h5. In the future, rook to d4, rook to h4. Those are all very good resources, and the black has to be very careful on how to advance here. And while there are many ways to go about this position, for example, the Norwegian Sese just says g6 here. But who would play this? I mean, it's completely crazy. And now, for example, a5, also a weird move, because you want this pawn to be able to capture on b5, but the reason is there's no reason to do it. If black ever pushes c5, we're going to capture on a8, rook will capture, and then the b5 pawn will be undefended. We'll always be able to capture this b5 pawn. And now let's say queen e7, getting away from the rook, we're just going to play f4 now. And this is how the game probably is supposed to go, but those are not human moves. Also very interesting is just a6, but a6 is just a craftsman move. The point is, you're saying, but what about bishop captures on h7? And it would be very interesting, because if bishop captures, king captures, queen captures on h5, king to g8, and now rook to d4, going for this rook h4, queen to h8 checkmate, the knight still covering the f7 square. There's the very unpleasant queen to a7. That's why a6 is so unpleasant. The rook cannot move because of queen captures on f2. So even this is in the position, and the Magnus can't just go attacking, without checking stuff. So, like I said, instead, after bishop to e4, Nepo did not defend. Nepo did not defend slash attack with a6. Nepo played c3. And this is now very, very interesting. He wants Magnus to capture with b captures on c3, so he can play b captures on a4 and have a pass pawn that's very, well, already across half of the board. And the Magnus doesn't capture. Capturing here, while possible, he first goes after the h7 pawn, but it's pretty much the same idea, only capturing right away would be better for Magnus. If b captures on a4, queen c2, we attack the h7 pawn, let's say g6, and now queen captures on a4. That's, well, it seems much better than what actually happened in the game, because after c3, Magnus played queen to c2 first, attacking the h7 pawn, and now Nepo just defended it with g6. We have b captures on c3, and now comes b captures on a4. But this b captures on a4 now, which transposes into the position that we've already discussed, is not necessary. Here, Nepo can play queen to g7, and this queen to g7 move is a resource that Nepo's been missing for the better part of the second half of the game, as it's always in the position. It just attacks the e5 pawn, and it forces white to play this f4 move, and it's just very useful for black. That white plays this move, because after f4, the king is now wide open, and you no longer have to worry about any rook lifts in the future, and it's just something that should be done. But okay, Nepo played b captures on a4 instead, and now queen captures on a4. We've transposed into the exact same position that we've discussed. Situation on the clock, as I know you guys are interested, 23 minutes for Magnus and 33 minutes for Nepo. This is only move 27, so 13 more moves have to be made to reach time control, and for each player to be given an additional hour. We have rook f to d8. Now the knight cannot move, as even though the queen defends the rook, the queen and the rook will be attacking that d1 square. So Magnus just goes rook to a1. Now he wants to grab this a7 pawn. And here, basically forcing c5. There's no other way to defend it, because you're just going to lose the pawn. So here, Nepo plays c5, and it also comes with a tactic. You can't just grab the a7 pawn now, because if you grab it now, then we're going to capture, and after rook captures, there's this incredibly unpleasant rook captures on d6 move, and it doesn't matter. Now, if you capture on d6, we're just going to play bishop captures on e4, leaving us up a bishop, and it also doesn't help if you play bishop captures on a8. We're just going to move the rook to d2, and it's still a completely winning position for black. There's not much white can do here. So after c5, Magnus goes queen to c4. He still wants to keep the pressure completely. He still wants to put pressure on the e6 pawn. But now, of course, bishop captures on e4 is played, knight captures on e4, and now he doesn't want his king to remain on this diagonal. Nepo plays king to h8. Although queen to e7 was also very interestingly guarding this pawn, preventing knight to g5 in the future. Nepo prefers to move out of the way. We have king to h8, and now Magnus just repeats knight to d6. Knight captures on c5, while possible, it doesn't really give all that much. After queen to d5, you would struggle, holding this position with white. So instead, just knight back to d6, and now we have rook to b6. Now, Nepo is already thinking about giving up a rook for that knight, because it's just a monster. There's no way black will be getting any counterplay as long as that knight is on d6. Plus, you always have to be very, very careful about knight to f7 check, about knight e4, knight coming to f6. So it's there's just so much this knight can do. We have queen captures on c5, and now we have rook d to b8. Now with some ideas of rook to b1 check. So king to g2 by Magnus, and now a6. Now the rook guards the pawn on a6 very nicely, and Magnus also brings the king to h3. So it looks very dangerous, but with the pawn on e6, there's really no way to threaten the white king on h3. Since black only has the rooks, you do not have a knight or a bishop that could threaten the king on h3. 10 minutes Magnus, 16 minutes for Nepo here, and rook to c6. Attacking the queen, Magnus centralizes, queen to d4, and now again, Nepo will be going for rook captures on d6 at some point, and he doesn't like his king on this diagonal now, because if pawn captures, then the king will be in danger. So king back to g8, and now Magnus just plays c4. So now queen defends the e5 pawn defends the knight defends the c4 pawn. The rooks are absolutely useless against this, but it took Magnus even more time. Now it's 6 minutes for Magnus and 12 minutes for Nepo. And we have queen to c7. Now the knight can And now the queen is no longer on this very nasty square, eyeing the white queen. So here we have queen to g4 by Magnus. Again, queen to g4 is a move that has a lot of pressure, but it's then again it's much easier for black to equalize and completely get any irregularities from the position, because here if you want to keep the pressure and if you want to keep that knight defended, not allowing rook captures on d6, you have to play something like rook to a3 and hope to get rook to f3 and then to do some damage. But even though this kind of keeps the tension, it also doesn't, because you can bring the rook back to you can play rook to f8 to prevent rook f3, for example. And now if you play rook b3 to go rook b7, we can just go back. We're going to play rook to b8, and now if rook to f3, we're going to play rook to f8, and this doesn't really give white all that much. So the only thing you could do after rook to f8 is play f4 to continue the game somehow if you are interested in pushing this, but then just rook back to b8 and you no longer have to worry about the f file. So again, another reason why it's important for black to force white to do this f4 move, which Nepo did not do the entire game, but then again, it seems to have worked out very nicely. So after queen to c7, Magnus went queen to g4, he goes after the e6 pawn, and now Nepo doesn't think twice, he just gives up the rook for this monster knight on d6. We have e captures, queen captures, and now even c5, offering this pawn for this pawn, but Nepo knows his endgames very well, and he knows that this is not a problem. Queen captures on c5 was played, queen captures on e6, and now king to g7. And by playing king to g7, move 40 has been reached by both players, and they have now reached time control and have been given additional time. Magnus grabs the a6 pawn, and now he's up a pawn all of a sudden. So you can see that Magnus sacrificed material to get that monster knight on d6, controlling the entire position, and then for Nepo to get back into the game to gain some activity, he had to be down material. So this is how material kind of works in chess. You will give up material for activity and trade activity for material. And now, of course, you don't want to capture on f2 right away. If you do this, then you run into something like queen to e5 check, and you lose the rook. So you have to be very careful. So rook to f8, this is a very important move, and now finally we get this f4 move. We have queen to f5, offering a queen trade, not really offering, you're kind of forcing it. We have queen captures on f5, rook captures on f5, and now rook to a7 check. We have king g8, king to g4 by Magnus, so the king is very active, but it will not be all that easy to cross this 5th rank. So rook to b5, and Magnus goes rook to e7. He wants to play rook to e5 to cut off this rook's defense of the 5th rank, so his king can come up the board. Now we have rook a5, rook to e5, and now of course, you cannot trade. If you trade, the king and pawn endgame is winning for white. You guys, of course, know that very well. So after rook to a7, Magnus continues pushing with h4. We have king to g7 and even h5 now. Hoping for this trade, for example, if captures, then it can be a little more dangerous, as now white has a passed pawn. So Nepo just plays king to h6. He wants Magnus to capture, which of course Magnus does not. He plays king to h4, and now rook back to a1. So still waiting for Magnus to make a move. We have g4, and only now rook to h1 check, king g3, and now g captures on h5, saying that, okay, now if you capture, I don't really care. For example, rook captures, we're going to play rook captures, g captures, king captures, and now the king and pawn endgame is a dead draw. So after g captures on h5, rook to e6 check was played. We have to go back, king g7, now comes g5. This is how Magnus gets his pawns up the board, and Nepo now has a passed h-pawn, but it is not a problem. Rook g1 check, king f2, now comes rook to a1, and now rook to h6, going after the h5 pawn, and now rook a4, attacking this pawn here. So king f3 defending it, rook to a3 with check. And now Magnus has to go back, king to f2. It seems like you can grab more space with the king here if you go forward, but the black rook will just keep checking you. King e5, rook a5 check, and now it doesn't matter what you do. Rook to e6, rook to a6 check, king to e7. Of course, the black doesn't even capture here. Black continues rook to a7 check, and there's no way to get out of checks. So after rook to a3 check, king to f2 was played. Now comes rook to a4, attacking this pawn here, and it was in this position on move 58 that the players agreed to a draw, as there is simply no way to push this for anything more than a draw. So really exciting stuff, and it was a very intense struggle. So Magnus definitely surprised Nepo with that knight captures on e5 move in the beginning of the game. We can just quickly skip to that. So this e5 move was it wasn't like a really huge surprise. I'm sure Nepo knew about the move at some point, but then he really had to remember what the correct way to play this was. And there were a lot of very unpleasant and very unnatural moves to play for black here, but Nepo just continued with all the human replies. He played them very well, and you know, it wasn't possible for Magnus to get anything more out of this. And then Magnus again made some choices that maybe could have gone better, like this, for example. We mentioned that bishop to e3. Well, it seems very strong. It doesn't give you all that much, and then, you know, it was just a very enjoyable game. And well, yeah, I did not think that we will have a game this enjoyable in a World Chess Championship match, even though a lot of you guys don't enjoy when the games end in a draw, because it's not an interesting game. But you always have to think of it like, imagine if the game lasted up until this point and then a player blundered a rook, and, you know, would it be an interesting game because one of the players won? It would be the exact same game, only without the blunder in the end. But there are games where, you know, it's a complete draw, and then a player makes a blunder, and then it's an interesting game. But, you know, it's I don't think it's a good way to look at things. You know, this is an incredible game, and it's incredible that the players handled it so well, especially since they're playing without an increment on time before move 60. So that's very important. So if you're not careful, Magnus was below 10 minutes. You know, you're going to run out of time, and that's it. You're not going to get that extra 30 seconds that you're used to when you're playing classical chess. So this is very exciting. Their seconds will have a lot of work to do covering all of these lines if it will be repeated in game 4. But now tomorrow we get game 3, and we'll see if we will have a repetition from game 1 and who will deviate first, or maybe we will have a completely new and you know, unexplored territory. We can only imagine such things. But yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Happy Birthday Rabaya, Mark Hobart, Alvin Goodrich, Mika Virolainen, and Michael Kennedy for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the World Chess Championship until it ends. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. And sorry for a bit of a longer video this time. See you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to round 2 of this year's Sinquefield Cup. If you're wondering why this video is a bit longer, or if you are only realizing it now that I've mentioned it, it's because I'm showing 2 games this video, not 1. First game is Yanni Pomniachtchi versus Alireza Firouzja, and the other one, Hans Mokeniman versus Shakhdar Mamedyarov. So if you want to check out this one, you can. If you want to check out that one, you also can. You have the timestamps, well, where the timestamps usually are, but chess players often watch both, as well, we just find the time. That's how chess players are. So let's dive straight into it. This first game, Jan has the white pieces, and in round 1 he lost to Magnus Carlsen in that brilliant display of power, but now he faces sort of a mini Magnus. It is the chosen one, Alireza Firouzja, and it could definitely go either way. So let's check it out. It's a beautiful game. Jan has the white pieces, and he opens with d4. We have knight to f6 by Alireza, c4, e6, knight to f3, and d5 now. But with knight to f3, basically, you are avoiding the immediate Nimzo Indian, but you might go into the Ragozin or whatnot. So d5, Queen's Gambit declined, and now g3. Nepo decides to go for the Catalan opening. D captures on c4, and now bishop to g2. So this is very standard stuff. We have a6, and here Jan castles. We have knight to c6, and already a surprise from Jan. Usually e3 and knight to c3 are the moves that are played here. There's bishop to g5, also played in quite a few games, but queen to c2, although it's a nice square for the queen, in this exact move order is very rare. And the question is, can black play b5? This is what Jan is trying to get Alireza to go for, and you can play it, for example, if b5, it seems like it shouldn't be possible because of this bishop, let's say knight e5, but now there's knight to b4. You attack the queen, and then you just remaneuver the knight. For example, queen d2 attacks the knight, knight goes back, knight b to d5, and now white challenges the structure with a move like b3. Then let's say c captures, a captures, and you get a standard Catalan position where white is down a pawn, of course, but he has a semi-open file for the rook. The bishop is beautifully placed, the knight is on an e5 square, so life is good for both white and black. However, Alireza says, I'm not interested in any of that. I'm just going to play knight captures on d4. Show me what you have prepared for the main line. And okay, knight captures on d4. We have queen captures on d4. Knight to d2 now, preparing to grab the pawn, and now just c3. Attacking the knight and the b2 pawn. B captures, and now queen to c5. And here, it looks like a really funky line, and there are a few games that have reached this position. For example, Danil Dubov played this against Yang Krzysztof Duda in the 2020 Tata Steel tournament. The game ended in a draw. Rook to b1 was played in that game. But here we have the immediate knight to e4 by Jan, just attacking the queen and the knight, and it is now, as of move 11, that we have a completely new game. So let's see what Jan has in mind here. Alireza, of course, trades. We have captures, but not with the queen, with the bishop. Bishop captures on e4, and now bishop to d6, preparing the castle, and the rook to b1 by Jan. So the problem is you can't castle right away, as the queen and bishop are preventing you from doing exactly that. So Alireza has to decide how to go about this. h6 seems a bit too slow. g6, you never want to play that. So Alireza goes pawn to f5. That's the other way to do. You could also consider queen to h5. Kind of puts the queen into the attack. Also, the bishops are nicely slicing over this way, and also you defend the h7 pawn. But f5, perfectly fine. This is what Alireza goes for. Bishop back to g2, and now he castles. We have bishop to e3 by Jan, now challenging the queen. Queen to a5, and now pawn to c4. And now, again, a very unpleasant decision to be made for Alireza. How do you stop c5? It's a very nasty move, and, well, also your b7 pawn is hanging. So how do you take care of everything here? You can't push the b pawn, obviously, as the rook would hang. Can you push the c pawn? Well, not really. If you, let's say, you play something like c6, what's the idea now? Well, bishop to b6 now seems very unpleasant, and all of a sudden you are playing a game you definitely did not come here to play. So Alireza decides to go for a counter on the king's side. He plays f4, now puts pressure on the bishop. Bishop to d4, occupying this wonderful diagonal, and now just bishop to e5, preparing to capture the bishop. So queen to b2 now, putting pressure on the bishop, and the bishop captures on d4. We have queen captures, and now Alireza plays pawn to e5. He opens up the diagonal for his light square bishop, and also this puts pressure on the white queen. So queen d5, or you could also, instead of e5, play c6 first if you want to prevent the queen trade, but Alireza is fine with the queen trade, and so Jan goes for it. He says, I'm fine with the queen trade as well. Queen d5 check. Queen captures, bishop captures with check. You kind of have to capture with the bishop in order to keep the attack on the b7 pawn. King to h8, and now bishop captures on b7. Rook to b8, and now bishop captures on c8. So just trading everything. Rook captures, and rook f to d1 now. King to g8, Alireza starts bringing his king back into the game, and now Jan trades. Rook captures, and this is now move 25, and we've traded down everything. It's a rook and pawn endgame with equal material. So what did Jan get here with the white pieces? Well, obviously he prepared this, so he knows, or rather should know, a bit more about this endgame than Alireza. Well, that's where he should have the upper hand. So let's see how the game continues. Jan plays rook d5. Already he's attacking the pawn here, which is undefended, but Alireza, instead of defending it, just goes rook to b4. He goes after the c4 pawn, and we have a trade. Captures here, captures on g3, captures on g3, and the rook captures on c4. That was h captures on g3, not f captures on g3, in case some of you are only listening. We have rook to a5 now, going after the a6 pawn, and rook to c6 now. Alireza defends. And now, again, it's equal material, but you, of course, can feel that white will always be better. White has 2 pawn islands, black has 3 pawn islands. So, usually when you have more pawn islands, your position is weaker. There are exceptions to this, but if it's a rook endgame, of course, it's much easier for the rook to gobble up pawns if there are more pawn islands. So here, king g2, we have king to f7 and pawn to f4 now. Now Jan is simply gonna push his pawns, grab more space, and see if anything can be achieved there. King e7, we have pawn to e4, rook to b6, and now king to f3. We have rook to c6, and now pawn to f5. So just grabbing more space here. King to f7 back by Alireza, and now comes pawn to g4. We have h6 stopping g5, king to f4. We have king back to e7, not all that much for Alireza to do, as now you also see the problem of the pawns being broken up like this. If the pawn was on b7, then of course it would be much better for black, as the a6 pawn would be constantly defended, and you would have sort of a 2-to-1 majority that you would at some point maybe be able to push and create a pass pawn of your own. So here, rook a4, very important, preventing rook to c4 once you push the pawn to e5. So rook to b6, and now rook to c4, going after the c7 pawn, king d8, and now pawn to e5, just grabbing more space here. Rook to b1 by Alireza, and now rook to c6, going after the a6 pawn. Rook to b4 check, king to f3, and now rook to b5, going after the pawn here. And here Nepo makes a very important decision. He decides to give up the g4 pawn. So he plays king e4, rook to b4 check, but now he doesn't go back, he just plays king to d5, and he gives up the pawn here. But then the king is coming here, and then the pawn marches forward. So rook captures on g4, king to e6, and now king to c8. We have rook captures on a6, and now king to b7. Rook to a3, and now rook to g2. But it doesn't really matter. The passed e-pawn is far too strong. So king f7, we have rook to f2, attacking the f5 pawn, and now just pawn to f6. And if you capture g captures on f6, then e6, and then this pawn marches forward. So instead, after f6, king to c6 was played. Now comes king captures on g7, king to d7, and here we have king to f7. And it was in this position on move 50 that Alireza Firuza resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Once you sort of stop the pushing of the e-pawn, you play rook e2, just rook d3 check, you kick away the king anywhere, now e6, e7, e8, and that is game. So that is what happened in the game between Jan and Alireza. Basically, Jan just completely out-prepared Alireza, and the situation, like I said, I mean, after 25 moves, all of the pieces were traded down. It was a rook and pawn endgame with 6 pawns each, but the 3 pawn islands proved to be much too difficult to hold against Jan's 2 pawn islands, and that's pretty much it. That's the story of this game. Jan just, well, he definitely did his homework, and Alireza was unable to do anything about it. Now getting to the other game, as I did mention, we are going to cover both games now. Also check out this wonderful king piece. You guys were wondering where it was, my USB king piece. Let me just switch this real quickly. There we go. The interface magically changed while you guys were focused on the king. And this is now the game Hans Mokeniman versus Shahryar Mamedyarov. It's also a beautiful one, and well, you will not believe that white can actually play this, what Hans played, but the position holds, as you'll see. So Hans has the white pieces, and he opens with c4. He goes for the English opening. We have e5 by Mamedyarov, knight to c3, knight f6, knight to f3, and now knight to c6. The 4 knights of the English are on the board. We have e4, dropping a very well, not basically inviting, but here bishop to b4 can be played, but bishop to c5 is the much trickier move, and this is what Mamedyarov goes for. He is inviting knight captures on e5, knight captures, and pawn to d4, but Hans, ready for this, he does go for it. Knight captures on e5, we have knight captures, pawn to d4 now, ready to win the piece back, bishop to b4, and just d captures on e5. We have knight captures on e4 now, and queen to f3, defending the c3 square. So knight captures, b captures, and the bishop to a5. We have bishop to f4, a very important move, and it's the one exclusively played here. Castles by Mamedyarov, and a queenside castles by Hans. We have queen to e7. Now comes king to, of course, the queen wants to come to e3, so you play king to b2, you stop this, and now rook to b8. And here, it seems like you should not be able to play chess like this, but it's 2022. We know from our good friends the engines that you can play pretty much everything, regardless of how disgusting it looks. I mean, look at this. You have an isolated a pawn, you have a doubled c pawn, you have what is this e pawn even doing? But it actually follows a very, very top level game that was played in the FIDE Grand Swiss 2 years ago, I believe, between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Magnus had the white pieces here, Fabi had black, and Magnus continued with bishop to d3. In the end, the game ended in a draw, but Hans actually deviates from the line Magnus chose. Hans plays queen to e3. And it's a very, very tricky move. For one, you are attacking the a7 pawn, but on the other hand, you might also think, but why should we even care about this? We can just push b5 if queen captures on a7. I mean, surely this can't be good. I mean, there's queen here, bishop here, rook here. The light square bishop will at some point enter the game. How can the white king survive this? Well, the point is, if let's say you go pawn to b5, you can just push the pawn to c5. It's not a problem. And black will never get the attack. If you play b4, white will play c4. Again, black has no attack. And if you play b3, white will play a3. And if anything, you've created a nice little safe haven for the white king there. And now you're not going to be able to break through your own pawn. And these pawns are very, very strong now. So that's basically the idea. So after queen to e3, Mamedyarov played b6, and it's a very unambitious way of dealing with the position. Because even if for example b5, this is never an idea. If you play queen captures on a7, yes, you are attacking the rook, but now bishop a6, and what can you play here? It's just a terrible position. Now how are you stopping this? There's no more pushing of c5. If you capture the bishop, then just queen to c5, and you just fall apart. There's no playing this. Now if you capture the queen, then of course we capture here, open up a discovery to the king, pick up the white queen. This is well, as they say, curtains for white. So you don't really have to react to this a7 idea, but I'm sure there's also a different reason Mamedyarov played b6. It's such a weird move to play. I mean, why would you defend this if you want to open up lines towards the white king? And on the other hand, you are planning b5. So what is b6 even doing? But okay, Mamedyarov has an idea. He's an incredibly strong player, so of course it's hard to understand what these strong players are considering. But also, let's say you play c5. You might think, but okay, let's just stop these pawns from moving forward, and then we're gonna play b5 and win the game. Not so easy. e6 wins the game for white. Now, how do you defend? The rook is hanging. Once you move the rook, e captures on d7, the queen hangs, the bishop hangs. There's no defense here. Even if you trade here, captures, again, your bishop is hanging and you cannot save it. So really a fun position to have on the board. So okay, after queen to e3, we said Mamedyarov went for this b6 idea, and now bishop to d3. Just putting pressure on the black king. We have queen to e6. Mamedyarov's idea is to play bishop a6 and go after the c4 pawn here, and that way open up the way towards the white king. Queen to g3 now. We have rook to e8, and now comes rook h to e1. And this is a very, very tricky move because now Mamedyarov actually has b5. Now b5 is very strong because the line that we've shown, where you would push all of your pawns forward, now no longer is that great as the rook on e1 would hang. But Hans doesn't care. Here, Mamedyarov pushes b5. We have pawn to c5. You could also capture here. Capturing here is also very nice because if black persists in opening up the file, you're just gonna ignore him. You're gonna play something, rook to e3, and then if this is ever captured, you don't care. I mean, now the file is closed again. But c5, Hans has a much cooler idea. Pawn to b4, we have c4, and pawn to b3. And now it seems like you can't really play this because your rook is hanging, but that's exactly what Hans plays. He plays a captures on b3. He gives up the exchange, bishop captures on e1, rook captures on e1, and now we have pawn to a5. This was a much needed moment for Mamedyarov to finally open up the position with a move like d6, but he wants to attack the white king. He plays a5, and now just bishop to d2, trying to meet a4 with pawn to b4, so you again keep the b file closed. Basically, the entire game is about opening and closing of the b file, which is usually done by pushing of the b pawn. So here, bishop to a6, putting pressure on the c4 pawn, which of course is very strong as the b pawn is now pinned, and queen to h4, adding another defender here. We have g6 now, also the h7 pawn was hanging, so that g6 has to be played. Now comes queen to d4. We have rook to b7. Mamedyarov now prepares to double up on the b file to put more pressure on b3, and now bishop captures on a5. The rooks will be stopped by pushing of the b pawn. So rook e to b8, and Hans pushes the pawn all the way to b4. And now this is much too strong. This b4 pawn is incredible here, and yes, the bishop on a5 isn't all that impressive, but as long as this structure holds, the rooks on the b file are completely useless. So Mamedyarov goes for rook captures on b4 with check. He eliminates the b pawn and the bishop for the price of one rook. So bishop captures, rook captures, we have king to c3, and now rook back to b8. We have bishop to e4, and here the question is, what do you play? Of course, the bishop is coming to d5. There is no question about that. Also, maybe f4, f5 in the future. If you just give white time to start pushing the f pawn and the g pawn, that's one way to make use of this position, but there are many other ideas. If you play c6, this just looks bad. You have a backwards d7 pawn for the rest of the game. You are never crossing this d6 square, and the white will just trade down, go into an endgame, and win this fairly simple endgame. So instead, we have queen to e8. You know that the f7 pawn will get attacked. And now, okay, one more thing that we could discuss is bishop captures on c4. Just, so I don't keep you guys misinformed, but bishop captures on c4 is quite nice. Point is, you give up a piece. After queen captures, you pick up another pawn as well with check, and after king d3, you play queen b2, now threatening rook to b2 with check, rook to b3 with check. The problem is there's bishop d5, and now b3 is defended, f7 is hanging, and there's no good way for black to play. Queen captures on f2, of course, is possible. You defend, but now queen c3, and look at this. The queen controls all of the diagonal. The bishop also controls this diagonal. If you ever move the rook from the back rank, it's game over. So if anything, it would be a question of whether Hans would be able to convert this or not, but it would not be a way for Mamedyarov to fight for actually winning the game. So queen to e8, he's of course ready for bishop d5, so bishop to d5, and now bishop to b7, offering a trade here, but now just rook to b1. Very precise play by Niemann. Just ready to trade, and here bishop captures on d5 is probably the best way to play this, even though you allow white to undouble the pawns, and now it's 6 pawns against 5. Maybe you can hold this with perfect play. Of course, you know that queen endgames with being a pawn up are winning, but you've seen whoever tries to actually convert this very often does not, or sometimes even loses if they overpush. But here, instead of that, we have bishop to a8. This is how Mamedyarov offers the trade, but this is now just much better for Niemann. He plays rook captures on b4, queen captures on b8, and now bishop captures on a8. Queen captures on a8. We have queen captures on d7, and now he goes after the e5 pawn. Queen a1 check, king to b4, and now queen captures on e5. And this is the position that Mamedyarov saw when he decided to go bishop a8. The problem is this is now completely winning for white. How are you gonna stop this? The king will help with the winning of the c7 pawn, and this pawn is already on c5, c6, c7, c8. There's no stopping this. So it's very strange that Mamedyarov decided to go for this. Maybe he was low on time. I did not follow the games, so maybe it was a time trouble issue. But either way, this is now completely winning for white. It's only a matter of will he win it. So king b5, we have h5, and now king to c6. Now you are ready to capture the pawn. If the pawn is captured and queens get traded off, then of course the passed pawn is winning. So queen captures on h2. Now comes queen to d8 with check. king to h7. You could also go king to g7, then queen to d4 check is very annoying, but king to h7 is played, and now queen to f6, putting pressure on the f7 pawn. Now there's always time to go for this pawn, and now there's really no good move to play here. Queen g2 check, now comes king captures on c7, now queen to e4. There's no way for you to actually defend the f7 pawn, so queen captures on f7, king h6, and now queen to d5, offering a queen trade. We have queen to e7 check, king to b6, and now queen to f6 check, and now you block check by pushing off the c pawn. So c6, queen captures on f2 with check, we have king to b7, and now queen to b2 with check. Of course, the material is equal, but this pawn only needs 2 moves, and it becomes a queen. So queen b5, now we have queen to g2, preventing the pawn from being pushed as it's pinned, and now just king to b8. We have pawn to h4, and now pawn to c7. Here, Shah stops the pawn, queen to g3, again the pawn cannot move, king to b7. We have queen f3 check, queen to d5, and now queen to b3 check, and it was in this position on move 49 when Mamedov delivered check that he also resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. King to c6, for example, if king to c6, let's say queen to a4 with check, king to d6, now let's say queen to a6 with check, and you will very quickly run out of checks. Queen c6, queen a3 check that can be played, king d7, queen to d3 with check, queen to d5, queen h3 with check, and now after king to d8 you've run out of checks, and now just c8 queen on the next move will win you the game. So really impressive stuff by Hans, repeating of the game Magnus versus Fabiano Caruana up until this move, but then deviating from Carlsen's bishop d3 and just going for this queen to e3 move. You've seen how confused Mamedov was, and it just well, he couldn't do anything from this position. But it's also incredible that a position like this can be played. Like if you saw this position, you saw this, you saw this, you saw this, you know, b5 is coming. I mean, of course, you don't think that it's possible to do anything for white here, but that's just how the engines have taught us everything, absolutely everything is possible. And you can play pretty much anything, you know. You don't have to be afraid of getting checkmated. If it holds, it holds. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's just the you know, the basic truth. So yeah, that's the game, or rather those were the games. Hope you guys enjoyed that. What does this mean for the standings? Well, for the standings, this means that Magnus and Hans Niemann are leading the tournament after 2 rounds, and they will be facing each other in round 3. That is today. We'll probably cover it as soon as it finishes, if it will be an interesting game. If not, maybe tomorrow, but it should be an interesting one. I think I can check. I don't want to trick you guys. All right, okay. So yeah, then we have Jan, Wesley, Levon, Fabiano, Maxime, and Linier with 1 point. Then we have a point, Alireza and Mamedov, who both suffered a loss and got 1 draw. So let me just check. I did not check who will have the white pieces. So let me just quickly, okay, my interface is trolling me. Let me just really quickly check this. In round 3, Carlsen will have the white pieces against Niemann. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, very exciting stuff. Very nicely played. Nepo completely outplayed Alireza, just went right into the end game and was much stronger there. And Hans, well, seemingly completely confused Mamedov with this queen to e3 move. But I mean, it's such a cool position. You can push pretty much anything, and it seems like everything should be good for black. But the truth is exactly opposite of that. So yeah, that's the game. Once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. Sorry about 2 games in 1 video, but I thought it, you know, it'd be better if I made it like this than, you know, separately. I don't know why. I just thought, I don't do this very often, but I thought it'd be nice as it's from the same tournament now. So yeah, once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Petru Gabriel, Gerald Watts, Wood, thanks, and Paul Sertanovic for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Sinquefield Cup until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome to a really awesome game from the French Team Championship. It's from round 2 and it's a game between Spanish Grandmaster Alvaro Alonso Rosell and French Grandmaster Jonathan Durera. So I have no idea if that is how you pronounce it, but let's go with that. And the game comes as a suggestion from David Lada himself. So if you've seen some of the games that he suggested in the past that I've covered on the channel, you know that you are in for a beautiful bloodbath. Now let's check it out. And also one of the things I discovered while preparing this game, okay, you always discover some things while analyzing the game, but here there is one moment in the game where game could have taken a completely different turn, and it could have been a entirely different game, but we are only going to discuss that after I show you what actually happened in the game. So let's check it out. Alvaro Alonso Rosell with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5, c4 going for the queen's gambit, and e6 declining the gambit. We have knight to f3, knight to f6, and now g3 going for the Catalan opening, bishop to e7, and now bishop to g2. So this is all very standard stuff, nothing new happening here. We have castles, queen to c2, and now usually here you will see c6 or something like c5 or even d captures on c4, but knight to c6 is a very, very rare move. And you don't see it very often because it blocks black's c-pawn, and that's something you don't want to do, something Philidor taught us many, many years ago. So here, a3, grabbing hold of the b4 square. Also, you want to advance the pawn to b4 at some point. D captures on c4, queen captures on c4, and now just queen to d5, offering a queen trade. Now this is possible, you don't have to worry about any discoveries as the white queen on c4 is attacked. So just knight b to d2, defending the queen, and the black plays rook to d8. None of them want to just capture and improve the position of the other player's pieces. We have e3, and now comes queen to h5. And with this queen to h5 move, it is now as of move 10 that we have a completely new game. We have h3 and now bishop to d6. It's hard to decide how to develop the pieces with black here. You still have to put the bishop somewhere and you want to get your rooks into the game. So you have to figure out how to go about that. Here we have bishop to d6, sort of moving the same piece twice, but black has an idea here. And now comes bishop... queen back to e2. Here, white could have played e4. e4 is a very nice move that threatens e5, and it would really force black to figure out what he wants to do. Probably something like knight to d7, back to b6, attacks the queen, and so on. But okay, here we have queen back to e2, and now comes bishop to d7. Black also could play a very nice breakthrough with pawn to e5. Pretty much solves all of black's problems. If d captures, knight captures, for example, knight captures, queen captures, black's position is now, well, sort of perfect. But okay, bishop to d7 was played in the game. We have e4 now, threatening e5, and bishop to f8, not allowing the double attack. We have castles by white, and here queen back to a5. Now stopping b4. If you play b4, knight captures on b4, you still haven't connected your rooks, and also queen to a4 is coming, knight to a5, and the knight wants to come to b3. So here we have rook to d1, and now queen to a4. As planned, we have pawn to e5, knight to d5, and now knight to e4. So putting a lot of knights here in front of the black king. Knight to a5, black continues to play on the queen side, and now comes knight f to g5, preparing queen to h5. And here black really has to figure out how to defend this position. This is not an easy position to defend. In fact, it's an incredibly difficult position to defend. And in the game, pawn to h6 was played. There are other maybe options, which we are going to discuss after we check out the game. But feel free to pause the video now and try to find the absolute best move for white while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this incredible attacking idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is knight captures on f7. Now you have to capture, otherwise you've just blundered a pawn, and well, white is all over the place. So king captures on f7, and now bishop captures on h6, sacrificing another piece. And here, best course of action for black is to actually accept this, but it's not an easy thing to do. For example, if captures, queen to h5 with check, and look at this, king to e7, and now knight to c5 attacks the queen. Very few squares left for that queen. Let's say queen to c6, you can put the rook on c1, and now, I mean, look at it, look at the position of the king, the position of the queen. This is just terrible. Maybe even if black can survive this somehow, most certainly not in a practical game. So after bishop captures on h6, black said, all right, we're not gonna play that. Bishop to e8. Attempted by Jonathan, and now comes bishop to g5. Also, a very cool idea is knight to g5 with check, and now after king to e7, look at this, queen to e4, and black just resigns. There is no move black can play here. It's just well, it's just completely unplayable. If you accept the bishop, then you allow queen to h7. Queen to h7 check. Now you give up the two bishops, and it's checkmate. There's no way to defend that. Other than that, after queen to e4, maybe you try to escape with king to d7, but with king to d7, but even that will not be great. Queen to g4 can come, and again, there's no good way to defend this. So, okay, in the game after bishop to e8, bishop to g5 was played, not allowing g captures on h6, which is also perfectly fine for white, attacking the rook on d8, and now comes king to g8. Black finds some safety for the king, bishop captures on d8, rook captures, and now pawn to b4. We have knight to b3, and now rook 8 to b1. We have knight captures on d4. If you don't trade this, there's really no good there's really no good way to play this with black. So here knight captures on d4, rook captures on d4, and now knight to f4. Going for a little trick here, attacking the queen and the undefended rook on d4. But luckily, white has this beautiful knight to f6 with check, which opens up the g file and allows queen to g4 with check. So g captures on f6, queen to g4 with check, knight to g6. Now the queen also defends the rook, but it doesn't matter. Rook captures on d8, and now after f5, attacking the queen, queen to g5, still not allowing the knight to move, king to h7, and now the beautiful b5. Absolutely spectacular. Now the queen no longer defends the bishop, and if you move the bishop, your bishop on f8 is no longer defended. Well, okay, it is by the knight, but it's not gonna do you all that much good, because look at this, bishop captures on b5, now comes rook captures on f8. Sacrificing the exchange, but it only appears that way. Knight captures on f8, and now rook to b4. A beautiful attack, attacking the queen and threatening mate in 1 with rook to h4. So you have to play queen to d1 check, king to h2, and now the only way to guard the h4 square to prevent checkmate is to play knight to g6, but that also means your bishop on b5 is left unguarded, and even with the bishop here, your position is completely winning with white. Now after capturing the bishop, you are simply up a full rook, and of course this is instant resigns by Jonathan Durera. So here, giving Álvaro Alonso Rosell a spectacular victory in round 2 of the French Team Championship. So really a wild attack that happened pretty much out of nowhere after queen to h5, completely new move. Yeah, like I said, it wasn't easy to develop this game with black. Then black started to bring all of the pieces to the queen side, and white just took this opportunity and started sacrificing. But remember when I said that we are going to repeat this, and let's say knight to g5, and here that black played h6. There's another move that black can play here. If you guys are interested, feel free to pause the video and try to find an even stronger move for black than h6 while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this very, very weird idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is bishop to e8. If you found this move, then you truly should not be watching my videos, as you are too strong a chess player. So, you know, big congratulations on that. But to understand why bishop to e8 is so strong, we first have to ask ourselves, how is black preventing checkmate? Look at this. Knight captures on h7, king captures, queen to h5 with check, king to g8, and now knight to g5. How are we to stop checkmate with black? Well, the point is there's queen to c2, stopping queen h7 checkmate, and it doesn't seem like it's all that impressive. Bishop e4 attacks the queen, and again we just checkmate the black king. Sorry about the weird arrow. The problem is white already sacrificed one piece for the attack, and now with bishop to e4, which is the only move for white, black just plays queen captures on e4. Now you've grabbed two pieces for the queen, and you're not stopping there. Look at this, knight captures on e4, pawn to f5, and now you see the real reason of bishop to e8. This double attack and the grabbing of the third piece is the real idea, or the real reason why we play bishop to e8. Now the queen has to move, queen to h4, and now let's say f captures on e4, queen captures, and now just knight to b3. A couple of very simple moves to, let's say, continue the game. You're going to play a5, and whatever white plays, you're going to play a4. And now look at this position. Yes, you are down a queen, but you have a knight, and a light square bishop for the queen. So that's compensation in itself. Another thing, you have a knight on b3, which is a light square. White can never touch this knight. Another knight on d5, also a light square, beautifully protected outpost. Again, white cannot touch this. You have the bishop pair, and you have the two rooks. Black's only weakness in the position is the e6 pawn, which can easily be defended. And okay, you have to be a little bit worried about maybe the pawns marching forward, but you have so many pieces to go after the white king as well. So this is, for example, where things could have taken a completely different turn if black, for example, in this position went for this bishop t8 idea. I mean, no one finds this move. It's an incredibly difficult move to find, and unless you are ready to really go deep and find ways to give up your queen with queen to c2, queen captures on e4, then maybe, you know, if you really go deep and far, then you will find a move like bishop to e8. But after h6, which is even the second strongest move recommended by the engine, white's attack just becomes too strong, and there was no bouncing back after white just started sacrificing everything, and it was a fairly clean and quick victory, especially this rook to b4 move. Very nicely done. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Once again, thank you, David Lada, for suggesting such a wonderful game. I hope we get many more in the future from you. I would like to thank Ravishing Reptiles YouTube, Andrew Nader, Srinikat Minakashi, Ben Benjamin, and Brandon Cole for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of everything else that's happening in the chess world, and well, just checking up on your wonderful suggestions, as they are always full of really awesome games. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a game a lot of you have requested. Not this game in particular, but you wanted me to check up on Ding Liren and inform you guys on how he's doing in qualifying for the Candidates Tournament. All the other spots of the Candidates Tournament have been filled, and now we are waiting for Ding to finish playing all of his games. So this is the last game he played in the Hangzhou Grandmaster Tournament, and now he already started a 6-game match against Wei Yi. We're going to discuss that after we check out the game. But first, let's focus on this, and then we're going to check out on how he did in this tournament, and then what is up with Ding next, and how he will be able to finally qualify for the Candidates Tournament. So let's check it out. The game is very, very interesting. It's it's an opening you guys know all too well. It's the Catalan opening, but the line that the Ding chooses against the opening is something well, not everyone can employ. It's very, very tricky, and you really have to know what you're doing. So let's check it out and see how it went. He's playing against Shu Xiangyu, another Chinese grandmaster, and for those of you who are maybe interested in that, Shu in Chinese means brilliant rising sun. I was checking up on how to properly pronounce Chinese names, and then I also stumbled upon this, so maybe if you guys are interested in that, now you know. So let's see how it went. Shu opens with c4. So we open, sorry, not with c4, with d4. We have knight to f6 by ding, c4, e6, knight to f3, and d5. The queen's gambit declined is on the board, and we have g3, the Catalan opening. Bishop to b4 check by ding, knight b to d2, and now d captures on c4. So this is all very standard stuff, and now usually white will just fianchetto the Catalan bishop here with bishop to g2, but Shu goes for a3 now. First challenges Ding's bishop, asking, are you maybe interested in capturing on d2? And Ding is. This is considered the main line against this line. Bishop captures on d2, bishop captures, and bishop to d7 now. Here we have e3, opening up an attack towards the c4 pawn, and now everyone played bishop to b5 in this position, but the Ding plays, sorry, not b6, Ding plays b5, and it is now already, as of move 8, that we have a completely new game. And if you've seen any Catalan games, you know how dangerous it can be to open up this diagonal for this light square bishop. So let's see how white goes about this b5 idea. Now, the real problem behind b5 is, yes, you are defending your c4 pawn at the moment, but white can very easily undermine this structure with a move like b3 or a4. Now, it's only a matter of what white will do here. If you try a4, then the idea is just a castle. That's the point. And now after knight e5, preparing bishop to g2, we play c5, challenge white's center, and finally after bishop to g2, we can put a knight on d5. And now black is very, very comfortable here. He equalized without much trouble, and if something like a captures, we're still going to play bishop captures on b5. And now what can you play? D captures on c5, a5, and black's a5 and the c4 pawns are incredibly strong here, and black can be very happy with himself. So instead, after b5, Shu decides to challenge Ding's structure with b3. Ding captures here, we have queen captures, and now a6. Now the b5 pawn is defended, and again, you are very, very happy about your position. So knight to e5, preparing bishop to g2, and now Ding plays knight to c6. And this is the kind of trickery that you have to know in order to play this line with a move like b5. Bishop to g2, attacking the knight, and now how are you saving your knight? Obviously, if you move it, bishop captures on a8 is coming, but not really. Here, Ding just captures the knight. And now the problem is, if bishop captures on a8, notice that the white king still hasn't castled. We're just going to play queen captures, attack the rook, and black just wins here. Or if you move the rook, then even knight to f3 check, and this is just unplayable for white. So after knight captures on e5, we first have to capture, attacking the knight and the rook, but Ding defends everything very easily by playing knight to d5. And now here we have bishop to a5. Another great move by Shu, because, well, it seems like you could capture on d5, but not really. This is not possible. If captures, and captures, we can just castle here. And now, how are you playing this with white? If you don't castle, just bishop to h3 will be a huge problem. And if you castle, then it's still a huge problem. Just bishop to h3. Now your rook is hanging, and also your queen is hanging. So you might trade queens here, but it doesn't really matter. Now the bishop is hanging, also the rook is being attacked, and if rook d1, bishop g4, and that's it. There's no way out of this for white. So that's why bishop to a5, we're gonna put pressure on the c5 pawn, because we still know that c5 has to be played at some point. So here we have castles by Ding and castles by Shu. We have queen to c8, now preparing to push the pawn to c5. The pawn is no longer pinned, and now rook a to c1. We have c5. Now the passed c pawn is marching forward, but this also means that you will have to give up a pawn in order to do this. So bishop captures on d5, Shu accepts the challenge, e captures, and queen captures on d5, and now c4. So Ding continues pushing the passed pawn, and now here comes a move that you might not expect, but f3 is really a very strong move. The problem is, of course, white would want to win the open d file. It seems like a great idea, but if you play something like rook f to d1, then we can play bishop to c6. Just move the bishop out of the way, grab hold of this diagonal, and now you have to be very careful of what you do, otherwise queen h3 will be huge trouble. So queen c5 can be played. Okay, now queen can't go to h3 because the bishop is hanging, but now bishop to f3, and again black is the one who's going to win the e file. sorry, the d file. And now let's say queen captures, we're going to play rook captures on c8. And now rook to d7, as the rook was attacked, you bring the rook to the 7th rank, but still rook fe8. We attack the e5 pawn, and after something like bishop to c3, now we play rook e to d8. And now it's definitely black who will win the d file. The bishop covers the d1 square, so not a lot of fun for white. You're going to have to play a passive move like bishop to d4, just not to allow black to completely win the d file, and it's well, a better position for black. So instead, after c4, we have f3. Now the bishop will not be as powerful on this diagonal, and now rook to e8. We put pressure on the e5 pawn, and now comes rook c to d1. Here, a proper way to play this with white would be something like queen d4, move the queen out of this diagonal, and then play e4. And then the light square bishop will not be such a big deal. But after rook c to d1, the problem is now, okay, the bishop is attacked, but the ding just moves it with tempo, attacks the rook here, and now you don't have the d1 square for this rook. And well, now you have to play either rook to e1 or rook f to f2. Rook f to f2 is played, and now another great move by Ding, rook to a7. So you can see that now currently white controls the d file as the bishop controls d8, the queen and rook, or everyone controls the d8 square. The problem is there's no way for white to actually use this, because now rook to d7 will be is a huge problem for white. So white stops this. We have g4. Now the bishop no longer guards the d7 square, and the bishop might be somewhat misplaced here, but not really. Now Ding could continue with something like rook a to e7 to go after the e5 pawn, but now Ding says, all right, you've made a hole in front of your king, time to open up the white king's position. h5. Now we're threatening to just start grabbing on g4, and here is a moment where white really could make a difference in the game, but he has to play a very precise move. And the move, you might even want to pause the video. Try to find the absolute best move for white here. It doesn't even give white a good position. It's just the absolute best that white has. So while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this hidden resource that was missed in the actual game. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is pawn to e6. We make use of this pawn being on h5. Now we're threatening to pick up the h5 pawn. Also, we're putting some pressure on this f7 square, but the position is much more complicated than you might imagine. Now the actual line goes h captures on g4. Now we don't really gain anything by capturing on f7 because the rook also guards that, but there's queen to d7. Now good luck finding this after e6. So of course I should probably consider e6, but if you don't find queen to d7, you don't really get all that much out of this line. Rook captures on d7. Now pawn captures on d7, and now it seems like, okay, you're gonna capture something here, but not really. You're not going for that. You're going for pawn to d8 because the bishop and the rook will be covering the d8 square. So here black's best option is to just play something like queen captures on d7, and after rook captures on d7, it seems that now white is completely winning, but Ding would have a hidden resource here, that is g3, attacking both of the rooks. This is well, one of the craziest line that was not played in the game that we've seen in a while. And now after you move one of the rooks, let's say rook d1, you're going to capture here, king captures, and now you get this position where it's an endgame. Ding would be up a pawn, bishops of opposite color, so black is a little bit better, probably not enough to push for something. So congratulations to everyone who found this. It was missed in the game. Rook f to d2 was played, fully gaining control of the open d file. Now the d file definitely belongs to white, but again, this is only it only appears that way. So now Ding could again go after the e pawn, but he goes h captures on g4. He wants to open up the position in front of the white king. Now comes queen to e4, a very dangerous move, now threatening rook to d8, but now c3. Attacking the rook here, rook to d8, and now comes pawn to c2. Complete madness on the board. What's even happening here? So the thing is, you can't really capture the queen because then black captures the rook on d1 and promotes his pawn to a queen with check. So this will be completely winning. The only move that white has is rook captures rook with check. We have queen captures rook on e8, and now queen captures on c2. So eliminating this passed pawn, and now rook to d7. So even though white had complete control of the d file, it was never really there for white to take advantage of. And now you have to decide whether you play f4 to keep an eye on your e5 pawn, or you play f captures on g4, which was played in the game. Bishop captures on g4, and now rook to d4, hoping that dink captures so you can undouble your pawns and maybe start pushing your past d pawn. But this is in fact strongest for dink. So rook captures, e captures, and now queen to a8. And although the material is completely equal, the bishops are of opposite colors, and whenever you have bishops of opposite colors, it is always better for the side who's attacking, because you have a queen and the light square bishop. If you're attacking the white king, your opponent's dark square bishop will not be able to help defend the king, because you are attacking the light squares, and the dark square bishop will be completely useless here. Of course, white could also utilize this tactic. However, the black king is much safer. So how do you go about this? We have queen to d3, not allowing Ding to infiltrate with queen to f3, also preparing to push your pawn here. And now, while Ding could stop this with bishop to e6, you gain full control over the d5 square. It's a light square. Shu only has a dark square bishop, so you are not crossing that. Ding, in fact, goes for queen to d5. He blocks the pawn completely this way and keeps the bishop on a, well, very active attacking square, that is the g4 square. So bishop to b4. Now comes bishop to d7. We have king to f2. Not much you can do now. Black will start activating his queen. So king f2, and then now comes bishop to c6. This is now incredibly difficult for white to play. With perfect play, this could even be a draw, but with the white king so wide open, it's just not something that you that you ever want to play, especially against someone like Ding. It would be tough playing this against anyone, but against the Ding, it's just well, close to impossible. So king e3, we have queen to f3 with check, king to d2, and now queen f2 with check. King c3, now comes queen captures on h2. Ding wins a pawn, but okay, still, it's bishops of opposite colors. So bishop to d6, now making some room for the king to hide maybe on the queen side, and queen to h1 now. We have king to b4, now Ding delivers another check, queen e1 check, forcing the king up the board, king to c5, and now bishop to e4, forcing the white queen to a less active square, queen to b3, and now comes queen to c1 with check, king b6, and queen to c6 with check, king to a5. If you go to a7, of course, you get checkmated. Queen to b7 will be checkmate, so king a5 your only option, and now bishop to d5, forcing the white queen further back, so queen to b4. It looks maybe too dangerous to put a queen on b4, because that's the only square you have for your king to escape. Luckily, there's no square for the Ding to deliver check. If Ding could maybe play queen to d8 check, it'd be game over. So here, first Ding plays queen to bishop to c4. If you try something like queen here to maybe try and deliver this checkmate, we're just going to play queen c5. So we're going to prepare for this. Now, if you deliver checkmate, we can easily block it. So instead, we have bishop to c4. And now comes queen to c5, attacking the queen, and now queen to b7. So just getting out of the way, but still keeping all the pressure. We have bishop to c7, and now king to h7. So now Ding puts the king on a safer square, and he's ready to start pushing his past g pawn. So the sort of a principle of two weaknesses, one weakness being the wide open white king on a5, so white will have to keep the queen or at least the bishop there to prevent checkmate. But still, even if just the bishop is here, the black queen will have too easy a time attacking it, so the white queen will also have to help out. So it's not going to be easy stopping the passed g pawn while also defending against checkmate. So here, queen e7 and queen to e4 now. We have queen back to c5. White can't really do anything. You can just wait and see what happens. And now g5. Ding starts pushing the pass pawn. King captures on a6, but now g4. So we give up a pawn on the queen side, but we continue pushing on the king side. And the material is equal now, but still very hard to defend this with white. We have king to a7. Now comes bishop to e6. And this is a very important move before we continue pushing, because a4 will be a problem. You will not be able to capture b captures on a4 because the bishop would be hanging. So first Ding prepares it, bishop to e6, and now we have bishop to b6. If you go for queen captures on b5, then g3, and you are not stopping this pawn. Once it gets to g2, it's on a defended square, and you will very easily get to promote this pawn. So instead, after bishop e6, we have bishop to b6, but still g3. We have d5 now. We have to give up a pawn in order to guard this diagonal. So d5, bishop captures on d5, and now queen to c3. Going after the pawn, but also if the pawn is pushed, maybe you can start giving some checks. However, the position is now completely winning for Ding, so feel free to pause the video and try to find the winning idea for Ding while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this, well, pretty much an instant win. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's queen to a4 with check. I don't enjoy using pause the video moments that start with check, but here it also involves spotting a very, very interesting idea behind the queen to a4 check. You could also play queen c4, that's perfectly fine, but queen to a4 check is just much, much faster. So congratulations to everyone who decided this. The point is you have to realize that the endgame, if the queens get off the board, is winning for black. So imagine queen a5, we're going to capture, bishop captures. Now king g6, we're going to play bishop to c3 to try and stop the passed pawn. But now king f5, we're threatening king e4, so bishop cannot come to d4. So bishop to d4 right away, but still king e4. And now you can't keep an eye on the g1 square and on the pawn, and once you move, king captures here. Of course, now black is just up 2 pawns, completely winning. So that's the idea behind queen to a4 check if the queen blocks. So what can you do? Bishop to a5 is played, and now we have king to pawn to g2, just advancing this pawn. Now we're threatening to bring a queen into the game, and Ding had to calculate that queen to h3 will not result in some sort of a perpetual. So queen to h3 with check, king g6, we have queen to d3 with check, now comes king g5, queen to e3 with check, king to g4, and now you don't have queen e2 check because then the bishop blocks with bishop to f3, and then no more checks for you. So king to b8 was played, just for good measure, because there's really no move here that white can play. King to b8 was played, and Ding just picked up the bishop, and well, it was sort of a stylish way for Shu to resign this game. So a brilliant game by both of them, but Ding got the upper hand in this one, and he doesn't only win this game, but he also wins the tournament with a brilliant score of 10.5 out of 12. So out of 12 games, he won 9 games and drew only 3 games, which is really incredible. And here you can see that he won quite a lot of rating points. He won 10.8 rating points, and he is now on the live ratings list. He is second behind Magnus Carlsen. Let me just so you can see everything. He's now second on the FIDE live rating list with 2809, overtaking Firuja, who was number 2 before Ding started his new ascent. Well, he just has to play enough games, but he's also winning rating. So that will be great. And if he manages to play all of the games, he will be a great candidate of the next candidates tournament. And here you can see, I told you, let me just load this up since I haven't prepared it. Sorry about this. We said that Ding already started his match against Wei Yi. So here's a nice photo of that. Let me just fix this a little bit. Against Wei Yi. This is the first game already being played. While I was recording this, the game was still in progress. It might have finished already, so we're probably going to show a few games from this match as well. This is just for you to check out the setting. So there you have it. Let's enjoy that for a little bit. Wei Yu of China rated 27-29 against Ding Liren, who is still 27-99, as this is only the live ratings list. So yeah. There we have it. Very nicely done by Ding. We'll see if he will be the last candidate of the candidates tournament, or will something completely unexpected happen and we will have to look for a replacement for Ding yet again. So yeah, that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it and that you were successful in spotting those 2 pause the video moments correctly. I would like to thank Christian Janot, Matthew Chestnut, Murmur's Gambit, OpenSea Smoky Dule, and OpenSea Smoky Dule for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing to check up on how Ding's doing, and of course, checking up on your wonderful suggestions. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome to another very exciting game. This one is from round 3 of the Norway Chess 2022. It's from the classical section and it's Magnus Carlsen versus Temur Rajabov. Two of them have played quite a lot of games together. So far their head-to-head result is 9 wins for Magnus and 2 wins for Temur with 21 draws. So very, very exciting stuff as they've played so many classical games together. But this one is... well, it's pretty standard what you would expect from a game where Rajabov is playing with the black pieces. You know that he always plays very active chess. He sometimes gives up a little bit of material, sometimes a lot of material, but the games are always very exciting, and this is no exception. So let's check it out. Magnus with the white pieces opens with d4, and we're going to have a very nice Catalan. So Rajabov goes knight to f6, we have c4, e6, knight to f3, and d5. The queen's gambit declined is on the board, and now g3. Magnus opts for the Catalan opening. We have bishop to e7 and bishop to g2 now. The closed Catalan, we have castles, and now d captures on c4. Proceeding in the classical line, queen to c2, ready to pick up the pawn on c4. That's doubled, and now usually a6 is played here, but Rajabov goes for b5. He defends the pawn, which is not that common, but it's also very much playable. Now, the thing is, yes, you open up this diagonal, but you don't really have any good jumps with the knight. If knight to e5, we're just going to play knight to d5, which is kind of the square that this knight really needs to go to. So there's that. And for example, if e4, if you want to grab the full center, chase away the knight, you will run into trouble after knight to b4. So now it's just a very, very good position for black. So instead, after b5, Magnus challenges the structure with a4 right away. This is how this is played. Bishop to b7, we have a captures on b5, and now Rajabov makes it very interesting by playing a6. And okay, b captures on a6, knight captures, and now queen captures on c4 again. This has all been played before. Bishop to d5, attacking Magnus's queen here, and now the popular retreat squares are c3 and d3. Magnus chooses the c3 square, and now we have pawn to c5. You do not want to have this backwards pawn all the way on c7, so c5, you want to trade it off. And now all the games that reach this position, bishop to e3 is the move that was played in them. One of the more notable ones, Wesley So has defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi in this exact same position with bishop to e3. But here Magnus plays bishop to f4. It's a new move, so already as of move 13, we have a completely new game. Now, Rajabov goes for knight to e4. He challenges the queen, and usually with the bishop on e3, the queen is retreated to e1 after this attack from the knight. But here Magnus plays queen to c1. So already it's quite a different position than maybe what Rajabov had in mind. So here c captures on d4. You want to trade this. There's no reason not to. Knight captures, and now comes knight e to c5. And here Magnus already confuses Temur a little bit. Knight to b4 is much better because you want to trade down not too many pieces. Here, okay, you could trade rooks, but let's say knight to c3. Now you defend your rook with the queen, and now we can trade everything like this. For example, knight captures, b captures, we're going to play bishop captures on g2, king captures, now knight back to d5. We attack the pawn and the bishop, and you could go back with bishop to d2, but you could also just trade. For example, captures, we push e4, knight captures, queen captures, and we get this position where it's Rajabov's bishop against a knight, and Magnus has a passed c pawn, but it shouldn't be possible to win this with white. However, it is Magnus who is up a pawn, and it can only be white who's ever better here. So maybe that's the way to go. But okay, knight e to c5 was played, and now Magnus just captures on d5. You'll see the difference. Bishop captures, we have queen captures on d5, and now bishop back to e3, just defending his knight. And now you're constantly gonna have to be careful about this push pawn to b4. For the moment, it's not possible, but you can see how that position was a bit easier for black to play than this one. So he goes queen back to b7, controls the b file. Now comes knight to d2, and now rook a to c8. You don't want to play rook f to c8 because that kind of makes it problematic to you for you to move your pieces. If you move the knight, Magnus will very happily just trade. So instead, Rajabov brings this rook to c8, and now we have queen to b1, getting the queen away from the c file, and also b4 will come at some point. So knight to b4, and now knight 4 back to f3. We have queen to b5 going after the e2 pawn, and Magnus just calmly defends it with rook to e1. We have rook f to d8, finally bringing that rook into the game, and now king to f1. We defend the e2 pawn, and now our rook can also get into the game. h6, Rajabov makes some breathing room for the king here, and rook to c1. So Magnus still up a pawn. He's getting his pieces into the game because Rajabov was way ahead in development. Now Magnus is catching up a bit, but still no actual clear way how to push that pawn. Bishop to f8. And now knight to e4. And now Magnus offers a knight trade, and it's pretty impossible to prevent this. You are attacking the c5 square 3 times. So knight to b3, this is how Rajabov decides to trade this. Now both of the rooks are attacked, so you have to play rook captures on c8. This is the only move for Magnus. Rook captures, and now knight to c3. Here your rook is hanging, but if you just do something about that, and there's not all that much you can do, then this rook is coming to c2, which will be a pretty big problem. So here the way to deal with this is knight to c3. We attack the queen first, and only after the queen moves, now we move the rook to a4. As now the knight also defends the a4 square, so it's not as possible for Rajabov to make some sort of a tricky move. And here we have knight to d5, and knight to d5 is very interesting, but we also need to discuss bishop to c5, as this is much safer, and again it allows Rajabov to just grab hold of the position, because now, for example, queen e4, we defend our bishop here. Now comes knight to d5. Now we're just threatening to pick up the bishop, and there's no good way to deal with this, because if you capture the bishop, then we're just going to play knight captures on c5, attack the queen and the rook here. So what you will do probably is just move the rook to c4, and now we're going to play knight captures on e3 with check, mess up white's pawn structure, and then just continue the game. Okay, we don't want to trade queens, we're going to play queen to a6, and now Magnus is still up a pawn, but we've ruined his king side. We're going to be able to attack the white king a little bit easier, and well, even if everything just disappears from the board, it's a doubled e pawn, so it's not as clean as being up a pawn. But here after knight to d5, it's a little bit different, because now Magnus just trades on d5, knight captures, queen captures, and now plays king to g2. And again, it's classical, so we need to discuss some really awesome lines. Queen to d3, just offering a queen trade, seems like it's not enough. Yes, you are up a pawn, but it shouldn't be enough. However, here it becomes very interesting. After captures, there's no clear good move for black, because the move that comes to mind is of course rook to c2, and now, okay, once you have the rook on the 7th or on the 2nd, it's you know, you just don't care being down a pawn, but here rook a8, and white just wins. That's the problem. There's no good way to defend, and even, okay, you can capture, yes, you are controlling c5, so white doesn't have bishop c5, there's knight e5, we're just gonna play knight d7, win the bishop, and that's it. There's no way to defend this. So you can't really play this rook to c2 move, and without this active rook to c2 move, it's not easy to find a move. Some f6 g5 ideas maybe, but it's hard to say. So instead, okay, Magnus played king to g2, and now queen back to c6. Now Rajabov with full control of the c file, and the knight on b3 prevents that pawn from ever moving forward. But here we have rook to a7 by Magnus, and now Rajabov needs to find the move, and he plays g5, and this is in fact a very good move. It's a top move recommended by the engine. The problem is, this is only move 30. Magnus has 40 minutes on the clock. Rajabov has 3.5 minutes on the clock. So he still needs to make 10 more moves to reach time control. And Magnus plays queen to d3. Just a nice move, activating the queen. Now comes knight to c5. Attacking the queen. Now comes queen c4 and queen to b6, unpinning from the c file and also attacking the rook here. Now comes the b2 pawn is also attacked, so queen a2 defending b2 and the rook here, and now queen back to c6. So Rajabov survived all of this, but now it's just possible to push the b pawn. And this is exactly what Magnus does. We have pawn to b4, and the position is now incredibly difficult to defend. The only move that allows Rajabov to stay in the game is knight to b7, but even now, even with this move, it's difficult to defend. After knight to d7, the position is impossible to hold because there's one move that doesn't come to mind immediately, but you guys will find it. I have no doubt about that once you pause the video and find this incredible move that wins the game for Magnus, while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on realizing that the b pawn is actually unstoppable, and pawn to b5 wins the game. This is what Magnus played, so congratulations to everyone who spots this. And notice that this would not be possible if the pawn was not on b4. Just putting that out there. And now the point is that if the queen captures on b5, which is of course what most of you are wondering, I imagine, what happens now, black just blunders a knight. That's the problem. Knight d4, and the queen has no squares to keep defending the knight on d7. It's just, I mean, crazy. You could play queen to d5. Okay, this comes with check, and also we force a queen trade, but, I mean, white will just trade queens and then pick up the knight, so that's no way to do it. So after knight to d4, there actually isn't a good move for Rajabov here. He would have to play something, but there really isn't a move. Whatever you play, we're just going to capture the knight, and we are up a piece. So, of course, completely winning. So, the b pawn cannot be captured. Tamer moves the queen to d6, and now Magnus played queen to a6, and he was in this position on move 36 that Rajabov resigned the game, or rather, well, he didn't lose on time, but he resigned with 4 seconds on the clock. He still needs to make 4 more moves to reach time control, but there just isn't a move to make. Whatever you play here, it's just too easy to win this. The pawn is marching forward and it's game over. And especially if you trade queens, which is kind of a nice move, for example, captures, it's just too easy to win this. Now it's an outside pass pawn and there's no way to stop it. Let's say knight c5, we put pressure on the pawn, block the bishop, knight d5. Now we can even go after the f7 pawn, and after something like f6, we're going to play knight to d7. Now attack the bishop, attack the knight. There's no way. White is just too active and too powerful. If knight captures, rook captures, the pawn is now coming to a7, and that's it. Let's say rook a8, a7, and just the simple rook b7 to b8 wins the game. There's no way for black to stop this. Let's say bishop somewhere. It's a really weird position. We're going to play this, and after king moves, let's say this, and it's still completely winning. Of course, if you capture, we bring a queen into the game, and if you capture on a7, we pick up the rook. Now we're up a full rook, and of course, completely winning. So definitely an interesting game between Magnus and Rajabov in the style that they usually play. Magnus very, very precise, and Rajabov also very precise and very combative, just giving up a pawn, going for activity, trying to push, being aggressive, but Magnus just defended well, and in the end it was the pawn to b4 to b5 that won the game for white, which isn't odd. I mean, it's a passed b pawn. What else do you expect? So yeah, after queen to a6, Rajabov resigned, and Magnus gets his first classical win in round 3 of the Norway Chess 2022. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We're going to cover some other games from round 3, as there are very enjoyable games here, so stay tuned for that. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Drew, as it is his birthday, and I would like to thank Alexander John Huar, Valentin Moreira, Anand Legend, and Varun Sudarsanan for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this incredible event until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. And we're going to discuss the standings, but only after we check out a few more games from round 3. See you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to another really awesome game from round 6 of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. It's Alireza Firuza versus Fabiano Caruana. Fabi doing well as usual in the Candidates Tournament. Nothing can surprise Fabi. He either wins the Candidates or, he's almost winning the Candidates. And it's Alireza who, this is his first time in the Candidates. And so far, he's played really, really incredible chess. He only got 4 draws and 1 loss, but in most of the games, it really could have gone either way. And his one loss was the Jan Nepomniachtchi, which is you guys have seen the video, so you know all about what happened there. But against Fabi, for example, in his game against Hikaru, Alireza started with the d4. In his game against Duda, he started with e4, and now against Fabi, he again switches it up and plays pawn to d4. And now this is the position. You guys said that you wanted some more photos, so here's one photo. It's from the opening. Basically, the first couple of moves have been played. Again, nothing unusual about the photo. The playing conditions and the players are so neat. Everything is so sterile. There just isn't so much going on as there was back in the day, like a few years ago. So not all that much to discuss. But as usual, if you guys spot anything out of the ordinary in the photo, I am all ears. I don't know. One thing I can maybe point out is that Alireza really looks twice as large as Fabi. Like maybe it's just the photo of the camera, or rather the angle of the camera, but I don't know. There's something off here. It's like he was artificially enlarged, maybe in Photoshop or something. But I don't know. Just thought that was funny. But yeah, if you guys spot anything else, reading your comments is one of my favorite things to do when it's regarding the photos. So have at it. But yeah, getting back to the game. Now Alireza opens with the d4. We have knight to f6, c4, and e6. Fabi says, I'm ready for anything. If you want, we can go for a nice Nimzo Indian. We can, I've brought everything here for this tournament. But Alireza says, nope, not doing anything crazy. I have to, slow down a little bit. Let's go for a nice Catalan opening. And okay, pawn to d5. We have bishop to g2, bishop to e7, and knight to f3. We have castles, and here there are so many moves that were played. It's a very, very popular position. The top moves in this position are just castles and queen to c2, and pretty much everyone plays this, with a couple of exceptions. But the move Alireza prepared for Fabi has only been played a handful of times, and that is queen to d3. Now, the scary thing, and maybe a scary thing for Fabi, is that it was played by the legend himself, the man you all love to watch. Not just the play, but just his presence is so great. Is Boris Gelfand. He is the man behind queen to d3. He had some very good results with it, and the last time he played it was a couple of months ago in February in the Czech Republic Extraliga. He won a very nice game with it, and no doubt Alireza has seen this game. But Fabi also, follows what's happening in the chess world. There's a chance Fabi saw this as well. So let's see how Fabi deals with it. Usually in structures like these, you want to play a6, b6, and c5, in no particular order if your opponent isn't threatening anything. So here, c5 by Fabi. We have castles, c captures on d4, knight captures and knight to c6, offering a trade of knights, c captures on d5, knight captures on d4, grabbing that knight, queen captures and knight captures on d5, and here rook to d1. We have bishop to f6, attacking the queen here, and now what are you going to play here? Well, you have to move the queen, obviously, but where are you going to move the queen? Now, in the game that I've mentioned, Boris Gelfand had this exact same position in February this year against Lukas Tsiborovsky, and in that game queen to d3 was played. Gelfand won a very nice victory, but the actual top recommendation by the engine is a queen to g4. Okay, a queen to c5, queen to d3, a close second, but obviously Alireza prepared for this. So just going with queen to g4, and it's a very odd looking move because you constantly have to worry about this e5 opening up an attack towards your queen. So it's really, really strange. Alireza obviously improved on a Boris Gelfand game, and that thought is scary in itself. I mean, if you know this and okay, Boris Gelfand played this, Alireza just improved on it, that's you have to be incredibly brave to play against something like this. But okay, this is Fabi we're talking about. He just continues development, bishop to d7, and now knight to d2. We have queen to e7, and now knight to f3. Knight to e4 looks really awesome, but after bishop e5, there just isn't all that much for you to do. If you go back, knight to c3, we can just go back, bishop to f6, or even if you play something weird like knight to c5, c5, just offering a knight. This can be played, but it's nothing really. If queen captures, we're going to play bishop captures on d5, because now if you capture, the bishop here hangs, so it's nothing really. But it's fun, so that's why I'm showing it. But knight to f3 was played in the game. Now rook 8 to c8, and now pawn to e4, attacking the knight. And now you can't just move the knight. If you just move the knight, e5 wins the game for Alireza. That's it. The bishop is trapped. Fabi can resign. So e5 now, grabbing this very important tempo on the queen. Queen to h5 by Alireza, and now knight to b4. And what do you play here? Alireza plays bishop to g5. Again, excellent stuff, because if Fabi plays something weird, let's say play something like rook to c2, and it's a beautiful move. Who wouldn't put the rook on the second or on the 7th rank? It's just is just like a dream come true. The problem is here, for example, a3, you have to move the knight, and then we pick up the bishop here. And now the light squares are incredibly weak, and black will not be able to defend this. Queen captures on d7. We're going to open up the king side. Captures, and now bishop h3, and that's it. We attack the queen. Once the queen moves wherever, doesn't really matter. Bishop to f5, and there is no defending this position. Rook d8, making some room for the king, but queen h6. We are not allowing this king to escape. Bishop captures on h7 is next, and that's it. Game over. So Fabi has to capture on g5. So bishop captures on g5. Knight captures. Now Alireza threatens checkmate on h7, and h6, just kicking away the knight. Knight back to f3, and now knight to c6. Fabi could leave the knight here. It seems like a more active square. Could play something like rook to c5 to defend his e5 pawn this way, because Alireza is attacking it. But he says, nope, that's a weird looking position. Let's go back. Knight to c6. And now, how can Alireza continue? Well, there are many moves you can play. You can play a3, you can play b4, you can maybe bring another rook into the game. You could start with knight to h4, try and bring this knight over to f5, and then maybe force black to give up the bishop. But Alireza says maybe just rook captures on d7, as this is the position that Agadmator put in the thumbnail of the video. That's what we will play. So rook captures on d7. And it's really an incredible move. It wins the f5 square for the knight, which could be crucial for the coming attack, but also it's just hard to play this. You have to play this with surgical precision with black in order to survive this. And is Fabi up to it? Let's find out. So queen captures on d7, and now bishop to h3 first, grabbing hold of this diagonal, attacking the queen and the rook. And now Fabi says, all right, pawn to f5, which is weird because the bishop can just capture it, but that's just how good Fabi is. And now you have to play bishop captures on f5 and go into this position. For example, bishop captures on f5, attacks the queen and the rook. We're going to move the queen, offer a queen trade, so now you don't have time to grab the rook, or if you trade queens, we capture with this rook. So you're going to have to move the queen. We're going to play rook to d8, and Alireza doesn't win back his exchange, but he will get some of the nicer squares here for his knight, and he's going to have constant pressure against the black king. So that's the way you want to play it. However, in the game, e captures on f5 was played, which seems a little bit better. You can always push f6. It just seems like it allows so much more. But Fabi just plays rook c to e8. And now, how can Alireza continue this? The problem is you don't have something like f6. If you could play f6 and not trade anything, you'd be fine here. The problem is after queen to f7, offering a queen trade, there's no good way to play this. If you move the queen, then you've just given up this pawn and you don't have the attack. If you trade queens, captures, you can't even mess up black's pawn structure, as Fabi just captures the knight here. So it's really, really terrible for Alireza. So he goes knight to h4. That was the idea. He wants to control these squares here. But now just e4 by Fabi. We have rook to d1, attacking the queen, bringing the rook into the game, queen to f7, offering a queen trade. And now, if Alireza trades, then he doesn't have the attack, he's just down material. But if he doesn't trade, then Fabi will just grab another pawn. Fabi is not afraid to grab more material, even in crazy positions like these. So queen to e2, and just a nice cold-blooded pawn grab. Queen captures on a2. Now, can Alireza make something of this time that Fabi wasted grabbing this pawn? Well, let's see. Knight to g6. He attacks the rook. Fabi defends it. Rook to f7. And now knight back to f4, freeing up this diagonal for the bishop. So either knight to f4 or maybe bishop g4 to h5 first, and then you know, deciding whether or not to move the knight. So maybe this is stronger, you know, just keeping the knight jump as a threat, better than executing it right away. But okay, knight to f4, we have queen to b3, very important move. Now preparing e3, and now bishop to g4. Alireza wants to get his bishop over to h5, and now Fabi has to push e3. That's the only way to stop Alireza from pushing so hard. Now the problem is, if you play bishop to h5 now, it doesn't really work. E captures on f2 with check. Now the rook is attacking your queen, so you have to capture like this. And now rook captures on f5 is incredibly strong. That's the problem, because now if you play bishop captures here, now just queen captures on d1, nothing is defending the rook, and that's it. You can resign this. And if you don't capture the rook, then you really don't have a move here. So that's the problem. So instead we have king to g2. If you try something like rook to d3 attacking the queen, still just e captures on f2 with check, and you have to capture with the queen. Queen captures, you're going to move the queen, and everything is perfectly fine. Fabio will have no problem playing this game and winning this game. So instead, king to g2. Now the pawn cannot capture, as the rook would hang with check, but now we just play rook to d8. Fabio now offers a rook trade. We have rook captures, knight captures, and now f captures on e3. Alireza grabs that pawn. The only problem is the position is completely winning for Fabio, but only if you play the absolute precise idea. So feel free to pause the video and win the game for Fabi while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on realizing that the king and the queen are occupying the same second rank. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is rook to c7. Now, rook to c2 is a terrible threat for white to face, and there is no good way to face it. Alireza has to move the king. King to h3 was played. Now comes knight to f7, preparing knight to g5 check, which will force the king further up the board. So bishop to f3, giving the king the g4 square as well, but now rook c2 attacking the queen. Queen d1. Now luckily the bishop is defending the queen, otherwise we would just play rook captures on h2 and pick up the white queen, so that's very important. But now knight g5 with check, king to g4, and it seems like Alireza is safe here and there is nothing Fabi can do, but Fabi plays the simplest idea that leaves Alireza basically without a move, and that is knight captures on f3. And now what do you play? If you play queen captures, just rook captures on h2, and what are you doing with this position here? White has no future here. Or if you play what Alireza played, queen to d8 with check, king to h7, and king captures on f3. It's a little bit better, but not enough to stop Fabi. Just queen captures on b2. And again, how are you playing this? You can't give a check. If your queen was on e8, for example, then queen g6 would allow you at least a perpetual. So this is what Alireza has to try now. Queen to e8, but now just queen back to f6, not allowing this perpetual. We have e4, trying to push some pawns, as this is a passed pawn, but now just rook captures on h2. Fabi shows just how hopeless Alireza's position is. There really is no move you can play here. So queen to d7. Here we have queen to c3 with check, and with this move both players have played 40 moves, so the time control has been reached, and none of the players have to worry about time anymore, but time is the least of Alireza's concerns. So here queen g4, queen to d2 offering a queen trade, and of course queen to a4. Alireza declines this, but now pawn to h5 with check. And now there really isn't all that much you can do here, or rather even h5 wasn't even played. Apologies for that. Alireza just played queen to a4 and resigned in this position because he realized that h5 is coming and that there is no stopping that. So after playing queen to a4, it was in this position on move 42 that Alireza Firuccia resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So here, of course, after h5, you resign because whatever you play gets you checkmated. If king to g5, we just play queen d8 check. Your only move is f6, and queen captures on f6 will be checkmate. If you go down the board, that's not much better. Just queen to f2 is checkmate. And of course, if you capture the pawn with the knight, which is the only other way to play, queen to e2 check. Now we nicely connect with the knight on h5, and that's it. King f4, queen captures, or rook captures on h5, leaving white without any counterplay. Of course, black is up a whole rook. This is unplayable. So tough break for Alireza, who loses his second game in the FIDE Candidates tournament. Now he has 4 draws and 2 losses, both of the losses against the leaders of the candidates, to Fabiano Caruana and Gianni Pomnici, and it just shows you that how strong of a player Fabi is, even with this incredibly rare move that Alireza prepared, this Queen to D3 idea that was dare I say it, honed to perfection by none other than Boris Gelfand. It was still not enough to take down Fabi, even with this incredible rook captures on D7, which really allowed Alireza to go for the attack, to grab some critical light squares here around the black king. Fabi played it to perfection, and it just wasn't possible to force anything here. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Tough break for Alireza, but we are still in the first half of the candidates tournament. If he gets a few wins in the next few games, he's definitely back in the race. But that's easier said than done. We'll see how it goes. Once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Anwar, the 95% American flag Numa, and I would like to thank Kaushik Varanasi, Max Begin, Johan Bridger, and the Voice of Reason Consulting LLC for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the candidates until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a very nice game from the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz tournament. It is the second day of the Rapids, and it is Gianni Pomnici versus Shahriar Mamedyarov. Jan had a fairly decent first day. He got 2 wins and 1 draw. Mamedyarov, on the other hand, he lost 2 games and got 1 draw, so he really would enjoy bouncing back, especially with the black pieces against Nepo, the potential future world champion. So it's a really wild game. It features the Catalan. You guys will like it, and there's a certain position where pretty much every move you make is winning, which is very odd, as there are weird moves you can make. So you'll see what I mean by this. Now let's dive straight into it. Jan has the white pieces, and he opens with d4. We have knight f6 by Shah, c4, e6, knight to f3, not allowing the Nimzo Indian, and now pawn to d5. Just transposing into the Queen's Gambit decline, we have g3. Nepo opts for the Catalan opening, and now bishop to b4 with check. We have bishop to d2, and now bishop back to e7. Bishop to g2, and both players castle. So castles, and now knight b to d7. Queen to c2, and now c6. So there were a couple of weird lines, but they just transposed into the normal Catalan, and this is something that's played very, very often. The difference is here, the top moves that people usually play are bishop f4, rook to d1, and just a nice b3. But Nepo goes for the immediate h4, and now it's not a new move, but it's only been played a handful of times. So let's see how Mamedyarov deals with this. We have pawn to b6, preparing bishop to a6, as the rook is still on f1, so you might have trouble defending this. Knight to c3 and bishop to a6, now also putting pressure on the c4 pawn. So here we have a trade, captures, and now just rook f to c1. And there is a game between Grigory Oparin and Ray Robson, also from St. Louis Summer A event that was played this year, that ended in a draw where queen to b8 was played. But here we have bishop back to b7 by Mamedyarov, and it is now, as of move 12, that we have a completely new game. So you're probably wondering, this looks very, very timid. How can this game be in any way exciting? Well, that's what chess is all about. Few moves and everything just explodes. So here we have bishop to f4, and now it makes sense. Jan has a queen and a rook on the c file. Makes sense to go rook to c8. We have queen to b3, and now pawn to a6, preparing b5. So of course Nepo stops this, and now pawn to h6, taking away the g5 square from Nepo's pieces. We have e3, and now just knight to h5, going after the bishop here. This will mess up Nepo's pawn structure, but this is kind of exactly what Nepo wanted. So bishop to h3. Now if knight captures, you can simply play pawn captures, and you will have a firm grip on the e5 square. You will put the knight on e5, and you will have a very, very good position. If this knight can get somewhere to g4, maybe the queen gets into the attack, so it could be very, very difficult to defend this. So after bishop to h3, Mamedyarov goes rook to c4, prepares rook to b4, e4 to kick away the queen, or if you attack the rook, then rook to b4, and now queen back to d1. Now you are threatening maybe some discoveries with the knight, as this knight might be hanging, but still black can always capture here, so it's not really an issue. Mamedyarov goes for it right away. Knight captures on e4, e captures, on f4, e captures on f4, and now bishop to d6. And here just bishop to f1, kicking that rook away from such an active square, rook to c7, and now bishop back to d7. And now you can already see that, for example, if let's say the bishop goes to c2, queen goes to d3, there will be a constant checkmating threat against the black king. So knight to f6, you definitely want this knight here, and not just to guard h7, but also to have keep an eye on the e4 square. Queen to e2, and now queen to a8, adding another, well, basically more pressure on the c4 square, so the knight at some point will land on e4. So knight to e5, and now just rook f to c8, nicely doubling up on the c file. f3, taking away the f4 square from the black knight, and now pawn to h5, stopping g4, as if white starts pushing those pawns, black will just get obliterated, because all of Mamedyarov's pieces are on the queen side. So here we have queen to e3. Queen to e3, a very nice move, as you'll see. You could also maybe just start with the doubling of the rooks, but Nepo has a very, very clear idea. So queen to e3, bishop to b4 now, kind of putting pressure on c3, but not really. Now that the queen is on e3, this is impossible. Just rook to c2. And now, of course, point is that it seems like you can win material here, but the problem is this bishop to h7 check. For those of you who are maybe new to chess, if you grab the pawn here, just captures, bishop to h7 check will pick up the rook here. So, for example, knight captures or king captures, queen captures on c3, and you're just up the exchange. You have a rook for a bishop. Of course, this will be completely winning for Jan. So here, after rook to c2, Mamedyarov should consider playing it, just quietly, just something like a5, improving the position. But the question is, what happens if f5 is played? f5 is such a dangerous move that you kind of don't want to see it, but you kind of have to allow it. And here Mamedyarov plays g6, but this is what we call in chess basically seeing ghosts. He wanted to prevent f5, so he played g6, but by playing g6 he actually invites f5, as now it is much more potent. Not right away, but of course Nepo will first prepare it. So here we have rook 8 to c1. Just to give you an idea, as this is a rapid game, of course players only have 15 minutes on the clock, but just to give you an idea of how dangerous the position is, g4 here. And there now f5 is coming, and there's no defending this position. Whatever you play, let's say rook to f8, just f5. And how are you defending this? The queen now has access to g5 to h6. This is unstoppable. If e captures, you're just going to play g captures again. You're going to capture here. No move for Mamedyarov. If queen e8, doesn't really matter. Just f captures, pawn captures, rook to g2, and the black just gets obliterated here. So, okay, after g6, we have rook 8 to c1. Like I said, it's a rapid game. You can't really calculate all the pawn pushes, so might be very dangerous. But still, rook 8 to c1 does not, ruin in any way Nepo's chances of pushing g4 at some point. So, king to g7, and now comes bishop captures on g6. And this is a beautiful move. g4 also very much playable, but Nepo has a different idea. He plays a bishop captures on g6, f captures, and now queen to d3, just going after that g6 pawn. But the difference is in this variation that Mamedyarov has this very, very annoying defensive idea of knight to e4, and now Nepo will have to really find unique moves in order to win this position. So f captures on e4, now comes d captures on e4. This also will open up Mamedyarov's diagonal here. So queen to e3, keeping the pawn blocked, and now you have to, in order to continue playing this with black, you have to play bishop to d6. However, Mamedyarov makes what could be described as one of the worst moves maybe that was played this year in rapid, or maybe in general, I don't know. But it's a move that after he plays it, it's such a normal looking move, and it's a move that, of course, everyone would want to play. That is bishop to d5. But now pretty much any move Nepo makes wins the game. So feel free to pause the video and try to find any move that wins the game. I mean, there are some that don't, but try to find at least one that does while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding either g4 or f5 or knight captures and g6 or well, those are the nice ones. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, Nepo played pawn to g4. But as it's such a rich position, I will show you why some of the other moves are winning. For example, knight captures and g6 is really just a wonderful variation. Point being that after king captures, you just play f5 check, and now the queen gets access to the g5 square. But even better, after e captures on f5, there's knight captures on d5. You're grabbing a knight and now threatening rook captures on c7, so black naturally will have to capture on c2, and now queen g5 check, king f7, queen captures with check, king to e8, queen to e6 check, king to d8, and now pretty much anything again wins. Queen to g8 check, you have to go to d7, and now a beautiful triple fork here. Knight to b6 check, king to c6, you're even going to capture on c2, king captures, and now rook captures or queen captures, depending on how you want to play it. Let's say rook captures, queen b7, and now a nice queen to d8 check, and your other moves. If queen to c7, you just capture with checkmate, and if king here, then you win the black queen, and then you checkmate the black king. So that's how you win with knight captures and g6. Also, another fun move is pawn to f5. And again, nothing to do. If g captures, then the queen gets access, and the queen and knight checkmate the black king. If e captures, then there's again knight captures on d5. That's why this bishop on d5 is such a terrible piece, as it always loses a piece for Mamedyarov. There's no move that he can make. You can't go for the knight because the rook is now hanging with check, and if you go for the rook, that you kind of have to do, let's say captures, not just knight captures on b4. Now you have two knights for the rook also. It's very unlikely that you will survive this. Queen g5 is coming. It's completely winning. But Nepo goes for the third option after bishop to d5, which is cool, as it shows that absolutely every move is a winning. He plays g4, and there is no way to stop this. H captures on g4, and now rook to g2. This is a different approach, but also an unstoppable one. Just rook captures, there's no way to defend this. Rook to h7, now comes rook captures on g4. Also knight captures on g4 is possible, followed by f5 and queen to h6. But okay, rook captures on g4, rook to g8, now defends the g6 pawn, but now just king h2. Now the other rook will come to the g file as well. We have queen to c8, and now the final push, pawn to f5. And now, again, what do you play? If you play g captures, then you've pretty much opened up the entire position. Just captures, knight captures on d5 is game over. The rook is hanging. Also, if you capture the rook, then knight to f6 check wins the queen. You get checkmated. This is, of course, impossible. So what actually happened in the game was g captures on f5, but it went differently. But if e captures on f5, then knight captures on d5 immediately. That's basically what I wanted to show you. Point is, again, if rook captures on c1, it's just a beautiful forced checkmate. Knight f6 check, king g7, rook captures. Now the knight is defended and the rook is guarded. King to f8, queen to h6 check. This is just incredible. Knight to d5, back with check, king d8. Now rook captures on g8 check, and that's it. You have to block with the bishop. It's the only move, and now queen or rook captures will be checkmate. So look at these knights. I mean, absolutely incredible, absolute monsters here. So point being, after f5, g captures on f5 was played. We have rook captures, and now not queen captures, but king captures on g8, and now queen to g5 with check. We have rook to g7, and now only now that rook blocked check, and Nepo's queen is hanging. Nepo plays knight captures on d5, and it was in this position on move 39 that Shahryar Mamedyarov resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So that's why the bishop on d5 was such a terribly placed piece. I mean, it was it's been a while since we've seen a piece placed so terribly that I mean, you could literally play anything. Like you know, if you let your cat on the board and the cat, you know, move the piece, it would probably be winning. So again, the idea is the same. Your queen is hanging, and also the knights are just ready to start checking the black king. If you go for captures on c1, just queen to d8 check. It's a nice forced checkmate. King to h7, knight f6 check. Only move king h6. Now comes queen to h8 with check, and now you have to block, and this will be checkmate, and the other moves don't really help you. If you try and bring your queen to help out with the defense, again, just knight f6, and it's the same idea, maybe even faster. King h8, queen to h6 check, rook h7, and now queen captures on h7 will be checkmate. So yeah, after knight captures on d5, beautiful move, Mamedyarov resigns, and another beautiful, spectacular victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who I'm not sure about the standings, but I think he caught up to Alireza. I'm not sure how Alireza was doing, as Alireza also won 2 games yesterday, one also against Shahriar Mamedyarov, and one against Hikaru Nakamura. But we're going to cover more games, so we're going to check out the standings at some point. If you have a game that you like, use hashtag suggestion, and I will make sure to go through it. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. The first game that we've covered from the St. Louis Rapid tournament. After that, we have the Blitz. I would like to thank Chris Basil, Gregory Obala, Connor Kelly, John Merlino, and Damon Targaryen for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this wonderful event, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the 3rd day of the World Rapid Championship. It is Magnus Carlsen versus Vincent Keimer. This is round 10, and Magnus is currently in sole lead. If you've seen my previous video, these were the standings at the end. Magnus leading with 7.5 points, followed by Fedosev, Abdusattorov, and Vincent Keimer, who is his opponent for this game. And this is, I mean, it's such a great game, such a high-level game that I feel absolutely privileged to be able to show this to you. You will enjoy this on every possible level. So let's dive straight into it. Magnus with the white pieces opens with c4. And okay, if you're looking at the Vincent's rating, it's only 2590. When I say only 2590, I say as he is in classically 2700 player. He just doesn't play rapid all that much. So I'm sure you guys know that he... okay, now currently he's like 2696 or something like that, but he is definitely a 2700 player. So c4 by Magnus, knight to f6, we have d4, e6, and now knight to f3. We have pawn to d5, the queen's gambit declined is on the board, and Magnus goes for g3, going for the Catalan opening, showing that he is done with the funky openings. For the first 2 days he played a lot of weird stuff. Okay, in the second day he played a bit more solid, but now he throws out the Catalan, which means that now he's going to really throw everything he has at Vincent. Vincent goes for d captures on c4. We have bishop to g2, and now already a bit of a surprise from Vincent. He plays c6. Usually here you will see a6, you will see c5, you will see knight to c6, you will see bishop to b4 check. c6 is only the 6th most popular continuation, but as this is something that was prepared for the World Chess Championship, I'm pretty sure it doesn't come as a surprise to Magnus. He throws the knight to e5, which is a great square, especially now you don't have the c6 square for your knight, and bishop to b4 with check. We have bishop to d2, and now bishop back to e7. Magnus also wastes the tempo now, bishop to g5, h6, we have bishop captures on f6, bishop captures, and now knight to a3. Still waiting with the capturing of the c4 pawn, because if you do it with this pawn, then the d4 pawn would be hanging. And here, it seems like you could go for something like bishop captures on e5. Let's say d captures, queen captures on d1, rook captures on d1, and b5, trying to keep your pawn, but this runs into the oldest trick in the book of knight captures on b5, and of course one of the reasons why the knight is developed, the a3. So instead, Vincent goes for queen to a5, and it is now, as of move 10, that we have a completely new game. The reason why it's a completely new game is because there is a game in the database where c3 was played, and c3 is kind of the strongest move recommended by the engine, but maybe Vincent just wanted to play something more solid, because c3 is pretty wild. B captures on c3, then you capture with the bishop here. Queen a5 now attacks the queen, attacks the knight and the pawn. Here you have to defend, and then queen captures on e5. Pretty crazy stuff. The queens are still on the board, and maybe this Well, Vincent just prefers a more calmer approach. As Peter Leko said, he says that I feel Vincent has a problem playing against Magnus, that they have very similar styles. Simply that Magnus is still clearly stronger. He said that before the game. So here, queen to a5 check, completely new game. And okay, Magnus goes for queen to d2, and here we have a trade. Queen captures, king captures, castles by Vincent, and now, only now, the pawn is recaptured. Knight captures on c4. Rook to d8 attacks the d4 pawn, and Magnus goes for king to e3. And here, watch this king for the rest of the game, just how strong the king is on e3. We have knight to d7. Vincent continues development. Rook h to d1, adding another defender to the d4 pawn. Knight to b6 now, and Magnus goes for f4. Now, you could consider some other moves. F4 is very committal. Once you push a pawn, you can't unpush it, but here Magnus feels it is very justified. And the reason for that is if you play something like bishop captures on e5, you will play knight captures on e5, and now look at this, f6, and how does white play this? The problem is knight to c4 check will pick up the b2 pawn, so you have to bring the knight back to defend the pawn, and now after knight to c4 check, you will play king to f2, and now give up the d4 pawn, in order to go knight to c5. Now black has to trade rooks. For example, rook captures, and rook to d8 check is a pretty big threat. Like if you grab another pawn, rook to d8 check, look at this, king to f7, and now knight captures on b7, and white definitely achieves something. For example, bishop captures, rook d7 check, king to f8, and now rook captures here, and it's Vincent is up a pawn, but Magnus has the monster bishop, and he has a rook on the 7th rank. That's a pig right there, and he will have a lot of compensation for that pawn. So instead, bishop to e7 by Vincent, with ideas of maybe even remaneuvering the bishop to c7. Rook 8 to c1, Magnus continues development, and only now f6. We have knight to d3, and here is the sort of moment of the game where Vincent has to be very, very careful. Here he played king to f7. Also, you should consider knight captures on c4, because this knight will haunt Vincent for the rest of the game. The way to do this is captures, and now execute e5. And now let's say d captures, and captures. You can't capture with the knight because the rook would hang. So f captures, and now bishop to e6. You give up one pawn, but you have the bishop pair. Magnus has a doubled e pawn. This is how you gain a lot of activity. But Vincent wanted to avoid this. He played king to f7 first, and now Magnus plays knight to a5. And here it will be very, very difficult, if not impossible, to activate your pieces with black. This knight is such a nuisance here. An incredible piece. So Vincent goes rook to b8. He wants to be able to develop the bishop. The b7 pawn has to be protected. And bishop to f3. You will also see how strong this move is. We have bishop to d6. Now Vincent wants to remaneuver the bishop to c7. And now king to f2. Magnus finally moves that king from e3. And now prepares e4. Or maybe he wants to slow play it, maybe e3, but maybe also just e4, e5. Vincent says, all right, knight to d5, and now pawn to a3, not allowing any freeing knight to b4 moves. Bishop to c7 attacks the knight, and now, while you might expect something like knight b3 or knight to c4, Magnus plays the move that is almost always the strongest move in chess, and that is pawn to b4. Saying, okay, if you want to capture, you can double my pawns, but you are never developing your queen side. And the problem is, unless you capture, you don't really have a better move, because you can never play b6. The c6 pawn will be incredibly weak, and other than that, your options are very limited. Maybe just to waste time with something like bishop to b6 or something, but it doesn't really achieve all that much. So maybe best for black would be just to play a waiting game. But Vincent accepts the challenge. He plays bishop captures on a5, b captures on a5, and now bishop to d7. Now the c6 pawn is defended, so he doesn't have to worry about rook captures on c6, and he is now ready to execute b6. And okay, Magnus plays e4, attacks the knight, knight to c7, and now, while you would again expect knight to b4 to prevent b6, as knight b4 puts additional pressure to c6, Magnus just brings the king back to e3, and he says b6 is still not an issue for me, because if b6, now he can still play knight to b4 and put pressure on that c6 pawn. And now after captures and captures. You have to capture, otherwise one of the rooks will hang. And now rook captures on c6, and again Magnus gets a very, very promising position. For example, even if knight to b5, you can play bishop to g4. Also one of the reasons why that bishop to f3 maneuver was so strong. So instead, after this after this king to e3 move, Vincent plays bishop back to e8. Again, sort of a waiting move, opens up the file for the rook, and only now knight to b4, putting more pressure on that c6 pawn. King to e7, and now Magnus strikes in the center with pawn to e5. The situation on the clock here is 7 minutes for Magnus and 2 minutes and some 45 seconds for Vincent, as it's not easy to find moves here for black. So Magnus gains more space by playing e5, but he gives up the control over the d5 square, so Vincent immediately puts the knight there, and now not knight captures that knight is just a monster controlling the entire queen side. Bishop captures on d5. We have c captures. You also could consider this, but then f5, and I mean, this is just incredibly strong, controlling all of those squares. You would not have fun playing this. So instead, c captures on d5, and now Magnus wins the c file for his rooks. We have rook d7 and rook d to c1. If Vincent wants to trade, then Magnus gets the other rook into the game. So f captures on e5, and now d captures on e5. You could also consider f captures on e5. This will pose more problems for black. Once g4 f5 comes, it will be very hard to defend. The downside is that it gives Vincent a pass to d pawn, and he can just start pushing it. He plays king to d8, tries to force a rook trade here, but Magnus not interested. He just brings the rook back and keeps all the tension, and you will still have problems playing b6 because knight to c6 check will just destroy black. So here Vincent starts with the d4 check. Magnus gave up some squares, so of course Vincent jumps at the opportunity to claim them. King to d2 and bishop to g6. Now the bishop pawn combo is doing a lot of good work here, but Magnus now goes for pawn to a6, making any advances impossible because of knight to c6 check. So Vincent plays the only move he has, bishop to e4, now guards the b7 pawn. And Vincent was down below the 30-second mark here. Magnus didn't want to invest too much time, but he did invest a minute for this move, and he plays rook to b5. Puts more pressure here, and now capturing is never possible. I mean, it never was possible, but now even the rook here is just straight out hanging. So he forces Vincent to go b6, and now he goes for knight to c6 with check, showing that this position will be winning for him. Bishop captures on c6. We have rook captures on c6, and now we have rook to c8 attacking that rook. King to e7 would still sort of hold, but we have rook to c8 here, and now Magnus could go for a lot of things here. For example, rook captures on c8 is an option, but he goes for rook captures on e6. The reason why this is so strong, rook captures, king captures on a4, is that there's no good way to defend. Magnus will just attack this pawn, eliminate the pawn, and win the king and pawn endgame. But okay, this is just a straight pawn, so rook captures on e6. Who would not play this? d3, and now just rook to d6. Point is that rook to c2 could be a problem now, so just rook to d6. If you play rook to c2, the king can just capture the pawn. So rook captures on d6, we have e captures on d6, and now king to d7, going after the pawn, but now rook to f5. Magnus just plays this with absolute class, showing that if you capture, just rook to sorry, definitely not that. Rook to f7, and now there's nothing you can do. This is hanging, and if you block, of course, just the king and pawn endgame will be completely winning for Magnus. So here, king to e6 was played, now d7. Beautiful stuff here, rook to d8, and now the position is again completely winning for Magnus, but it is up to you to help him win it. Feel free to pause the video and win the game for Magnus while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the only winning idea. It's the king and pawn endgame. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is rook to e5 with check. And now there is, well, there's absolutely nothing you can do. Wherever the king goes, you're just going to play king d5, rook d5 and capture the pawn here. And that's pretty much it. So, and of course, if you capture, it's even worse. Rook to d5, checking c7, you trade rooks, and again, the king and pawn endgame is winning for white. White is up a pawn, not much to be done here. So king to d6 was played, and now rook to e3. That's how you go after the pawn. king to c6. Vincent knows that he cannot trade here, and now rook captures on d3. We have king to b5. Going for this pawn, this will give Vincent 2 pawns on the queen side, but just king to e3. Once again, the king returns to the glorious e3 square, and here you know you are 4 moves away from resignation. King captures on a6 was played, king e4, king to b7, and as he played king to b7, it was also in this position on move 48 that Vincent Keimer resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So the game would continue with something like king e5, king c7. You're going to bring the king to e6. Now you can't capture. There's nothing for you to do. You could play a few more moves. King, you will attack the rook, and now if king to c7, just rook to c3 check will force the king away from the rook, and that's pretty much it. So brilliant stuff by Magnus, and definitely something to keep in mind that Peter Leko said that he feels that Vincent's style is very, very similar to Magnus's, only Magnus just does it much, much better. And it really, the whole game can be summarized with this one move, where Vincent decided to start bringing the king into the game, where in fact this knight captures on c4 move was an absolute must. So he had to give up a pawn here. If you guys missed it or don't remember, here just sacrifice a pawn, and after all the captures here, play bishop to e6. You have the bishop pair, you have development, you will be able to fight. Doesn't matter that you're down a pawn. Activity is compensation in itself, but he decided to go king f7 and this knight to a5 move. You can see how principles in chess are often helpful in guiding us, but sometimes they are meant to be not just broken, just just absolutely destroyed. As here you put a knight on the rim. The knight on the rim is grim, but as we say here, the knight was the Grim Reaper. So yeah. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Jeff Graves, David Rice-Oxley, Kevin Clark, Chris Mallon, and Rapid Boss for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the FIDE World Rapid Championship until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a really wonderful game. It took place a few hours ago in the FIDE Chess Olympiad. It's round 3. It's Hare Krishna versus Dimitrios Mastervaslis, board 1, the India A team versus Greece, and it's a game that features a beautiful, beautiful double bishop sacrifice. Not one like you would imagine for like maybe in a Lasker Bauer game. It's the famous one, of course. Everyone knows this, and these gentlemen will not fall for such a trick. But this is one I'm pretty sure you guys haven't seen before, and it the first bishop sacrifice, it's a pretty standard one, but the second one, when that gets sacrificed, it's just to win a single square, and that makes all the difference. But not to spoil too much, as it's a very short game. We're gonna get to it like pretty much instantly. Let's check it out. So Hare Krishna has the white pieces, and he opens with c4. He goes for the English opening. We have e6, the Agincourt defense, knight to f3, d5, and now pawn to g3, preparing to fianchetto the light square bishop. Knight to f6, bishop to g2, and bishop to e7. Transposing to the Neo-Catalan, we have castles by both players, and now pawn to d4, and we are now completely shifted over to the closed Catalan. We have pawn to c6 and knight to c3, knight b to d7, and now the Botvinnik variation, queen to d3. We have b6, preparing to shift the bishop over to a6, as the queen and the rook are on this diagonal, so could be very good for black. Pawn to b3, and now a5. We have pawn to e4, striking in the center, and bishop to a6. Now we have pawn to e5, attacking the knight, knight to e8, and now the position has been reached before, interestingly, in 2014 between Vladimir Kramnik and Baramiche, and that game ended in a draw. But in that game, Kramnik played pawn to h4 right away. But here Hare Krishna shows that he has improved upon Kramnik's game, and he plays pawn to a4. Interestingly, pawn to a4 is the engine's top recommendation, and pawn to h4, depending on the engine, is maybe the second or third recommendation. So definitely an improvement by Hari here. And of course, it is now as of move 12 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how Master Vasilis continues. We have knight to c7. He wants to play b5, so rook to b8 will come, then b5, and he wants to make this diagonal come alive. So here, rook to d1, getting the rook away from this diagonal and also putting it on the d file, h6, and now pawn to h4. We have rook to b8, again, preparing that b5 push, and bishop to f4, developing the bishop, connecting the rooks, and now it is black to play. What do you do here? Well, we've prepared b5, so pawn to b5. C captures on b5, we have c captures on b5, and now you want to move the queen, so queen to c2, and now the rook no longer has all that much to do on the b file, so rook to c8, aligning the rook nicely with the queen here, rook d to c1, and now comes bishop to b4. It seems like maybe you could have some tricks here because the rook and queen are here. Let's say b4 attacks the knight. The problem is after the knight moves, there is no discovery you can use. There's nothing you can capture, so it's, you know, it looks nice, but it doesn't really do all that much. So instead, bishop to b4. Now you have to be careful, and now just queen back to d1. We have knight to b6, and now knight to h2, preparing to shift the knight over to g4. We have b captures on a4, knight captures on a4, knight captures, b captures, and now queen to e7. Also developing the queen, connecting the rooks, knight to g4, and now comes knight to a8. And this is a big problem for black, and we have reached our position from the thumbnail. The problem is you have to move this knight, but not to a8. You have to move it over to e8, because from e8 the knight guards the f6 square. And now if white had some ideas of maybe sacrificing the bishop, let's say bishop captures on h6, you don't care. G captures, and the f6 square is nicely covered by the knight, so there will be no knight to f6 action. However, here knight to a8 was played, and even though it doesn't seem like the bishop can be sacrificed, because it just doesn't appear that there is enough compensation, there is a move that allows it, and that's really a thing of beauty. So here bishop captures on h6. This is what Hari played, and since you already played knight to a8, it's kind of your obligation to take the bishop, otherwise you just have to admit that you missed this move completely. So g captures on h6, and now knight to f6 with check. You can see now if the knight was here like we discussed, you could just capture this knight. Now you can't. The king is in check. King to g7, hoping that maybe you can play something like rook to h8, get the king back to f8, maybe survive the attack. But of course, Hare Krishna will not allow this. Queen to g4 with check. King to h8, now comes queen to f4, threatening checkmate. Black repeats, king to g7, and now comes the move that, well, as we did say, it's a double bishop sacrifice. Bishop captures on d5. Now, it's really a weird move, and it doesn't immediately, you know, scream why you should play this. And the thing is, you want to win the f5 square. If you win the f5 square, it is game over. Point being that after e captures on d5, you just play queen to g4 with check, and once the king moves, now you play queen to f5, which would be impossible if the pawn was on e6 guarding the f5 square, and there is no defense against queen to h7 checkmate. So black will have to give up the queen, but of course the position is completely winning for white. So after bishop captures on d5, bishop to d3 was played, trying to claim this diagonal, but now, well, all sorts of moves are winning here. Hare Krishna plays the nicest variation, basically knight to h5 with check, king to h7, and now bishop to e4 with check. And it was in this position on move 30 that Dimitrios Mastrovasilis resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So truly a spectacular game for Pentala Hare Krishna, who plays this brilliantly. It's truly a gem of a game, and you know, 30 moves on board one in the Olympiad. I mean, this is just incredible. And what a double bishop sacrifice. Okay, the second bishop sacrifice was not accepted, but it's lost regardless if you accept it or not. So really, really enjoyable. Just bishop captures on d5, incredible. Trying to win that f5 square. Here you resign because after the bishop, let's say bishop captures on e4, you're gonna capture this with check, and once the king, or you play, for example, f5, he captures on f6 en passant, then you win the queen and you win the game. And if king to h8, if after queen captures on e4 check, king to h8, you just play rook captures on c8, and then of course you play knight to f6, and again black cannot defend against this checkmate. You either have to give up the queen, which is completely winning for white, or you go here and then we just checkmate the black king this way. Now this is checkmate, this is checkmate, this is checkmate, so whatever you want to do, yeah, it's perfectly fine. Beautiful, beautiful game. Only 30 moves after bishop to e4. Master Vasilis resigned the game, and well, I enjoyed it immensely. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you have any of your own favorite games from round 3, do share. We will try to cover as many as possible. So use hashtag suggestion. It is the easiest way for me to check out your comments. Another great victory for A-Team India. We'll see what happens in round 4. Will they be able to push like this all the way? And now I think we're gonna be starting to see some big clashes starting from tomorrow. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Mitkens, happy 20th birthday to Mitkens, and I would like to thank Joshua Figueroa Lintag, Richard Nickerson, Alison Silva, and David Kimura for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Olympiad until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a very nice game and a very nice story about a 6-year-old girl from India. She could be 7 now, but the games are from when she was 6 years old, as this is the under-7 championship, called Sharvanika. Interestingly, I've seen an interview with her with Shagar Shah from Chess Base India, and he calls her Sharvanika, but then he asks her what's it actually pronounced, and she says Sharvanika, and then he just continues calling her Sharvanika. So I don't really understand how that works, but I'm gonna do it as she says, so I'm gonna call her Sharvanika. And also interesting story, I thought, okay, there's no way I'm gonna find a photo of her opponent, because okay, Sharvanika's photo was published by Chess Base India, but not only does Kiana here have a photo of herself online, she also already has a YouTube channel. So if you guys are interested in following her progress, I will put a link to her YouTube channel also in the description below, with the article to the Chess Base India's channel. Now, what I found interesting, and I usually find these stories on Twitter where there's a whole lot about chess. Shagar Shah published it and saying that Sharvanika is a 100% girl from India, saying that she wins all of her events with 100%, saying that she won the what's it called, in 2022 she won the Nationals Under-7 Championship, and also with a score of 11 out of 11, and then she won in Sri Lanka the Asian School Championship. She won the Under-7 Classical Tournament, she won the Under-7 Rapid Tournament, and she won the Under-7 Blitz Tournament, all of them with 100%. And you might think, okay, they are 6 years old, probably those games are not maybe the most top level games that we are used to, and chances are her opponents are just blundering pieces. But if you are thinking that, you could not be further from the truth. And this is one of the games that I'm going to show you. It's an extremely top level game. It has a brilliant opening, brilliant middle game, and a brilliant finish to the game. So without further ado, let's check it out. So Sharvanika with the white pieces opens with d4. We have knight to f6 by Kiana, c4 e6, knight to f3, and pawn to d5. So okay, the queen's gambit declined is on the board. g3, Sharvanika goes for the Catalan opening. We have bishop to e7, and now bishop to g2. Both players castle, so castles, and pawn to c6.
now. This is all modern theory to the highest level. Knight b to d2, we have knight b to d7, and now queen to c2. Nicely developing pieces, putting them on optimal squares. b6, preparing bishop to b7, and now pawn to e4, striking in the center. D captures on c4, we have knight captures on c4, and the bishop to b7, preparing to bring the rook to c8, and Sharvanika still has to figure out where to develop the bishop, maybe to e3 or to f4 or to g5 to get that rook to c1, or maybe the rook will come to d1, this rook will come to e1. All depends on how the game continues. So she goes rook to d1 first, which is also a very well-known move. Pawn to c5, striking in the center. We have knight f to e5, and this is where the game takes the most interesting turn. Now, we are already at move 12, and for example, this exact position was reached in 2020 in the Gibraltar Masters between Martin Percivaldi and Wang Hao, who was, a member of the candidates tournament. So, okay, knight captures on e5, and this is a new move that has not been reached before. How you should play this and how the theory suggests you should play this is c captures on d5, and then rook captures on d4, and then queen to c7, and so on and so on. Black brings the rooks into the game. However, here knight captures on e5 was played, which seems like a good idea, but it allows white a very, very tricky maneuver. D captures on e5, and it seems like you're going to lose a piece because your queen and knight are hanging, but not really. Okay, black is fine here. Knight f to d7, and now queen to a4. Sharvanika puts pressure on the knight here, and bishop to c8. Just nicely defending. So what can you do here? Interestingly, you don't really have to do this. You could also play queen to e8. It's such a fun position. And now, for example, if rook captures here, just rook to d8, and you can't capture because the queen would hang. So even this is possible. But okay, bishop to c8 was played in the game. This allows white to really put pressure on black. Bishop to f4. Sharvanika now wants to put a knight on d6. We have queen to c7, unpinning from the rook, and now knight to d6. We have rook to d8, and now rook a to c1. And here the problem is if you go for knight captures on e5, and Sharvanika mentions this during her interview with Shagar Shah. She says that she saw if knight captures on e5 that black can't really completely untangle here, because after bishop captures on e5 and bishop captures on d6, rook captures on d6, and after rook captures, bishop captures, queen captures, there is the very nice queen to e8. Sorry, not queen to e8, but e5, just attacking the rook and the queen. So that's resigns for black. So after rook 8 to c1, knight to f8 was played, and now Sharvanika gets a different idea that sort of a trap for black. Bishop to e3, and now it seems like you should be able to play this because there aren't any tricks, and also the d8 square will be covered if queen to e8 ever wants to be played. But here Kiana still goes for bishop captures on d6, e captures on d6, rook captures on d6, but now it turns out it is all the same. Rook captures, queen captures, and pawn to e5 now, attacking the queen and the undefended rook on a8, but of course just queen to b8, you will give up the exchange, and then the black queen will control this long diagonal, and with the light square bishop, this could still pose a lot of problems for white. However, you don't have to do this. You could also play something else. So feel free to pause the video and try to find the absolute best move for white while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on not grabbing the rook, as I already told you not to do that. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is queen to c6. This is now winning a full piece, as you cannot defend that rook. So how do you continue this? Bishop to b7. You could, of course, it's better to give up the bishop than the rook. Queen captures on b7. Queen captures, bishop captures, and now rook to d8. And okay, black will still fight. No point in resigning right away, and we're gonna skip this part of the game because what's interesting is how the game concludes. Okay, white is still up a piece for the rest of the game. Some pawns will be traded, some pawns will be captured, and this is where the fun again starts. a5. You cannot capture because the rook would be hanging on b2. c4, Kiana also starts advancing her passed pawn. A captures on b6, c3, and now bishop to e4. It seems like you are guarding the some squares, but not really. Pawn to c2, and here you can win this in two really cool ways, but Sharvanika chooses a much cooler way. So you could win this by simply capturing the pawn, and your position is still winning. Let's say rook captures here, and now you play rook to f8, and it doesn't matter what black does, you're still gonna win. If you go rook to b2, then you're gonna win the f7 pawn. If king to g8, rook to f6 goes after the pawns here, and you will simply win this endgame. And also, if rook to b2 isn't played, if you go after the rook with something like king to g7, then just b7, and you either take the rook and then the queen enters the game, or you defend and then you have to give up a full rook. So this is one way to do it with white, but she does it in a much a more interesting way, and instead of capturing, she plays pawn to b7, sorry, rook to c8. And now, as it turns out, there's really nothing you can do. Rook to b1 with check, king to g2, and now c1 queen. She allows Kiana to bring her queen into the game, but now look at this. Rook captures on c1, rook captures, and now b7, showing that the b1 square is defended by the bishop, and of course the c8 square is defended by the pawn, so there is no stopping that pawn from becoming a queen. And okay, the game concluded with rook to c4. She got a queen into the game, rook captures on e4, and she was able to outmaneuver her with a queen against the rook. But yeah, absolutely stunning stuff, and I thought you guys would probably think that, okay, they are 6 years old, probably they're just playing nonsense moves and just blundering pieces all over the place. But as you've seen, after 13 moves, a position that was reached in Gibraltar, and then, you know, very nicely concluded. And even after this queen to b8 move, not just going for some like bishop captures on a8, but also playing the perfect queen to c6. Also queen to e4 would have done the job. But yeah, absolutely stunning game. And now you know why and how she wins games and tournaments, or tournaments with a score of 100%. She plays you know, brilliant chess. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and a bit of the story that I shared. I hope you enjoyed that. And also, I wanted to mention, I don't know if I already mentioned this, but yeah, her coach is this gentleman here. I'm just gonna try and find it. This is her coach, who also coaches none other than Gukesh. So she is in very good hands. And we can probably expect a lot more from her in the future. There you have it, a nice photo of her coach with Gukesh. I forgot his name, as I tend to forget names much more than I did. But yeah, Grandmaster Vishnu Prasanna is the name of the coach. He's the coach of the great Gukesh, and he is now coaching young Sharvanika. So not at all surprised that she wins her tournaments with 100%. So yeah, hope you enjoyed that as well. I would like to thank Milos Knežević, Daniel Stone, David Groskin, Theodoros Katsimparos, and Scott Mellis for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. And do check out the entire article in the description below, and also if you want Kiana's YouTube channel in the description below. See you soon.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the first game we'll be covering from the second day of the Meltwater Champions Chester Finals. It is Arjun Erigaisi versus Magnus Carlsen, and this is the third game of their match. First game ended by Magnus winning. It was a very hard-fought endgame. In the end, Magnus was able to win. And in the second game, even though Magnus was winning with the white pieces, Arjun was able to trick Magnus, and even though Magnus had 2 extra pawns in the endgame, he could not convert into a full point. So second game ended in a draw, and this is now the third game. So Arjun playing incredibly well, but not quite there to take a full point from Magnus. So maybe now in the third game with the white pieces, let's see what happens, and it is quite an impressive game. So Arjun opens with pawn to d4. We have knight to f6 by Magnus, c4, e6, and now knight to f3. Not about to test Magnus's Nimzo Indian defense. So knight f3, going for the Nimzo, the anti-Nimzo, d5, and now g3, going for the Catalan opening. D captures on c4, bishop to g2, and bishop to b4 with check. Bishop to d2, blocking check, and now pawn to a5, just defending the bishop. And if white ever captures here, then you play a captures on b4, and you have 2 very impressive pawns here. You have the semi-open a file for your rook, Black is very happy here. So instead, a3, asking, do you want to go back? Do you want to capture on d2? Magnus captures, so we have captures with the knight, and pawn to b5. Now, Magnus shows that it is possible to defend this c4 pawn, but it's very tricky. Look at the bishop attacking that rook. How are you gonna play this? Knight to e5 for the moment doesn't really do anything. You're just gonna move the rook to a6. So instead, b3. This is how you always go after that defended gambited pawn, and this is how the only good way to do it. So b3, c captures on b3, queen captures, now again attacking the b5 pawn, and Magnus just defends it with c6. It looks incredibly ugly, but it is how you play this. So here Arjun castles, Magnus castles, and just rook f to c1. We have bishop to b7, and now queen to b2. Now with some ideas of maybe even bringing the knight over to c5, or maybe this knight is coming to c5, maybe knight e1, knight to d3, knight to c5. All depends on how Magnus plays this. So knight b to d7, knight to e1, and now pawn to e5. This is a very tricky move because it gives white a lot of options. Do you go knight to d3? Do you just continue with your plan to control the c5 square? Do you capture on c6? Because now you can. It's attacked twice, and it's not a bad idea. For example, bishop captures, rook captures, then black plays rook b8, and you've given back the pawn, but you have 2-to-1 advantage on the queen side. You will create a passed pawn at some point, and this is what black plays for. However, here we have d captures on e5 by Arjun, and it is now as of move 15 that we have a completely new game. Magnus plays knight captures on e5. It is possible because Arjun's knight on d2 will also be undefended. So queen captures on e5, queen captures on d2, and now rook to d1. Arjun says thank you for the open d file. Queen to h6. This is the only square for Magnus's queen. There are no other squares that you can put the queen to. Queen to c7 now goes after that bishop, and the rook a to b8. We have knight to d3. Again, the knight is coming to c5, and queen h5. For the moment, Magnus stops this. We have bishop to f3, harassing the queen, queen to f5, and now rook a to c1, gaining control over that c5 square. And there's no way to stop the knight from coming to c5. So how does Magnus counter this? Well, as you always should, he plays pawn to b4. And this is, it's a pawn sacrifice, but it's a very complicated one, especially for a rapid game. You don't have all the time in the world to calculate stuff. But I will just show what happens after captures, and knight captures. It seems like black just gives up a pawn, but after rook f to c8, the position becomes incredibly interesting. Yes, it's equal material, but black does have the passed c pawn. He just put a rook behind it, and of course he will try to push, let's say, queen d6, knight to e4. Now you're going to try to get bishop captures, queen captures. Of course, white is not interested in this, because if you trade the bishop for knight, then this bishop becomes a monster once you advance the pawn to c5. So probably queen d7, a queen trade, let's say captures, and then after knight f6 attacks the rook to d6. Now you get this position, and it's not easy to push the pawn. It's now attacked 3 times, but the problem is if you ever advance it to c5 prematurely, you can just trade bishop captures, rook captures, and rook captures on c5. You can't capture on b4 because the rook is hanging. You can't capture on c5 because mate is hanging on d8. So incredibly complicated stuff. After this b4 move, if Arjun decides to go after a captures on b4, but he doesn't. He just sticks with his plan, knight to c5. This is in fact the best he can do. Bishop to a8, saving the bishop, and now queen captures on a5. This is how he goes for it. But now Magnus misses a very neat trick. He plays b captures on a3. Rook to b5 is the way to go, attacking the queen and the knight here. And after the queen a7 move, which is the only square to defend the knight, now you advance the pawn to b3, and this is how you save your pass pawn. If a4, you just move the rook, and the pass pawn remains on the board. However, after queen captures on a5, b captures on a3 is played, queen captures, and now h6. And now Magnus just traded down into a basically worse position. So e4, going after the queen, queen to e5, and now knight to d3, attacking the queen, queen to e6, and now pawn to e5, attacking the knight on f6. Yes, like I said, Arjun traded down into a better position, but now with this advancement of the pawn to e4 and e5, he gives back all the advantage as he was now very, very low on time. And Magnus just plays pawn to c5. Now asking, do you want to trade bishop for knight, or do you want to capture on a8? Capturing on a8 is very interesting because after rook captures, queen captures on c5, you will play rook f to c8, attacking the queen, and let's say queen d6, rook captures on c1, rook captures, queen captures on d6, e captures, and rook to d8. Arjun would be up a pawn, but it would not be a pawn that would survive very long, so it's basically trading down into a draw. So Arjun, as he is down in the match, he tries e captures on f6. Now we have bishop captures on f3, f captures on g7, and now rook f to d8. And okay, this might be a little bit better and give a bit more chances to Arjun to play for the win, but this bishop here is just a monster. Allowing this with little time on the clock is just very, very hard to pull off. So rook to e1, as the rook was attacked, you move the rook with tempo. The queen is now attacked. Queen to b3. Magnus says, all right, let's trade down into an endgame. Queen captures on b3. Rook captures on b3. And now you have this position where Arjun is for the moment up a pawn, and he can grab another pawn on c5. He can just play knight captures on c5. Okay, this is not really an extra pawn. You're going to lose that pawn eventually. But knight captures on c5, the move you definitely want to play. But Arjun doesn't play it. He doesn't go for the pawn on c5. He plays knight to f4. And this is very, very hard for me to understand. I really have no idea why this knight to f4 move was played. Why not capture the passed pawn? And Magnus says, all right, you didn't capture it. He just plays rook to c8, puts the rook behind the passed pawn, and now he wants to start pushing the passed pawn. Arjun plays h3. Magnus continues pushing. Pawn to c4. We have rook to c2 now, and Magnus again continues pushing. Pawn to c3. We have pawn to g4. Okay, now you created some room for your king, so you can get your king into the game. But now rook to b2 by Magnus. And here we have rook to c1. Rook c to c1. If you play rook e to c1 to maybe try and go after this, doesn't really matter. Just captures. King will capture on g7. Later on, you can play bishop d1, attack the rook, advance the pawn to c2, and it will be well, either winning or close to winning for black. But here we have rook c to c1, and now Magnus advances the pawn all the way to c2. So even if this was playable, why would you allow this and not capture that pawn on c5 when you had the option? Why allow pawn to c4 is very, very hard to understand. Here, knight to h5. Now, okay, you have the g7 pawn guarded. Maybe this was the plan all along. Maybe Arjun thought Magnus doesn't really have anything here. If he allows me to defend my g7 pawn, I'm gonna have some pressure against him as well, although it's very hard to see how. Magnus could now play rook to d8, but he goes for rook c to b8, which is also very nice. And now king to h2. We have rook to b1 and now king to g3. So Arjun did everything. He got the king to g3, the knight on h5 guards the g7 pawn. Problem is his position is completely lost now. So feel free to pause the video and win the game for Magnus while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this wild idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is, of course, bishop to d1. I already mentioned the move a few lines ago, so probably you remembered it, but just in case. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, of course, we cut off the rooks defending each other, and now there is nothing you can do. This rook is about to be captured, so you have to capture either the rook or the bishop or the pawn. Nothing really works if you capture here, just queen gets into the game. If you capture the bishop, same stuff. You can either capture or even play rook captures on d1 and then bring a queen into the game. In the game, after bishop to d1, Arjun tried rook captures on c2. He gave up a full rook, but this means that he can just resign. Bishop captures on c2 was played, rook to e3. And here, okay, Arjun tried one more move because it is possible for Magnus to make a mistake. And I believe amongst all the players, Magnus is the one to make the most mistakes with the mouse. He just, misclicks with the mouse and then the weird stuff happens. So it is possible for him to play something like rook to b7 and then just get checkmated like this, but he didn't do that. After this rook to e3, Magnus just retreated with the bishop to g6 was played, and it was in this position on move 41 that Arjun Erigaisi resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So very nicely played by Magnus, winning game 1, winning game 3, so basically winning both games with the white pieces. And Arjun played incredible chess in both game 1, game 2, and game 3. It's just that he spent a bit more time than Magnus, then he got into time trouble, and then Magnus just crushed him in the end game every time, both in game 1 and game 2 and game 3. In game 2, like I said, Arjun survived, but still, if you put the position to the engine, it will give something like +8 for Magnus in several positions. So was well. He fought well, but not well enough. That's the game and a little bit of extra info about the match. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I would like to thank Christopher Norris, Mokosoft, Mikael Arboy, Fernando Gibson, and Harry Barton for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this wonderful event until it finishes. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another game from round 7 of the 2019 Grenke Chess Classic tournament. It's Fabiano Caruana, World Chess Championship challenger, the former one, versus Arkady Naidic. And we already seen one game where Carlsen defeated Levon Arnian and again took the lead. So let's see how this game went. And we do have some nice footage from the Grenke Chess Classic video team. So let's just check it out before enjoying the game. Here we have nice footage of Naidic pondering on the position. The camera is a bit going around, but that's all right, just for us to enjoy. And also we have some nice footage of Caruana. There you have it, chilling in front of some bananas, apples, grapefruits. There's some candy there, some blurry booze in the background. Just some, nice footage. So there you have it. And yeah, let's check out the game. Caruana has the white pieces and he opens with d4. Sorry about that. We have knight to f6. c4 and now e6, and here Caruana goes for g3, so we will not be having the Queen's Gambit decline. Caruana opts for some Catalan setup. We have d5 by black and bishop to g2 and bishop to b4 check. Caruana blocks with knight d2 and Naidic castles. We have knight to f3 and d captures on c4 only now. And this game will follow a game that Caruana already played. Caruana already played this exact same setup in 2009 against Zoltan Almasi, where that game was drawn, and also in 2010 in Amsterdam, Caruana played it against Boris Gelfand, where Caruana lost this game. So Naidic came very well prepared. Caruana castles with b5 now, defending the c4 pawn, and now pretty much always if black decides to defend his c4 pawn, you want to attack the base of the pawn chain with a flank pawn. So a4, we have c6 now, defending, and now again b3. Just once again trying to break this pawn structure. We have c3, now attacking the knight, and now knight to b1. And here just bishop to b7 developing, and queen to c2 by Caruana. And here knight b to d7 was played in that game we mentioned, Zoltan Almasi, Fabiano Caruana against Zoltan Almasi, that ended in a draw. But here Naidic goes c5, and it's not a new move, it's just a move that Caruana hasn't faced over the board before. Knight captures on c3, now finally grabbing back that pawn that white gambited. C captures on d4, and now knight captures on b5. We have knight to c6, and now there is one game in the database where bishop to b2 was played. Here Caruana goes queen to c4, and it is only now, as of move 14, that we have a completely new game. So okay, you're pressuring the bishop here. If the knight ever moves, you could threaten to eliminate the defender of the bishop, so you do have to either move the bishop or defend it. So queen to e7, defending the bishop, developing the queen, also connecting rooks. The rooks can now also be developed. And now we have knight b captures on d4. And now black could go into some series of trades, but Naidic wants to keep everything on the board. He's a very creative player. Knight to a5, and now queen to b5. And it's an excellent square for the queen, pressuring the bishop, pressuring the knight, pressuring the other bishop. So you don't want the queen to stay there forever. Rook f to d8, Naidic develops the rook, and now comes bishop to f4. Just a nice square for the bishop. And here, bishop to c3. getting the bishop out of this b4 square, attacking the rook, and also pressuring the knight on d4. We have rook a to c1, just getting the rook out of harm's way, threatening to capture the bishop, which would also eliminate the defender of the knight here. So here knight h has to decide what to do here. It's a very complicated position, and there is one line which pretty much forces a draw, but it's a really long line, and it's hard to say if knight h considered it. Of course he has, but maybe he didn't like the outcome of a drawish endgame, or maybe he just didn't feel like calculating all that much. But there is this line of bishop captures on d4, knight captures on d4, and now bishop captures on g2, where white would have this in between rook to c7, as that's why the bishop is on f4, queen to a3, pressuring the b3 pawn, king captures on g2, rook captures on d4, queen captures on a5, and now queen captures on b3. Rook captures on a7, rook captures, queen captures, and now you can just capture on a4, and you get this endgame where the material on the board is completely equal. White can even go for this tricky rook b1 move, where you can just trade queens, rook captures on b3, and you get this endgame where material is completely equal. It's a bishop against a knight with rooks on the board, 4 pawns each. It's possible. It's hard to say. If knight h saw this, maybe he would like this endgame with the black against Fabiano Caruana, but he decides to keep everything on the board. He plays a6, kicks away the queen, queen to e5, and only now does he go for bishop captures on f3. We have bishop captures, and now bishop captures on d4. Queen captures on a5, and now knight to d5, preventing this bishop from attacking the rook on a8, and now Caruana finds an excellent move, and that is bishop to c7. Just trying to get this rook away from the defense of the knight, then captures can happen. Knight h cannot leave the d file, he has to keep it there, rook to d7, and now comes e3. Asking what do you want to do with this bishop, but it also allows knight h to improve his position with queen to f6, which he does. Now of course he's hoping for captures on f3, but Caruana is not interested. With bishop captures on d5, rook captures on d5 first. This comes with an attack on the queen, so you don't have time to grab the bishop here. Queen to b4, and now comes bishop to b2, getting the bishop out of harm's way, attacking the rook on c1. Rook to c2 doesn't really matter, as the queen guards the bishop for now, but it also means you cannot move the queen for as long as your bishop is on b2. And now knight h says, let's just go h5. My plan now is to go h4, h3, play queen f3, and checkmate you on the g2 square. But queen to b7. Caruana says, okay, you don't have time for that. I'm just gonna push away your rook. Let's say rook to f8. This was played in the game. And now just queen captures on a6. With this capture, Caruana is now up 2 pawns, and not only that, he has 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side, and those are very fast, as you all know. So h4 by knight h, just trying to get his plan to fulfillment, and queen to c4. Caruana has to keep an eye on the e4 or g4 square to be able to prevent the black queen from reaching the f3 square. So how do you proceed here? Knight h played h3, of course still hoping for this queen f3 to g2, and now queen to g4, not allowing queen to f3. Okay, for the moment Caruana's queen is stuck there guarding the f3 square, but he does have 2 connected pass pawns, and he will definitely start pushing them. Rook to d3, going after the b3 pawn, b4 by Caruana, and now rook to b3. And here Caruana said, okay, you're free to go for my pawn. I'm just going to eliminate this pawn, and you no longer have any sort of an attack going on. And rightfully, he does so, because rook captures is impossible due to bishop d6, just winning the exchange here. So, after queen captures on h3, we have rook to a8, and now comes b5, just pushing that pawn, and it was actually in this position on move 33 that Arkady Knight resigned the game. He no longer has any counterplay, he no longer has an attack, and there's really not all that much to do here. If you go for rook captures on a4, which is possible, it simply doesn't work, because here, well, it's a nice little tactic. Feel free to pause the video and try to see why you cannot capture on a4. I'll give you a couple of seconds, as it is a very nice Sunday. It's sunny outside, you know, do enjoy the position. For those of you who were able to do it, you are an excellent creator of nasty discoveries. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, just bishop e5. Of course, now you see that the queen controls the entire h file. Black queen is under attack, and whatever you do, rook to c8 will be a deadly move. So whatever you do, either you will grab the bishop and you will receive check, which is also checkmate, as the king has nowhere to go, or you might try queen to d8. Yes, you're preventing rook from reaching this c8 square, but now just bishop captures or rook captures, doesn't really matter. You can just capture, 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 and now you are up a piece. You still have your passed pawn. It's a completely winning endgame for white. So Knight H realized this, and after this b5 by Caruana, he simply resigned the game. An excellent victory for Caruana, and he does, as he is the winner of the Grenke Chess Classic 2018, he's still trying to catch up to Magnus. We do have the standings here. Carlsen, after yet another victory, he's 5.5 out of 7. Then Caruana in second place with 4.5. Then Peter Svidler and Maxim Vachier-Lagrau with 4. With 3.5, we have Vishwanathan Anand, Arkady Naidich, and Levon Aronyan. With 2.5, Francisco Valeo Pons. And also in last place with 2 points, Georg Mayer and Vincent Keimer. Keimer, after winning his game against Georg Mayer, he also drew against Levon Aryan, and in this round he drew against Peter Svidler. So it seems that those tough rounds in the beginning against Carlsen, Caruana, Anand, and Naidich really paid off, as now Vincent seems unstoppable. So we'll see. 2 more rounds to go. What will Vincent do? Will be very interesting to see. I would like to thank Javier Victoria, Lucas Novak, Harry Potter, Jarl Tayan, and Aniket Modi for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with some more interesting content. And for the end of this video, let's just enjoy one more time this very soothing footage of Caruana chilling in front of some fruits and booze. So there you have it. Once again, thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your Sunday. Hello everyone, and welcome to another matchup you've all been waiting for. It's the quarterfinals of the FIDE World Cup 2019. Alexander Grishuk versus King Ding. Again, it's a really peculiar game, but a very exciting one, as usual, because we only show very nice games here. Without further ado, let's check it out. Of course, we have d4. The Queen's Gambit declined will be on the board. We have knight to f6, c4, e6, knight to f3, and d5. So the Queen's Gambit declined is on the board, and g3, preparing to fianchetto the light square bishop. And d captures on c4. We have bishop to g2, the Catalan opening, and now a6. We have castles by Grishuk, and now knight to c6. And here e3. Defending the d4 pawn, and the Ding goes rook to b8. Now preparing to, getting the rook out of this nasty diagonal, and also preparing to push b5 to protect his pawn. And now knight f to d2 by Grishuk, going after the c4 pawn. If you're wondering why not this knight here, because, why not develop another piece, is because now black can push b5, so you cannot capture it. Knight f to d2, whereas after going after the c4 pawn, now you cannot play b5 as the knight on c6 hangs. So knight f to d2 by Grishuk, and now e5. Ding decides to open up the center. With bishop captures on c6 with check, b captures, and now d captures on e5. This is all has been played before. We have knight to g4, preparing to recapture on e5, and now only knight captures on c4. We have bishop to e6 by Ding, attacking the knight on c4, and now queen to e2. Getting the knight out of the way, and now h5. Defending his knight, so now the bishop will be able to capture on c4. And here we have rook to d1, attacking Ding's queen, and there has been only one game that reached this position where queen to e7 was played, but the Ding plays queen to c8. It is the strongest move recommended by the engine, and no doubt Ding prepared this line very nicely for Grishuk. And it's very interesting what happens in the next move. So here, it's a completely new game already as of move 13, and the Grishuk plays queen to f3. Queen to f3 with the idea, of course, that if Ding goes for the knight here with bishop captures on c4, then queen captures on c6 just wins the game. It's check, you have to move the king e7, now you play b3, and you will very nicely, deliver checkmate after bishop to a3, or black will have to suffer severe material losses. The problem is, after this queen to f3 move, Ding doesn't have to capture the knight. Queen to f3 is actually a losing move for Grishuk, which is incredible, as the losing move happened exactly at the moment when they left, the known theory, as queen to c8 is a new move by Ding, and Grishuk replies with queen to f3, the losing move. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the refutation of queen to f3 while I give you a couple of seconds. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding a line that King Ding missed in the game. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's bishop to d5. And here White would have to give up the rook for the bishop with rook captures on d5. We're going to show that line, but just in case you don't believe me, here's what happens if you decide to to protect your queen, for example. Pushing e4 doesn't work. Then you just capture the knight and the queen no longer has access to the c6 pawn. So let's say you move the queen back to e2. Now you continue the attack, h4. And now with the queen threatening to come to h3 after the knight moves, you can see the bishop also eyes this diagonal after h captures on g3. The rook will also open up. It's just impossible for White to fend off all of the threats. For example, if f3, you just ignore that and continue h captures on g3. The rook is now coming to h2, so you have to play h captures on g3, but still rook to h2. And now, if the queen moves, for example, queen to d3, now you play bishop captures on f3, and the rook to h1 will be mate. There's nothing you can do about this. So after this bishop to d5 move, it's very ill-advised to move the queen. What's better is just rook captures on d5, and this offers a lot more play. For example, c captures, queen captures, and now queen to f5. Now Ding goes after the f2 pawn, and you have to calculate everything after what happens after queen to c6 check, king to d8, and queen back to g2. Now there's no continuation to the attack. The problem with the position is that Grishuk's pieces are still undeveloped, so you have to go back to defend, and now h4. Again, you're busting the king side open. Doesn't matter if you play h3, f3, whatever you play, h3, just h captures on g3. You continue the attack, and after f captures on g3, you go knight captures on e5, going for knight to f3, and if knight captures, queen captures, you have this position where Grishuk's problem is that his pieces are undeveloped, and you're going to play bishop to d6. You're going to threaten to capture here. The rook is coming into the game. It's very hard for White to develop. If you play knight here, you're going to lose the e3 pawn. You don't really have a good way to develop the bishop. If you develop it, you could lose the b2 pawn, as both the rook and the queen are attacking it. So it would be a winning position for Ding. But it's too much to calculate, and Ding did not play it. Ding didn't go bishop to d5. Ding went rook to b6. He doesn't like this queen to f3 move with the idea of queen captures here, as Ding's king is still in the center, and there are a lot of pieces around this black king. You kind of don't, if you don't find bishop to d5, you don't really have all that many moves you can play. But okay, Ding played rook to b6. He defended the c6 pawn. He offered the exchange to fend off the attack and also to fix his pawn structure on the queen side. And okay, Grishuk captured with knight captures, c captures, and now the queen also defends the c6 pawn, so there is no threat of queen captures on c6. And now Ding just continues the attack. We have h4. Sorry, h4 by Grishuk. He prevents Ding from continuing the attack by playing h4. Ding plays knight captures on e5, attacking the queen, queen to f4, going after the knight, and now knight to g6. Just pushing the queen back, queen to e4, and now bishop to e7, preparing the castle, and finally Grishuk grabs a moment to start developing his pieces. We have knight to c3, and now bishop to f5, pushing the queen further back, and you kind of have to go all the way back, either g2 or f3 or h1, somewhere along this diagonal. If you play something like queen d4, it seems like a nice centralizing move, but then bishop to g4 could be somewhat annoying. Your rook is under attack. If you move it, you get bishop to f3, and now you could face some serious issues here. So, after bishop to f5, we have queen to h1 by Grishuk, and now knight to e5. A lot of light square weaknesses here around the white king, and Ding, of course, would like to capitalize on that. So f3, covering some of the light square weaknesses. So bishop to g4 followed by knight f3, for example, will not be allowed. And now bishop to c2, forcing Grishuk to either move the rook away from the open d file or to block his bishop's development, which is what Grishuk does. And now Ding retreats with bishop to g6. So here, still, Grishuk is up in material, but his pieces aren't doing all that much, and he really has to take care of this. Queen to g2 by Grishuk. by Grishuk. We have castles by Ding, and now comes rook back to d1. He again has to waste a move. He wants to play e4, he wants to get his bishop into the game and finally get his other rook into the game as well. We have queen to f5 by Ding, now threatening to capture on f3 with check, and rook to f1. The rook is now defending the pawn, and now queen back to e6. And finally, we have knight to e2. Preparing knight to f4 to go for some more trades. We have knight to d3 now, covering the f4 square, but also pressuring the b2 pawn if the bishop, for example, moves at some point. We have king to h2, improving the safety of the king, and now rook to d8, developing his final rook and the only rook. And e4. Now Ding can finally, Grishuk can finally develop his light square bishop and then get the rook into the game. With f5 by Ding, he wants to, the pawns around the Grishuk's king aren't all that great, and the Ding definitely wants to open up the position as he still has the bishop pair, which he can use to attack the white king. With e captures on f5, queen captures on f5, and now knight to f4, going after the bishop and the knight. Of course, Grishuk wants Ding to capture here, so he can just develop with bishop captures, and now the rook can finally enter the game. Ding is not interested. He moves the bishop to f7. Now the knight is controlled, but Grishuk trades it, so it's irrelevant. We have knight captures on d3, rook captures on d3, again pressuring the f3 pawn, and now, still, how do you develop the bishop? It's not easy. You can develop it here, you can develop it to e3, you could go g5, although it comes with the price of a pawn, so instead Grishuk goes bishop to f4, but still, it still comes with the price of a pawn. Bishop captures on h4 now. And you can't capture the bishop. If you capture it, then just queen captures here with check. After king to h1, bishop d5, and it's game over. You cannot defend the f3 pawn anymore. So we have rook 8 to d1, ignoring the bishop, and now Ding trades. We have rook captures on d1, rook captures on d1, and bishop back to f6. We have b3. Now the bishop pair will be able to do some nice damage, and the Ding continues the attack. We have g5, attacking the bishop, and now bishop to c7, going after the b6 pawn. We have bishop to d5 by Ding, honing in on that f3 pawn, and here queen to e2. Grishuk allows Ding to capture on f3, as it would be followed by a perpetual check. For example, if bishop captures on f3, then you get queen e8 check. King g7, now you get rook to d7 check, king has to move, king h6, and now you have queen to f8 check. There's no way to finish the attack as the bishop does a wonderful job covering the dark squares, so just king g6, you're gonna go queen g8, king h6, queen f8, king g6, and so on. G8, queen h6, queen f8, and it would be a draw by perpetual checks. So Ding ignores the f3 pawn for now, and he plays g4. So what happens here? Well, now any queen to e8 checks are not all that useful because you can always bring the bishop back. So it's the queen to g8 check will no longer be an option. So queen to d3. Here Grishuk offers a trade of queens, and the Ding accepts. We have queen captures on d3, rook captures, and now g captures on f3, creating a very nice passed pawn here. With bishop captures on b6 by Grishuk, and now bishop to e5. And here, this is move 40. Both players reach time control, so you are awarded an additional time on the clock. And now Grishuk spent more than half an hour, I believe, so half an hour or a little bit over half an hour in this position, trying to figure out. Of course, he's better. He's up in the exchange. He has a rook for a bishop, but he's down a pawn. But he's still better. So he spent a lot of time here trying to decide what to do, if he could maybe somehow try to grind this out, and he played bishop to d4. And here Ding played bishop to e4, and it was in this position on move 41 that the players agreed to a draw. Because even though it seems like there's a lot to go on here, Grishuk spent half an hour and he calculated everything out, and the Ding, he wasn't just strolling around, minding his own business, he was also busy calculating, as it's a very important game. So here they agreed to a draw, as it is a draw, and we are going to show it. The rook is under attack, you have to move the rook while also keeping an eye on the bishop on d4. After you move the rook, you get bishop captures, rook captures, and now f2. This is the point. If you capture the bishop, you play f1 queen, so black would win. So you have to go back, rook to d1, and now comes bishop to d3. Again, defending the f1 square, so king to g2, and now just f1. You bring a queen into the game with check. Grishuk would have to give up his rook. Bishop captures with check, king captures, and now you have this position where it's king and 3 pawns against king and 3 pawns. This endgame is a draw. Of course, both Grishuk and Ding know their king and pawn endgames, and they don't need to play this out. After bishop to d4. After bishop to e4, they agreed to a draw. So really, a very nice fighting draw. Ding really, he enjoys a good fight. Grishuk also, and he didn't find that bishop to d5 move, but it's always incredible. I can't remember which game it was where Mamedyarov lost, where he just played like 22 moves straight out of theory, and then after his opponent left, I think it was against Anish Giri, but I can't be sure. Then he just completely blundered on the next move that was out of theory. Similar was queen to f3. It's, queen to c8 is a new move, and then queen to f3 completely loses the game. Really just remarkable stuff. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed this first classical game between the two of them. Tomorrow we have game 2, where Ding will have the white pieces. We'll see how Grishuk fares then. And yeah, I would like to thank Sasha Taheri, Robin Vier, Gianluca Santarossa, Akila Chiguluri, and Tony Nguyen for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the FIDE World Cup, checking up on your suggestions, and so on. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome to another very nice game. This one is from round 6 of this year's Super United Blitz tournament being played in Zagreb, Croatia. It is Magnus Carlsen versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. The two rivals face off against each other again, as they have in their World Chess Championship match. This time, of course, it is in Blitz, and it's quite an impressive game with a most intriguing ending. Magnus seems to be unstoppable. He's on a 6-game winning streak, so he won all of his games in Blitz, and if Nepo doesn't beat him, well, he will just continue grinding wins, and Nepo is trailing by a full point. If you remember, we went into the Blitz section by Fabi and Nepo leading the tournament, and Magnus was trailing by a point, and now Magnus is leading by a full point, so Nepo needs to win this game in order to catch up. So let's see what happened here. Magnus had the white pieces, and he opened with d4. We have knight to f6, c4, e6, knight to f3, and d5. So a standard queen's gambit declined, but Magnus goes for g3. He opts for his Catalan opening, bishop to e7, and bishop to g2. Castles by both players, and d captures on c4. So the absolute main line. Knight to c3, and now knight to c6. We have pawn to e4, again, all very standard, nothing new here. Rook to b8, you don't really want your rook on a8 with the Catalan bishop being as powerful as it is. Queen to e2, and now pawn to b5, defending the c4 pawn. We have rook to d1, nicely aligning the rook with the queen on the d file, and knight to b4. Now, of course, you are looking to plant your knight on d3, and white will usually play knight to e5 or knight to e1 to stop this. Magnus decides for knight to e1, and now there is a game where rook to e8 was played, but here we have bishop to b7, and it is now, as of move 11, that we have a completely new game. So pawn to a3, kicking away the knight, knight back to c6, and now knight captures on b5. We have bishop to a6, and now pawn to a4. Of course, if you just trade everything, captures, captures, and captures, then the white queen also will pick up the c4 pawn. So you can't do that. Nepo defends it, knight to a5, and now bishop to f4. Nicely developing, putting pressure on the c7 pawn. Bishop captures on b5 now, a captures, and the rook captures, and now we have knight to c2. So the knight comes to an active square. Later on, you can play knight a3 if needed. You can go knight b4, even knight to e3, which seems more likely. You can play d5, put a knight on d4. So many options for this knight. And while it looks like you could maybe capture on b2 and make something work, not really. Magnus will just capture the knight on a5, and he's going to be up a piece. So we have queen to b8, and now pawn to d5. A very nice breakthrough by Magnus with a temporary pawn sacrifice, captures on d5, and now pawn to e5, attacking the knight here, knight to e4, and now he even gives up his strong Catalan bishop, but you will see why. Bishop captures, pawn captures, and now knight to d4. This is the move that we've mentioned. Again, this is impossible as the knight on a5 would be hanging. So knight to b3, trying to pick off the knight from this strong d4 square, and Magnus does not capture the rook. He goes knight to c6. Even though knight captures on b5 is very nice. Point is that after knight captures on a1, you can just bring it back to d4 with the knight on a1 still hanging, and after the knight moves, you will now play knight to f5 with all sorts of nasty tricks here against the black king. And this is, well, in Magnus's hand should be winning, but he decided to go for knight to c6 instead. Queen to e8, getting the queen out of harm's way, and now queen captures on c4. Now he's also attacking the rook here, so rook b6 attacks the knight, and now knight captures on e7 with check. We have queen captures and rook captures on a7. So for the moment, it's equal material, but how are you defending the c7 pawn? You could play something like rook to c8, and the engine says that even this should be played as passive as it is, but Nepo rarely goes for the passive idea. He plays queen to e6, and Magnus happily trades. Queen captures, we have rook captures on e6, and now, of course, rook captures on c7, and now Magnus is up a pawn, but it's not just any pawn, it's the passed b pawn. So pawn to h6, creating some breathing room for the black king, and pawn to h4. We have king to h7, and of course pawn to h5, grabbing more space. This requires no explanation, as now pretty much everyone does it without even thinking. You just push that pawn, grab more space, and good things will happen. So here, pawn to g5 was played, h captures on g6, en passant, this comes with check, and now king captures on g6, rook to d6, offering a trade, and interestingly, creating a pass pawn here for white is actually the best. Then you play knight to d4, and you just continue the game. It's not going to be easy to advance that pawn all the way to victory. Also, you're threatening knight e to check, to mess up the pawn structure, to remove the bishop. So it could very well be played. However, we have pawn to h5 by Nepo, and now Magnus plays rook captures on e6, f captures, and now bishop back to e3. We have rook to d8, and now rook to e7, putting pressure on the e6 pawn here, king to f5, and now rook to h7, attacking the h5 pawn, rook to d1 with check. We have king to g2, and now king captures on e5. We have rook captures on h5, and king back to f6. So Magnus up a pawn, and Nepo with the doubled e pawn. So Magnus is better. But I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, knights are tricky bastards, and in Nepo sense, they are, well, most tricky. So rook to h6 check, we have king to f5, Magnus repeats once, rook to h5 check, king to f6, and now pawn to g4 limits the movement of the black king. We have knight to d4 now with ideas of knight to f3 and rook to g1, and Magnus gives one check, but then he decides to go back with rook to h1, king to e5, and rook to h5 check, king to f6, and rook to h1, opting for a rook trade, but this would be of course terrible, because after rook captures on h1, there is the in-between Zwischenzug, bishop captures on d4 with check. And even after e5, you can even give up the bishop here, captures, king captures, and you're 3 pawns to 1, of course, completely winning. So, of course, Nepo cannot trade. Rook to d3 was played, and now Magnus advances it. Pawn to b4. We have knight to c2 attacking the pawn, and now rook to b1. Always put a rook behind the passed pawn, and good things will happen. Knight to a3 attacks the rook, and now g5 with check. We have king to f5, and now rook to c1. Magnus spots a beauty. Rook to b3. Now Nepo puts a rook behind Magnus's passed pawn, and why would Magnus allow such a thing? Well, of course, for rook to c5 with check. And now if Nepo goes to a weird square, he's gonna lose these pawns. But that's exactly what you should do. You should play king to g6, allow rook e5, and okay, those pawns will fall, but at least you survive. In the game, after rook to c5 check, Nepo defended with pawn to e5, and now Magnus is completely winning, and of course you guys see why. But just in case you don't, feel free to pause the video and try to find the win for Magnus while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the mating net. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is of course rook to c6, cutting off the king from entering the 6th rank. And now you see what's happening here. The bishop cuts off the f4 and g5 squares. The only square left for the black king is the g4 square. And it's not easy to decide on this. You really want to capture on b4, but if you do this, then king g3, and there is no defense against rook to f6 checkmate. So the only thing you could do after rook to c6 is play something like king to g3 yourself. King to g4 yourself. A king to g3 is now not possible, but then g6, and you cannot stop the passed pawn. If you play rook captures on b4, hoping to play rook to b8, now comes bishop to b6, no rook to b8 for you. And now whatever you play doesn't really matter. King somewhere, g7, g8 becomes a queen, that's it. So after rook to c6, Nepo played rook to b2, but it doesn't matter. Magnus just played king to g3, and he was in this position on move 50 that Jan Nepomniachtchi resigns the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Whatever move you play here, even a move like rook captures on f2 ends with rook to f6 checkmate, and of course no point in continuing this. So very nicely done by Magnus. He wins his 6th game in a row in the blitz section, and well, I think he's playing against Alireza now, so if he can continue this for 3 more rounds and make it a 9 out of 9, it will be impossible to stop him. Even now it's gonna be incredibly difficult to catch up to him. He defeated Nepo, who was the only player being just 1 point behind him. Now it's going to be very, very hard to stop Magnus from winning the whole thing. But, there's an entire day, more day of blitz to play. We'll see what happens. So yeah, that's the game. Really hope you guys enjoyed it. Beautiful checkmate by Magnus against his former World Chess Championship challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. I would like to thank James Eugene Cashman, John Austin, Not Complace, Paul Miller, and Brad Roth for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this beautiful event until it finishes. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to an incredible game that just happened, or rather incredible games that just happened. I'm going to show you 2 games in this video. One will be Daniil Dubo versus Alexander Grishuk, and the other one you probably already know what it is. Of course, it is Richard Rapport versus Etienne Bacrot. This is the one I'm going to show you first, as a lot of you have been asking over the years, just kidding, over the months that have passed. Where is Daniil Dubo? Why isn't he playing anywhere? As well, I know how much you guys enjoy his game, so this is a game that happened from the I believe it's round 7 or first round that was played on day 2 of the World Rapid Team Championship. So let's check it out. Your mind will just explode while watching this. So let's check it out. The teams are Alpha Ekes Linz versus Freedom, and Daniil has the white pieces. He opens with pawn to d4. We have knight to f6 by Alexander Grishuk, knight to f3. We have pawn to d5 and pawn to d5 and c4. We have e6, so a standard Queen's Gambit declined is on the board, and g3. Dubov opts for the Catalan opening of the Queen's Gambit decline. We have bishop to e7, bishop to g2. And now both players castle. So castles, and d captures on c4. Now this is the mainest of the line that you could possibly have in the Catalan. And many have played this. Magnus had this position against Ding, I think, in 3 games. Ding even defeated him with white in one of the games. Many players had this. Nakamura played it against Anand. Wesley So played it against Vladimir Kramnik. You name a player, they've played this position. So here, queen to c2, just preparing to capture back the pawn to a6, preparing pawn to b5, and of course pawn to a4. We have bishop to d7, now getting ready to counter white's strong light square bishop with bishop to c6, and here queen captures on c4 is the most common move, and pretty much everyone plays it. In all of those games that Ding played against Magnus, always queen captures on c4 was played, even in the one where Ding defeated Magnus. But here we have bishop to g5. It's a Fairly rare move. It's been played, well, not all that many times, but one player who does play it with white, interestingly, is Alexander Grishuk himself. So Dubov playing some mind games here. Bishop to c6, of course, countering Dubov's strong bishop on g2, and now rook to d1. We have pawn to b5, and the bishop captures on f6. We have bishop captures and knight to c3. So again, nothing new here. We have queen to e8, adding more firepower to this diagonal, and also getting the queen off of the d8 square. And now, okay, you could choose e4, but you could also play d5 right away. Again, it has been played before. We have bishop captures by Grishuk, a captures on b5, and now we have bishop captures on c3. There is a game where a captures on b5 was played. Anna Oshchenina versus Leiting J defeated her with this a captures on b5 move in 2019 in the Women's World Team Championship, Astana, Kazakhstan. But here we have bishop captures on c3, and it is now, as of move 14, that we have a completely new game, and this is basically where our journey begins. So, okay, you would expect b captures on c3 or queen captures on c3, but not when Danil is playing. He goes knight g5, he threatens checkmate on h7, and okay, it's a fine Zwischenzug if we've ever seen one. We have pawn to g6. You could also play pawn to f5, but maybe it ruins your position a little too much, and also the e6 pawn will be weakened. So pawn to g6, and now queen captures on c3. So by doing this, in between move, Dubov now gains control of this diagonal, and already you have to wonder what is happening. What if rook to d4 is played, and then knight captures on h7, rook to h4? Are you just getting checkmated? Is there even a way out of this? Well, it is Alexander Grishuk he's playing, and of course Grishuk finds the answer. Queen captures on b5. Not the move you'd expect because all the action is happening on the king side, but the main point of the move is queen to b3. Of course, you want to offer a queen trade. And now what I've been wondering is that when I first saw this position, and I came back home and I turned on the broadcast of the World Rapid Championship, they were pretty much at this position, and I thought rook d4 now is queen to b3 the solution to rook to d4. And the story of rook to d4 is basically why I'm making this video. So it was not played, but I will just show you what happens if it is played. And Dubov spent quite a lot of time, as it is a rapid game. He spent some 6 minutes or maybe even 7 minutes on this move. Now, the idea is not queen to b3. It seems like this solves all of your problems, but not really, because knight captures on e6 puts a lot of trouble on black's position. Now, of course, you can't capture with the bishop. The rook on a8 would hang, so you're going to capture with the f pawn, and now you're going to get rook captures on d5. And okay, we trade queens, captures, and now you're going to play e captures on d5 or not. It's not really all that great to capture the rook, but if you do, then bishop captures will deliver a check, fork the rook on a8, and once the king moves, you're going to play bishop captures on a8. And okay, it's the exact same material, but black's pawn structure is messed up, and the white rook would make easy work of those stranded pawns. So what you do play after rook to d4 is, again, why I'm making this video, and that, of course, is bishop captures on g2. Again, not a move you'd expect here, because now knight captures on h7. How do you defend against rook h4? I mean, isn't this just over? Not really. If you capture, then you just get checkmated. That's not really an issue. You could block with the queen, but then you're down a queen. The idea behind this knight captures on h7 move is pawn to e5. That's how you defend. You block the queen's diagonal. And now you play rook to h4. Of course, you defend your knight, and black just calmly retreats the bishop. And okay, black snatched a pawn here. Knight captures on f8, king captures on f8, and now rook to a5, attacking the queen. Queen to c6, now threatening checkmate, and now rook to h8 with check. King to g7, now queen captures on e5 with check. Luckily, the queen on c6 isn't just threatening checkmate, also supports f6, so pawn to f6. Queen to e7 with check, king captures on h8, and now queen to f8 check, and you will have a draw by repetition. Doesn't really matter what the black king does. Even king to h6 will be met with queen to f8 check, and you cannot go to the fifth rank. Or, I mean, even if you could, you probably wouldn't want to. King h7, and here we would see a draw by perpetual. So this is why Dubov was calculating so much here, probably contemplating this rook to d4 move, but in the end he decided to go for, before I show you that, I just want to tell you what the computer recommends. The computer recommends rook a5, and okay, we trade down into this endgame. Queen b3, queen captures on b3, c captures on b3, and now knight captures on e6. That's computer's idea. Of course, it's pretty much the same like the variation we've discussed. You cannot capture because of bishop captures on a8. You're going to have to play f captures. Now we're going to see rook captures on d5, or even better, this rook captures on d5, and after pawn captures, you're going to play bishop captures on d5 with check, king g7, bishop captures, and the exact same position arises as in the line that we've discussed, but not Dubov. And this is why I like Dubov's games all that much. He doesn't play the move that, okay, maybe brings you the victory and is very difficult to calculate. He doesn't play the absolute strongest move recommended by the engine, but he finds a way to complicate things. Sort of a human move, but not really. Not even knight captures on e6. He goes for the straight knight captures on f7. And now what this allows, and something that Mikhail Tal always taught us, on how to attack, give your opponent as many chances to make a mistake as possible. You might get the exact same position as in the other lines. You should always try to get the exact same position, but in the most complicated way imaginable. Okay, now you could play king captures in the game. You could play rook captures. In the game we have king captures. Both moves are fine. It all depends on how you continue playing. And now rook to a5. We have queen to b3, and now Dubov just trades. Queen captures, pawn captures, and now rook d captures on e5. So similar, but not quite the same. And here, Sasha should play e captures on d5, but just by playing this knight captures on f7 move, Dubov confused Sasha just enough not to capture this. The point is you should capture, go bishop captures on d5, and after king to e7, bishop captures on a8. Of course, Grishuk thought that okay, I'm not playing this is too good, but there is this c6 move. And this is the move you have to find in order to play that. Now the bishop is trapped here, and it's not clear how to get the bishop out. Bishop to b7, you're going to play rook to d8, and there's never a good way. Okay, you could play bishop captures on a6, but it's not nothing spectacular. So now rook to a3, you want to play rook captures on b3 to defend your bishop, and now knight to d7. Bishop captures on c6, knight to c5 defends both of the pawns, and if rook to a5, you're going to play rook to d1 check, king moves, and king d6 defends the knight, attacks the bishop, and black is very much in the game with a very, very active king. So this is how you should play it. But Sasha played king to e7, and now Dubov gets to play rook to d3. Now attacks the rook on a8 and threatens the pawn on b3, and both of them were already very, very low on time here. Rook to a7, and now just rook captures on b3, and you get this position. The material is the same, but it's a bishop against a knight, and of course if there's play on both sides of the board, of course you know that a bishop is a little bit better than a knight. Knight to d7, and now bishop to h3. The e6 pawn is weak, and of course, Dubov will hone in on that weakness. And another thing, of course, if you're only starting with chess, you can notice that black has 4 pawn islands and white has 2 pawn islands. So it's much better to have 2 pawn islands than 4 pawn islands. It's just easier to pick off the pawns. So here we have rook to b8, offering a rook trade, and Dubov just trades. We have captures, and now he goes after the weakness that is the e6 pawn. Rook to e5. And okay, rook to b7 goes after the b2 pawn, rook captures on e6 with check. We have king to d8, and now rook to f6. Now you have to be a little bit careful, because, okay, the bishop controls d7 and c8. If rook to f8 check happens, you know that the knight might fall, so you don't want to move the rook away from the b file. So rook captures on b2 is fine, that is what Sasha goes for. Now rook to f7. Dubov limits the movement of Sasha's king and waits for his next, move or mistake. And you could play a lot of moves here, a5, h6, h5, but in the game, rook captures on e2 was played. The point is that, okay, let's say you continue pawn to a5, because now you definitely realize that it's a race. If pawn to a5, Dubov would play rook captures on h7. If pawn to a4, bishop to e6, now guards the a2 square, and if a3, just king to g2. And now you don't have a2, because if you play a2, there's rook to h8 check, king to e7 attacks the bishop, but it doesn't matter. Bishop captures on a2, and that gets rid of the pawn. Rook captures and rook captures knight, and you have 4 pawns against 2. Of course, if nothing crazy happens, should be a winning position. Okay, rook captures on e2. It's 3 pawns against 2, but still, those 2 are weak. These 3 are connected. Excellent winning chances for Dubov. So, of course, nothing great for Sasha there. So he plays rook captures on e2. One thing this does is that now, if a race occurs, bishop to e6 is no longer an option. So Dubov plays rook captures on h7, and now pawn to a5. We have rook to g7, now pawn to a4, and Dubov now finds bishop to f1. And how do you continue? The point is, okay, you could play a3, but again, Dubov sort of tricks Sasha, or maybe Sasha was still trying to win the game. a3 is just not enough to win, because after bishop captures on a2, you will also pick off the knight, rook g8 check, king to e7, rook captures on b8, and you get a queen with check, king g2, and it's still a rook and bishop 3 pawns versus a queen and 2 pawns. So, of course, a queen is stronger, but with seconds on the clock for both of them, it would be easier to coordinate a bishop and rook, because once you put the bishop on this diagonal, the black queen can never even deliver a single check, and the rook will start harassing the king. So, but again, it is the best way to draw this. But as usual, Dubov makes his opponent work very hard for his meal, and rook to e8 is the move that Sasha chooses. But now rook captures on g6. We have knight to d7 and bishop to b5 by Dubov, attacking the pawn here. Sasha plays rook to e4, defends the pawn, and now the position is completely winning. So you can feel free to pause the video and try to find the absolute best move for Dubov while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this wild idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is, of course, rook to g8 with check. Dubov played it, and he was in this position on move 34 that Sasha Grishuk resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. The problem is, if you play rook to e8, then of course you can just trade rook captures, king captures, and bishop captures on a4. You're up 2 pawns, of course, in a completely winning position. And on the other hand, after rook to g8 check, if you go king to e7, then the point is rook to g7 with check, and now the knight will hang. You're going to move the king somewhere, doesn't really matter where. If you play here, then it even comes with check. So king f6, rook captures on d7, and the pawn is too far away for you to do anything about it. A3 will be met with rook d2, and that's all there is. You're up a piece, completely winning. So brilliantly done by Dubov, and it's also one of the reasons why I know you guys enjoy Dubov's games so much. It's exactly this position where this first, like a move like knight to g5, a beautiful Zwischenzug that allows him to grab hold of this diagonal, and now after queen captures on b5, simply the possibility of rook to d4 and all of these variations that you had to calculate, but the Dubov avoids it, even though it's such a complicated lines. But he just, finds a way out of all of these moves, out of rook to d4, rook to a5, rook to d4, knight captures on f7, knight captures on e6, knight captures on h7. He found the one that forced Sasha to burn a lot of his time, and in the end, got him to make that one mistake that allowed the Dubov to win the game. So brilliantly done by Dubov, and now we are continuing onto the a game that is even shorter and even crazier, and it is the one between Richard Rapport and Etienne Bacrot, also on the same team. And the cool thing is, okay, I'm not going to mention it, I could spoil it a little bit, so let's just check out the game first, and then we're going to discuss it. Rapport has the white pieces, and he opens with e4. We have pawn to e6, and now pawn to d3. Also, I've been using this quite a lot against the French lately. Also funny, Etienne being French, playing the French, very cool. I've been playing it quite a lot, instead of pawn to d4, because it just weirds out players with the black pieces, because everyone who plays the French is so used to having this pawn on d4 and later undermining it with c5 that it's just, I guess it's weird for them to play it with pawn to d3. And okay, we have pawn to d5, knight to d2, and now pawn to c5. And now usually this pawn will be attacking the d4 pawn, but not here. Pawn to g3, we have knight to c6, and now bishop to g2. We have knight to f6, and now knight g to f3. You could also include a queen to e2 move if you want before this, but this is basically your standard setup. You will have d3, e4, the knights will be here, the bishop will be fianchettoed, you will castle play queen to e2, and you will always have a great game. The point is that if black ever wants to grab more space in the center with the d4, then you get everything you've dreamed of from the position. You will play e5, and if knight to d5, you will play a4. So those are the two moves that will give you an excellent game. Black will, of course, play bishop e7, castles, but the point is you will get the c4 square for your knight. And by playing pawn to a4, you've prevented pawn to b5. You have the knight on c4 pretty much for the rest of the game. The knight on f3, you have firm grip on the e5 square, and at some point black will maybe try to undermine it with f6, but your position is great and you will enjoy playing this. So if you're annoyed by playing the standard d4 against French, maybe try this. But okay, bishop to e7, we have castles by both players, and now we have rook to e1. But also after seeing this game, I see I have to be a lot more careful than I usually am. And here the standard move is pawn to b5, grabbing more space on the queen side, because why not? White allows it. Or even queen to c7. We have the slow h6 by Etienne, and now comes pawn to a4. And this is now a new move. So now already as of move 9, we have a completely new game. We have pawn to b6, sort of a conservative way of playing the position, but of course Etienne knows what he's doing. Pawn to e5, and now not the knight to d7, but knight to h7 instead, with some ideas of maybe knight to g5, pawn to h4, stopping that, and now queen to c7. We have pawn to c3, and now pawn to f6. Of course, black will always play this to undermine the e5 pawn. E captures on f6, knight captures on f6, and now pawn to d4. We have bishop to d6. Now Rapport is already seeing what's going on here. The g3 pawn is being threatened. The rook is very nicely placed on this semi-open f file. The knight is going to come to g4 to put more pressure on f2. So is there something to worry about here? Obviously not. Knight to b3. Knight to f1 is a bit safer, just adding more protection to g3. But he goes knight to b3. He wants to prepare pawn to a5. And now comes knight to g4, just putting even more pressure on the white king. Bishop to e3, and here Etienne goes for it. We have bishop captures on g3. And it doesn't look like much. I mean, okay, you get 2 pawns for the piece, but where is the actual attack? F captures on g3, queen captures on g3, and now comes, knight b to d2 is what you have to play. But in order to find this move, you have to see what is black's threat. And also, this is one of the principles you could use also from the previous game that Mikhail Tal taught us. Always give your opponent as many possibilities to make a mistake as you can. And here, Rapport makes the mistake. He plays queen to e2, and now the position is completely winning for Etienne, but only if you can see why. So feel free to pause the video and find the win for Etienne while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on always, looking at that least active piece and looking how it can end the game. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is rook captures on f3. This is what Etienne played, and he was in this position on move 18 that Richard Rapport resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So what can you do? Of course, you cannot capture with the bishop, and if you capture with the queen, now you see that this diagonal opens up, and that is all there is to it. Queen to h2 check, king to f1, and now bishop to a6 check, and the black king has no moves. You have to block with the queen. That's obviously silly. And if you play rook to e2, you would very much welcome bishop captures on e2, but now rook to f8, and there's no move. Well, so many skewers from all sides. The queen is lost, the rook is lost. There's, whatever you play, you just eliminate the white queen, the white rook, and it'd be silly to even try to make a move here with white. There just isn't one. So of course, Rapport saw this, and after this beautiful rook captures on f3, we can even show it in slow motion. There you have it. It was in this position that he resigned. I mean, what a game. A mind-blowing position in the Dubov Grishuk. Also a beautiful miniature here by Etienne. So hope you enjoyed both games. If you have any other games that you think that should be covered, use hashtag suggestion in the comments, and I will do my best to go over them. Those were the games. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Rajashri Chowdhury, Robert Bloom, Andrew Woolley, an anonymous person, and the GuernseyChessFestival.org.gg for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this wonderful event until it finishes. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the World Cup. This is round 5, and we have a very exciting game between Magnus Carlsen and Vasily Ivanchuk, who I am very, very glad that he qualified all the way here to face Magnus Carlsen. And he's been a top player for like 35 years. He has defeated everyone, not just defeated, he absolutely crushed everyone he ever played against. There's no person Vasily Ivanchuk has not defeated. And he was okay when Kasparov was, for example, the highest rated FIDE player in the world. Vasil was number 2 highest rated in 91 and 92. Then in 2007, when Vishwanathan Anand was rated number 1, Vasil was also number 2. And okay, he did drop a little bit by rating, but if you remember, I often like to remind this everyone of this in 2016 World Rapid and Blitz Championship in Qatar Doha. He defeated Magnus Carlsen in both Rapid and Blitz. So that's just kind of what kind of player he is. Doesn't matter when he plays, who he plays, he just crushes you, and it's only a matter of which Ivanchuk shows up, the one that can, crush Stockfish, or the one that will sometimes even blunder a piece. So let's check out what happened here. Magnus has the white pieces, and he opens with pawn to d4 for this game. We have pawn to d5 by Vasil, knight to f3, we have knight to pawn to e6, and now pawn to c4. Transposing into the Queen's Gambit declined, we have knight to f6, and now pawn to g3. Magnus opts for his famous Catalan. Bishop to b4 with check, we have bishop to d2, and now just back bishop to e7. We have bishop to g2, pawn to c6, and the queen to c2 now. So those are very standard moves here. Knight b to d7, and now bishop back to f4. We have castles by Ivanchuk, and now pawn to h4. Usually some other moves have been played here, but pawn to h4 in this particular position is a new move. So already as of move 9 that we have a completely new game. And here Ivanchuk just goes d captures on c4. Usually you would play something like b6, bishop to b7, rook to c8, then advance the pawn to c5. But as Magnus didn't go for the standard stuff, he went for this h4 move. He just goes d captures on c4. The idea being that now after Magnus recaptures, he will go knight to d5, put pressure on the bishop here, and Magnus of course plays bishop to g5, saying that he's not really interested in castling here. If bishops ever get traded off, then h captures on g5 is coming, and Magnus would get the semi-open h file for his rook. So of course Ivanchuk not about to do that. h6, bishop captures on e7, we have queen captures, and now pawn to e4. Magnus chases away the knight, grabs the full center here, knight 5 to b6 with a tempo on the queen, and queen to c3 now. And here with this queen to c3 move, Magnus allows Vasil this brilliant central breakthrough, and that is pawn to e5. So he plays it, and Magnus was very unhappy when he saw this, because he thought, of course, that it was impossible. The square is defended 3 times, also one of the reasons why the queen came to c3. And if Ivanchuk can actually play this, then the queen does not belong on c3. Perhaps the knight should have gotten to c3, and the queen might have been better placed elsewhere. Now the problem is, if Magnus accepts this challenge, let's say he plays d captures on e5, then the problem is knight to a4 attacks the queen, and now if you want to keep an eye on the e5 pawn, you will have to play queen to d4, and now knight d to c5 comes. And now what do you play here? It's such a weird position. What could you play here? You could play something like queen to d6, obviously. But then comes just a nice trade, captures, and knight captures on b2. So just grabbing that b2 pawn. And if pawn to e5 seems like it's going great, just knight c to d3 with check. And now you have to be very careful. It doesn't really matter what you do. It doesn't matter even if you go here. Then you can even capture, for example, king to e2. You can even capture on e5. If knight captures, rook to e8, white center would be gone. And if you go something like king to f1, well then just pawn to f6. You mess up white's center, and without it, white is clearly worse. So instead, after e5, we have just castles. Magnus nodded. He said, all right, Chucky, you got this one correct. So he just castles. E captures on d4, and now queen captures on d4. Although Magnus would also love to get a better square for his knight, he also hates his queen on c3. So queen captures on c3 now makes room for the knight, and knight to c5. We have rook to c1 now, putting pressure on the knight here on c5, and knight to a6. We have knight b to d2, and now bishop to g4. We have bishop to f1, remaneuvering the bishop over to d3. Now, if Magnus can develop the rooks, both of the rooks, move the rook from a1, play something like bishop to d3, bishop to b1, place the queen on d3, move the pawn, and go for some sort of a checkmating attack, that would be great. And that is exactly what he will try to do. Rook a to d8 attacks the queen, queen back to e3, and now knight to c7. The knight will now get remaneuvered. We have pawn to a4, preparing pawn to a5 to chase away this knight as well, and now knight to c8. We have pawn to a5, and here Chagi trades on f3 once. We have bishop captures, knight captures, and now pawn to a6. Stops the pawn from advancing further, and now we'll get a very nice outpost for his knight on b5. Rook to a4, as the e4 pawn might be a problem to defend. Rook f to e8, and now pawn to e5. So out of all the moves that we've discussed, the rook has moved, the bishop has moved, the queen has moved. Now it's time to remaneuver the bishop back over to this diagonal, put the queen there, and hopefully checkmate the black king. So knight to d5 attacks the queen, and queen to b3. We have knight to a7. Now the knight is coming to b5, and here bishop to d3. Magnus continues with his plan. Knight to b5, and now just bishop to b1. Seems like a barbaric plan, but if it works, why not? We have pawn to h5, and now rook to e1, adding more defense to the e5 pawn. First, we have knight d to c7, and now queen to c2. And this is now a problem. You cannot allow queen to h7 check. So g6 is played, and now Magnus plays bishop to a2. You could also consider a move like g4. g4 is also extremely strong, just threatening g captures on h5. And if you capture, then a rook captures on g4. Again, puts a whole lot of pressure here on this g6 pawn. h5 is coming, and it's going to be impossible to defend this. So, but instead, bishop to a2 is played, also with a very nice trick. Now Magnus is planning queen captures on g6 because the f-pawn is pinned, and now king to g7 and knight to g5. Now guarding the e6 and f7 squares, and e6 is coming. So also the f7 pawn is hanging, so you need to defend that. Rook to f8, pawn to e6, and now pawn to f6. Chases away the knight, but Magnus ignores it. Bishop to b1. And of course, the knight cannot be captured. If you capture the knight, just queen captures on g6 with check, and you're not going to be able to get out of this. King to h8, queen captures on h5 with check, just everything falls. King goes here, queen to g6 check, and now not much to be done here. You're going to go here, h captures here, and now with some rook, or even better, rook a4. The h4, you're not going to be able to defend against mate. So after bishop to b1, pawn to f5 was played, and now we have queen to c1. So how do you react to this move? What is queen to c1 doing? Well, queen to c1 is such a strong move that it's hard to even argue with it, because you have some nasty plans of like knight to f7 followed by queen to h6, and here you really have to slow play this. You have to play rook to d6, and with rook to d6 you might be able to hold this position. For example, bishop to a2. Now you play knight to d5, and now after bishop to c4, now you remaneuver your pieces to go after the e6 pawn, but it's very unlikely that you'll ever be able to capture it, because pretty much all of the tactics work in Magnus's favor. If bishop captures on d5, okay, rook captures on d5, queen to c3 check even, king to g8, and you have, I mean, you're holding your ground, but you're not going to be able to capture the e6 pawn anytime soon. So instead, rook to d5 was played, but now this allows Magnus bishop to a2 with an attack on the rook, which doesn't seem to matter because Vasil also has an attack on Magnus's queen with rook to c5, but now Magnus plays queen to e3. And the problem for Magnus is that he was down to 5 minutes on the clock here. Vasil had some 36 minutes, so of course he wanted to maybe even rush it a little bit. But it's hard to say. Here he played knight to d5, but just to show you what a crazy position it is, let's say you try rook to f6, because you have to try to get that pawn somehow. Knight to f7, and now how are you defending against queen to h6? There's just no good way to do it. You have to give up the exchange with rook captures on f7 and just hope for the best, because if you capture on e6, okay, you have eliminated the pawn. Now even king captures is possible, but now knight to g5, and you cannot defend. Now you're just going to lose a piece here. It's attacked 4 times. The knight cannot move, otherwise the queen on e7 hangs, so you just get destroyed here. So after queen to e3, he tried knight to d5, attacking Magnus's queen, but Magnus just moves it back, queen to d2. And again, what do you play? Rook to f6. Okay, he goes after the pawn. Maybe the knight comes here next after the pawn. pawn to b4, of course, the move that wins every chess game. Now there are no good squares for the rook. Rook to c3 was played, but now bishop captures on d5 just wins a clean pawn. D captures, queen captures, so now Magnus is up a pawn in a clearly better position, and you can't even find a move here. There's no move you can make here for black. It's such a bad position. You can't move the knight to help out with the attack. The b7 pawn hangs. There's really no good square for the rook. If you don't play anything, then queen to d7 is coming. Even if you try to stop it with rook to c7, still you're gonna kick away that rook. Let's say rook a1, rook to c1. Doesn't really matter what black plays. Black might try to even stop it with something like this. Let's say rook captures on c7. Rook captures, queen to e5 with check, and now that's pretty much it. If you play queen to f6, just e7 wins, and if you run away with the king, then a nice knight to f7 check, king to h7, and of course queen to h8 will be checkmate. So not a lot of moves for Ivanchuk here. He tried pawn to f4. This gives up another pawn, but he has to try creating some chances. But the problem is also that move 41 has been played and time control has been reached. So Magnus gains additional time, and he doesn't have to worry about losing on time. He plays g captures on f4. And now just rook to f5, attacks the queen, queen to e4, and he was in this position on move 43 that Vasily Ivanchuk resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. The game is objectively winning for white, and even though, okay, you might try something, there really aren't all that many moves you could try here. The pawn has survived. The f4 pawn survives just a bad position, and I think Vasa was also very much disgusted with himself for playing like this. He will, I believe, come back much stronger tomorrow with the white pieces. So we'll see what happens in that one. So yeah, Magnus draws first blood in round 5 of this year's FIDE World Cup. We'll see what happens in the other games. If you have a favorite, of course, do use hashtag suggestion and I will go over it. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Yoon Young, Emil Lamets, Nagarjuna Ponugoti, Philip Hastenberg, and Srinivas Kashyap for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this spectacular event until it finishes. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to an absolutely incredible game from not the finals, but from the battle for third place between Nijat Abbasov and Fabiano Caruana. Something extraordinary happened, something you don't usually expect to see in classical chess. Here we have basically a transition from opening to blunder to brilliancy, but very, very quickly. The whole game is like 25 moves, and it's not something that you would expect from such a top-tier game where so much is at stake. Okay, not so much, because no one is really fighting for a spot in the candidates anymore. Magnus said that he will not play in the candidates, so everyone is now in the candidates from who fought his way through to the semifinals of the FIDE World Cup. They are in the candidates. So both Nijat, Fabiano, and Pragnananda are already in the candidates tournament. No worries there, but still not something you would expect out of classical chess. So let's see what happened here. d4, knight to f6, we have knight to f3 and d5. My hand automatically goes for e4. We have c4, e6, and g3. The queen's gambit decline transposes into the Catalan. We have bishop to e7, bishop to g2, and both players castles. So castles. We have d captures on c4 and queen c2. So the classical line, very standard stuff here. a6, a4, stopping b5. We have bishop to d7 and queen captures on c4, bishop to c6, and now bishop to g5. We have knight b to d7, knight to c3, and h6. And this is a perfectly normal position. There are over 200 games in the database with top-tier tournaments that reach this exact same position, and everyone plays bishop captures on f6 here. Bishop captures, knight captures, and rook f to d1. However, in this game, Nijat prepared something special for Fabi. He played bishop to f4. And okay, not much to look at, but, why not? Bishop to d6. Fabi says, all right, we will now trade. Otherwise, I'm just going to capture and mess up your pawn structure. And Nijat ignores this. He doesn't capture or go knight to e5, or even just rook f to d1, maybe to, try and get something. He just allows this, and he plays queen to d3. idea is that, okay, now he wants to control the e4 square, and he wants to play e4 and control the entire center here. And Fabi says, all right, I accept your challenge. And of course, it is now as of move 12 that we have a completely new game, and says bishop captures on f4. We have g captures, and now pawn to a5, even stops pawn to b4. We have king to h1. Now Abasov will get the semi-open g file to use for the attack, and even bishop captures on f3. Fabi says, your knight is much more useful than my bishop here, and your bishop will not be very useful in the attack against my king. So he plays pawn to c6. Now the bishop is even less useful. Rook to g1, and now king to h8. We have pawn to e4. Nijat grabs the full center here, and queen to e7. We have rook to g3, preparing to double up on the g file, and rook 8 to d8, nicely aligning the rook with the white queen on d3. Rook 8 to g1, and now rook to g8, like something you would see, maybe from a Morphy Anderson match, but surely not something you would see between two grandmasters in 2023. But here we have pawn to e5, eliminates one of the defenders from the f6 square, knight to h7, and now queen to e3. We have knight to b6, and now bishop to e4. And here, it's a very delicate position. The way to play this is actually to play pawn to f5. It's an ugly-looking move. You even have to play e captures and f6 en passant, but it will hold the position for black. And knight captures, now even bishop to f5, where you cannot capture as the queen on e7 would hang, rook d to e8, and now you would chase away the rook and play pawn to f5. White is still trying to attack, but it's much easier to play this. You could just go knight b to d5, attack the knight and the queen, trade off a pair of knights, then the other knight comes to d5, and it's a very playable position. But instead, after bishop to e4, Fabi played something that cannot be explained. He played queen to b4, and usually a great move, everything involving the b4 square, going after the a4 pawn, going after the b2 pawn, but this completely blunders the game. And it's not that easy to see why unless you know. And Fabi did not know, obviously. Nijat knew, as he played bishop captures on h7. And again, what is this? King captures on h7, and now knight to e4. And here, once the knight landed on e4, Fabi realized what was going on. He was just getting completely demolished. There's no way to avoid all the checkmates that are lurking in the position. Just to give you an example, let's say you go after the d4 pawn, and why not? You are attacking it twice with the rook and the queen. If queen captures on d4, then look at this, knight g5 check. H captures, rook h3 check, only move king to g6, and rook to g5 will be checkmate. The pawn is controlling f6, so you can't go there. Absolutely beautiful. And if king to h8, then an even nicer move, knight captures on f7 with check, king h7, and queen to f3. With really no defense from black. Queen h5 to g6 will be checkmate, and you can just, suffer along the way until this happens. So Fabi, of course, did not go for that, and he did not touch the pawn. He went queen to e7. He wants to play f5 next, then try and hold the position. But here, Nijat just played pawn to f5, and he was in this position on move 26 that Fabiano Caruana, world number 2 in classical chess, resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Just to give you a quick example of what happens if you actually capture the pawn, knight f6 check. And you might think, all right, what happens next? G captures on h6, on f6, queen captures on h6 check. And we can even do this one in slow motion. There we go. Queen captures on h6 check. That's it. King captures, and of course rook to h3 will be checkmate, as the other rook controls the g file. So that will not be happening. What else can we try here? Okay, after f5, obviously you're not going to touch the pawn. You might try defending with something like what can you try? Knight to d5. You go after the white queen. Still not enough. Pawn to f6. Look at this. What do you play here? Knight captures on if you don't just rook captures on g7 and queen captures on h6, you just get destroyed. So you have to trade here, but first rook captures on g7 with check. Rook captures with check, king to h8. Now f captures on e7 with tempo on the rook on d8. So rook will move, and now the final touch, knight to f6. Attacks the rook. If you capture the pawn, then of course rook to g8 or rook to h7 will be checkmate. And if you don't, if you capture the rook, then of course you take the rook on e8 with check. The king cannot go to f8 as it's covered, cannot go to f6, has to go somewhere, doesn't really matter. Or g8, regardless, knight will come to f6 with check, king to g7, e8, queen. And of course you get checkmated in basically a few moves. So there we have it. Just a few moves. Up until this point, he was Pretty much all very standard stuff and a good position for both of them. But after queen to b4, it merely took 3 moves and Fabi resigned. Captures 94, and after queen went to e7, pawn to f5. And yeah, it was in this position on move 26 that Fabiano Caruana resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Absolutely mind-blowing. I have no words, but other than big congratulations to Nijat, a true hero of Azerbaijan, as I'm pretty sure once this knight landed on e4 and the pawn went to f5, Fabio resigned, that everybody was celebrating, and that it's going to be a great day. They might even turn it into a national holiday. Who knows? So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. The fight between Magnus and Pragnananda is still raging on, so we'll see what happens in that one. But as soon as it's finished, I will do my best to analyze it properly, so for your enjoyment. So yeah, once again, really hope you enjoyed it. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Bram, and I would like to thank Wives and Lovers, Robert Bloom, GerdneyChessFestival.org.gg, and Phil Malthus for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the finals between Magnus and Prague until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another game we'll be showing from the Carlsen Ding match 4. It's the 6th game they're playing, and it's the Blitz game. So after the two games that we talked about, game 1 being won by Magnus and Ding retaliating in game 2, that beautiful checkmate on f5 square, the next 2 rapid games were drawn, and the first Blitz game was drawn, the one where Magnus had the white pieces. And now this is the last game of the Blitz section of match 4, and if this is also a draw, then we go into Armageddon. If Ding wins, he forces another match to see who goes into the finals of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour, and if Magnus wins this, then he immediately goes to the finals. So without further ado, let's check it out. It's again quite the game. So Ding again with the white pieces opens with d4. Sorry about that. Opens with d4. Magnus goes knight to f6. We have c4, and now not going for King's Indian defense. Magnus not really enjoying what happened the last time he tried it, goes for e6 instead. So we have g3 and d5. Now striking in the center, we have the Catalan opening on the board, bishop g2, and now bishop to b4 check. We have bishop to d2 and going back with bishop to e7, making Ding's bishop look a bit funny on d2. We have knight f3, and now Magnus castles. We have castles by Ding, and now c6, and here queen to c2. So just nicely developing. We have b6 by Magnus, preparing bishop to b7, going for more control over the e4 square, and now knight to e5 by Ding, making it a bit hard to develop the knight here, as the c6 pawn would be hanging. So bishop b7 first, and now a trade in the center, c captures, and rook to c1 by Ding. We have knight f to d7 by Magnus, offering a trade here. And now this position has been reached before, and every time white played queen to c7. And the thing about queen to c7 is that it's the strongest move recommended by the engine. Of course, everyone plays it here. The problem is that white never won a game playing queen to c7. So either the game was drawn or black won. And this is one of those cases where the absolute best move simply isn't enough. So here, instead of going queen to c7, Ding tries knight back to d3. He just avoids the trade and doesn't offer a queen trade. And it is as of move 12 that we have a completely new game. So let's see what happens. We have knight to c6. Magnus now develops while attacking the pawn on d4, e3, Ding defends it, and now rook to c8. So it's not anything special, but it does look a little bit better than for black than having the queen on c7 and then just controlling the 7th rank. So here, knight to c3. Ding would very much like to win this with the white pieces, so he doesn't have to go into Armageddon. So knight a5, now the knight is coming to c4, and here we have queen to d1. Ding brings the queen back, and now opens up the c file for the rooks to be traded. Knight c4, and also brings the bishop back. The knight defends the b2 pawn, so it's not a problem. We have knight back to d6 by Magnus, and now a4, hoping to bust open the position with a5. So we have a5 by Magnus. And now knight to b5, putting pressure on the knight here, and also it's a very nice square for the knight. So here we have a trade of rooks, rook captures, And now queen to b8, Magnus prefers to bring the other rook into the game to trade off the remaining rooks. We have b4 by Ding, and now knight to c4. So again, an excellent square for the knight, also serves as protection to the e5 pawn, a5 pawn. And now b captures on a5. We have b captures, and now Ding strikes in the center with a4. There might be some tricks, maybe sacrificing the exchange here and picking up the a5 pawn to create a passed a4 pawn. Problem is, for the moment, it's not possible, because if captures, pawn captures, and then also the knight will be under attack, and so on. So here we have e4 by Ding, busting open the center, and Magnus just continues with knight d to b6. Adds another defender to the knight, and he says, I don't care if you trade, if you advance. You could advance and close the center a bit, but even though this will somewhat close up the light square bishop, he can always go like bishop c6, offer a trade here, and it's not going to be all that much for white. So instead, knight d to b6 with e captures on d5, and the bishop captures. Magnus gladly offers a trade of the bishops with bishop captures, e captures, and now knight to e5. Ding says, I either want you to capture here, so I can get this pawn here, or maybe I will capture here, and then maybe, who knows what happens, maybe I can get a nice pass to the d pawn. And here Magnus says, okay, also there are maybe some tricks. If this knight moves, then maybe we can capture here. Maybe this knight will not be defending this square. Maybe knight here will be an option, forking the queen and the rook. So Magnus just improves the position of the queen with queen to b7. Now everything is nicely defended. Also the queen guards this, the queen also defends the bishop. However, this allows Ding for a beautiful tactic. So feel free to pause the video and try to spot this tactic while I give you a couple of seconds. And a little heads up, this is only the first of many paused videos in this video. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting that the queen here is on a very awkward square. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's bishop captures on a5. This is what Ding played, and now the problem is if Magnus recaptures rook c7 and the queen has to move, you just pick up the bishop and you've sacrificed nothing, you've gained the passed a pawn, which is also defended. So here it would just be an excellent position for Ding. So instead, after bishop captures on a5, Magnus said, alright, so if this is the problem, going after the bishop, I'm just going to attack the rook. Bishop to g5, and now what do you play here? So now that the bishop moved, if f4, now you no longer care, you're just going to capture on a4, and then you're going to attack some other pieces. For example, if you go f4, you can just capture on a4. You could also capture on f4 first, bust open the position, but like if this and this, then okay, you've given up something for the moment, but you can still just go back. Or rather, not knight captures on a4, knight captures on a5. Sorry, the microphone blocked my view of the knights. Knight captures on a5, and now it's just a fine position. For example, if you capture the bishop now, then the bishop is captured, but you can go queen to e7, put some pressure on everything, and it is a bit harder to play, but nothing odd really happening here. So, you know, Ding tried to give up a piece, but Magnus gave the piece back, opened up the king's position, and the white is still better here, but not nothing conclusive. So this would be possible here. However, after this, bishop captures on a5 and Carlsen's bishop to g5, not f4 by Ding, but rather bishop captures on b6. He just keeps on giving. He gives up the rook on c1, which is not a problem, because after bishop captures on c1, we have bishop to c5. He moves the bishop again with a threat of capturing the rook. So rook to a8 by Magnus, and now before capturing the bishop, first eliminates one more piece from the board, d captures, and only now queen captures on c1. We have rook captures on a4, and here knight to c3, just getting the knight out of harm's way, attacking the rook, and the rook to a5. And here we have a position where each player has 4 pawns, but Ding has a bishop and a knight for a rook. So on all accounts, this should be winning for Ding. And in fact is. So here Ding needs to go back, needs to consolidate a little bit, get the queen to e3, get the bishop somewhere back, for example. However, Ding starts pushing right away with h4, and now this is a problem, because now it's Magnus who has the upper hand. Now again, feel free to pause the video and figure out why this is so, while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on exploiting white's back rank weaknesses. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's queen to a8. And now the thing is, the queen here still controls this entire diagonal, and rook to a1 is the threat. Not just of winning the queen, but if you move the queen, it's also just rook a1 check, king moves to h2, and the rook to h1 will be checkmate. Just to give you an example, for example, you move the queen, check, king moves, and now this or queen delivers checkmate on h1. So here, after queen to a8, we have queen to b2 by Magnus. By Ding. He now needs to guard against the rook check. He needs to block it with the knight. But now rook a1 check, knight to b1, and now a brilliant c3 by Magnus, just deflecting the queen. Of course, the knight cannot capture. If the queen captures, it's again the same checkmate, so nothing really interesting for white there. So queen b3, Ding has to get out of the way, but now h6. Magnus also realizes that he could be having some back rank issues, and he can spend some time playing h6, as Ding has no way to take advantage of this. So Ding pushes d5. Now the queen no longer controls this diagonal, but it's not a problem. Magnus just goes queen to c8. He puts pressure on the bishop, and now the queen can't still keep an eye on both the knight and the bishop. Queen to e8 was even better, because it just threatens queen to e1 check, and there's really not much you can do about this. Then you're going to pick up the knight, and it's an easy game. But okay, queen to c8 by Magnus goes after the bishop, and now what can you do here? Problem is, if you try something like queen to b5 to keep an eye on both of these pieces, then c2 is just game over. The queen also needs to keep an eye on the c pawn. So here, after this queen to c8, we have king to g2, and now comes queen captures on c5. There was no way to avoid this. Queen captures on c3, knight captures on c3, finally getting rid of the passed pawn. But now rook back to a8. And now what can you do here? Well, now it's Magnus who's up the exchange, and Ding still has a passed d pawn, so maybe not all is lost yet. Ding wants to shift the knight over to f4 to keep an eye on the pawn here, and now rook to d8 by Magnus. We have knight to f4, and now while Magnus could just get rid of the knight with g5 and pick up the pawn, it could be a bit tricky. Both of them are extremely low on time, a few seconds on the clock each. And here you might run into some problems after this. For example, you capture this, or even with the queen, even better. If the queen captures with check, you just trade, and knight f6 check picks up the rook, and the white just wins. So it's not a forced line, but you have a few seconds. You do not want a crazy knight jumping around in front of your king. So queen to d4 by Magnus. He just wants to shift the queen to e5, bring the rook to b8, then bring the rook into the game, and slowly but surely win this. So h5, now not allowing g5, as h captures and g6 en passant will be the idea. Queen e5 by Magnus, and queen to b6 now. We have rook to b8, now challenging Ding's queen, queen to c5, and now queen to e4 with check. We have king to h3 by Ding, king to h2, a bit more resilient. Than after king h2 you probably face rook to b2 with some pressure here. But king h3 runs into a lot of problems, because Magnus immediately goes rook to b1, now threatening rook to h1, of course. And here Ding escapes with king to g4, which is incredibly brave, but it loses the game. The thing is, if queen to c8 check first, king h7, and now king g4, now it's a bit different, because it's not so clear how to proceed here with black. Of course, black is better, but how do you win this with so few seconds on the clock? And you still have to worry about the passed pawn. The knight really does a nice job defending all of these squares around the black king. Around the white king, and it's not all that clear. However, Ding played king to g4 first without going queen to c8 check first. But now, for the final time, feel free to pause the video and win the game for Magnus. It's actually a mate in 2, so have at it. So for those of you who spotted the mate in 2, congratulations. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's f5 with check. That's why queen to c8 check king h7 was important, because the queen was guarding the f5 square from there. And here, without having that, it just doesn't work. And here it was in this position that Ding Liren resigned the game, and with it the match, and with it the chance to appear in the final. So Magnus Carlsen is the first finalist who will face the winner of the Daniil Duba versus Hikaru Nakamura matchup. Here we resign because it's interesting. Ding didn't allow to get checkmated on the board like Magnus. He resigned move prior to checkmate. But I guess it's only, everyone knows what happens. If king h3 or king to h4, mate will follow. So there is now nothing to do here. The pawns create a wall against the white king. That's just it. So yeah, Magnus wins. He's the first finalist, and we are now waiting to see who will join him, Nakamura or Dubov, as we are going to cover some of the games from that match as well. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Polak Shlomo, Lars Evan Almas, Stephen Ramsey, Daniel Narloch, and Thomas Connors for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the grand final of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, checking up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the 2020 Candidates Tournament, or not. As many of you have probably heard already, the FIDE Candidates Tournament has been cancelled. Well, not really cancelled, but more of an adjournment. It will be continued at a better day. So for now, they are postponing it, and here is the official statement from FIDE. So let's just check that out before we check out this game from round 7. So the official statement from FIDE website: today the government of the Russian Federation announced that starting March 27, 2020, Russia interrupts air traffic with other countries without indicating any time frames. FIDE cannot continue the tournament without guarantees for the players and officials safe and timely return home. In this situation, and on the basis of clause 1.5 rules of candidates tournament, the FIDE president decided to stop the tournament. It will be continued later, with the exact dates to be announced as soon as the global situation related to the COVID-19 pandemic will allow. As it was stipulated by the special rules agreed with the players before the start of the event, the results of the 7 rounds played remain valid, and the tournament will be resumed in the same composition, starting with the games of the 8th round. FIDE is grateful to the players, officials, volunteers, and the entire team of organizers, including the Chess Federation of Russia and the main partner of the tournament, SEMA Land. Sincerely, Arkady Dvorkovich, FIDE president. So there we have it. That's basically it. It's really it's a shame for Temur Rajabov, because basically he asked for the tournament to be postponed. FIDE said no. They gave the spot to Maxim Vashiel-Lagrave, who is now leading the tournament, and now the tournament is forcefully postponed, and it's just terrible. I mean, however they play this out, it's always gonna be what if this happened, what if this happened, what if Rajabov maybe played and then he won, and now you have Maxim Vashiel-Lagrave leading the tournament. What if he wins? Did he actually win it? Because, well, it's just a whole lot of mess. But that's for someone else to worry about. We are here to check out the games from round 7, and here it is. Ding opens with d4, and we do have a nice photo of the two of them, so let's just check it out. There we have it. Ding again with his little blue chair, Alexenko with the well, normal green one. So let's check it out. Now we have knight to f6, Ding replies with c4 and e6, and here Ding doesn't feel like going for the Nimzo here, or maybe even a Bogo Indian, or maybe some Ragozin stuff. So instead g3, he goes for the Catalan. And okay, bishop to b4 with check, bishop to d2, and now bishop back to e7. That white's bishop is awkwardly placed on d2. Bishop to g2, and now d5. The usual move. We have knight to f3, and both players just castle. We have castles, knight b to d7, and queen to c2. The continuing development, we have c6 strengthening the center, and now bishop to f4. Getting the bishop to a more useful square. We have b6 preparing to develop the light square bishop, and now rook to d1 as the bishop is coming to this diagonal. So the rook will be useful there. Also, you're aligning it with the queen. Bishop still to a6, threatening to capture the pawn here, and knight b to d2, defending the c4 pawn. rook to c8 developing, and now rook a to c1 also developing, and now knight to h5 going after Ding's bishop on f4. Ding goes back, bishop to e3, and Aleksenko repeats, saying if you want to go back, I'm just gonna repeat. And there is one game where such a repetition happened, but then white deviated. It was in 2017, Kalifman versus Efimenko that ended in a draw, but here Ding right away goes for bishop to g5. And it is a new move in the position, so already as a move 14, we have a completely new game. So bishop back to b7 now, and knight to e5 by Ding. Here we have a series of trades. Knight captures on e5, d captures, now comes knight to g4, bishop captures, queen captures, and now knight to f3 guarding the e5 pawn. And Aleksenko says, okay, time for that pawn to go. He goes f6. We have e captures, knight captures, and now, well, you could go for some knight e5 and f4 ideas. Ding decides to go with bishop to h3 instead, putting pressure on this, well, for the moment, weak pawn here, and you cannot advance it because the rook would hang on c8. So first, rook c to e8. And now, while preparing for this e5 idea, Ding goes queen to a4, saying that, okay, I'm interested in grabbing your a7 pawn, what do you play here? And Aleksenko plays the absolute best c5, and here you really have to ask yourselves, do you capture an a7 or maybe not? What's preventing me from capturing this pawn? Is it a free pawn? Are these two pawns free? What's going on here? Now, to answer this question, we would have to probably make a separate video, because capturing an a7 is so complicated. It would certainly be a job for someone like the Magician of Riga. But I will just show one of the lines, as it's just crazy. For example, if you capture the pawn, queen to c7, now just threatening a rook to a8, which would pick up the queen, and here white goes knight to d4. And now it looks a bit crazy, but point is that if the knight is captured, then you can have captures here. You open up an attack towards the queen, queen e7, now you advance the pawn. You want to get the queen away from the defense of the bishop. You again move the queen, and now let's say rook to c7, and the black's position will just be extremely difficult to play. You are regaining your piece back, and it's just bad. So what you would have to do after queen to c7, knight d4, you would have to go for rook to a8, stick with your plan, but now knight captures on e6, attacking the black queen. The black queen moves, and now you have c captures on d5. We have knight captures on d5, and now queen captures on b7. Really insane stuff. Queen captures on b7, now knight captures on f8, king captures on f8, and now bishop to g2. Now preparing to win the knight also, and it's impossible to defend it, because after rook here, you're just gonna go rook to d2, double up here, and you're gonna win the knight. Whatever black plays, rook c d1, let's say g5, and you will now pick up the knight. Bishop captures, and after the queen moves, now you're gonna just fortify the position with e4, and it's a really weird, well, a good position for both players, because you have a bishop and rook for a queen, plus you're up 2 pawns, and it should be playable for both sides. Really complicated stuff. You don't have to worry about ideas like h4, because even if captures, it's not a problem. You always have the light square bishop to guard this diagonal, so it would be really crazy. But this is just one of the lines that can happen after queen captures here. So like I said, this would be definitely a job for the Magician of Riga. So Ding first prepares it with b4, simply saying that, okay, now if you capture, then I capture, and then I have the c file for my rook ready. Which is what happens in the game. Aleksenko has to decide whether he wants to advance to d4, or he wants to accept Ding's challenge, and he accepts the challenge. Queen captures here, now the pawn is guarded, but now queen captures on a7, and now queen to c7 will be met with pawn captures here, and then just kicking the queen away from c7, similar to the line we've shown. So knight to e4 instead, now going for knight to c3 to e2, and now Ding goes queen captures on b6. We have knight to c3, now going after this check while the rook is under attack. Rook to e1, and now d captures on c4, creating these two very advanced pawns, and also you are pressuring the knight here. So for example, knight captures with check, removes the defender of the knight, you pick up the knight. Good things can happen here. And Ding can't really allow these two to remain like this. He plays a3. He wants to well, either create some weaknesses, or of course you cannot capture because the knight hangs. So here you might go for knight captures on e2, but again, it's a really crazy line. For example, if knight captures on e2, then rook captures, bishop captures on f3, rook captures on e6, and now queen to g5 with an attack on the rook. Rook captures on c4, and now rook to b8. You kick away the queen, put a rook behind your passed pawn. Queen to e3, you trade queens, captures, captures. And now b3, Alexenko would be down a pawn, but he has this incredibly passed b pawn. So here Ding would have to go for the pawn, rook to c1, b2, and now probably bishop to e6 with check, king to h8, and rook to b1, stop the pawn. And it would be a better position for Alexenko, regardless of Ding being up a pawn, because this pawn can't survive for very long, and it's just better for Alexenko. Whether he would be able to do something about it, that would have been for him to show. But okay, after a3, Alexenko first decides for bishop to d5. He strengthens the c4 pawn. And now, only after queen captures on b4, we have queen captures on b4, a captures, and now knight captures on e2 with check. Rook captures, and now not bishop captures, because if bishop captures, then you allow bishop captures on e6 with check. And after king to h8, now you pick up, first rook e3, you kick away the bishop, and then you will be able to pick up this pawn. So of course this would be much better for Ding. So instead, rook captures on f3, and now bishop to g2. We have rook back to f8, and now rook to d2, threatening to pick up the bishop here. And here Alexenko has to decide whether he wants to keep the pressure or he wants to trade everything with rook to b8. So here Ding decided Alexenko decided for rook to b8. He goes after this pawn, and now Ding just trades with bishop captures, pawn captures, rook captures, and rook captures on b4. And now rook to c2, not allowing the passed pawn to cross the second rank. We have rook to c8. Alexenko also puts a rook behind the passed pawn, and now king f1. Ding starts bringing the king into the game. We have c3, king to e2, and now rook to b7. Asking Ding, what do you play here? Rook to d3, he goes after the pawn here, but now rook to b2, saying that, okay, now if you capture, obviously I'm just winning because of rook captures, I'm up a whole rook. So after king to d1, defending the rook, Alexenko goes rook b1, check. We have king e2, rook to b2, again offering the same idea. King d1, and after rook to b1 check, it was in this position on move 40 after reaching time control that the players agreed to a draw. As there's no way to continue pushing here, it's equal material, and although Alexenko has an advanced passed pawn, the two rooks are making it impossible for him. If rook h1, you just play h4, and then you're not in time to get back, you will lose your c3 pawn. And if you try something else, let's say rook to b3, just keep the game going, then white can completely cut you off with rook to d7. Your king is not getting any more active. And if rook b2 now, king d3. Now you could go rook to f8, you go after the pawn, f4. If g5, we just trade everything. Captures on c3, you're gonna get captures here, and rook captures on h2. And we end up in this position where you can defend either with the rooks, or maybe king e4, just defend the pawn. And it's completely equal material, and it's justifiable that the game ended in a draw after rook to b1 check on move 40. So really crazy game. Like I said, there was this maybe option of queen captures on a7 for Ding, but it's impossible to calculate what happens after queen captures on a7. You would just burn incredible amounts of time and probably mess up somewhere. And there was this 1 point for Alexenko after a3. He could have gone for this knight captures on e2, which would definitely give him advantage, but both of them were reluctant to act on it, and of course in the end it ended in a draw. So that's the last game we'll be showing from the candidates tournament in quite a while, until the situation in the world picks up and we can continue with the candidates tournament with the same setup, of course, but we are continuing as usual. We are continuing the Polmorphy saga. Maybe we can throw a tournament or two, or a stream or two. If you guys are interested, let me know in the comments. And also, yeah, what's your opinion on this whole thing regarding the postponement of the FIDE candidates tournament, and on this whole now situation that basically everything happened the way Rajab wanted it to happen, but it just happened without him, because FIDE was reluctant to immediately postpone the tournament. Really, I don't know. It's a really tough spot for FIDE to be in. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Lars Roger Billings, Lucian Corduneanu, David Kaiser, Ante Kraljevic, and Isaac Garzon for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Paul Morphy saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and of course, whatever else happens in the world of chess. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a really awesome game from round 7 of the 2019 Singfield Cup. It's probably the most awesome game ever played in the 2019 Singfield Cup in round 7, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. Let's just dive straight into it. Ding opens with the white pieces, and he opens with d4. A lot of you have already suggested this game, so I knew even before I saw it that it was quite a special one. We have c4, e6, and now not going into the Queen's Gambit decline, but the g3. Ding goes for the Catalan opening. With bishop to b4 check by Anand, bishop to d2 blocking, and now bishop back to e7. With bishop to g2, Ding fiancheros the light square bishop, and now d5. Knight to f3 with castles by Anand, castles by Ding, and now knight b to d7, and queen to c2. Just nicely developing, and there are a few games in the database where c5 was played, but black really didn't achieve much with that. So c6 here, this is the main idea. With a4, preparing to expand further with b4, so Anand prevents it with a5, and now knight to a3. Ding follows the same game that he already played in 2017 against Boris Gelfand, although in that game Gelfand had the white pieces, and the game continued knight to e4. This is what Ding played, and Ding won a very nice game with the black pieces. But here Anand plays bishop to d6 instead, with knight to e1, and now again there are two games where queen to e7 was played. Both of them were played by Boris Gelfand, one game against Pavel Ulyanov, one against Evgeny Tomashevsky, but here Anand plays rook to e8. It's a new move, and it is from move 11 that we have a completely new game. With knight to d3, now the knight controls nicely c5, c5 and e5, with e5, and here Ding has to decide whether he wants to trade on e5 or does he want to go into Anand's nicely prepared line. And Ding is not afraid. He says, okay, show me what you got. He plays c captures on d5, and Anand plays e4, pushing the knight back with knight to f4, and now comes c captures on d5. Also possible was, well, after the knight was attacked, you could try captures on c6. It involves a piece sacrifice. For example, after e captures on d3, queen captures, b captures, you get bishop captures on c6. And now you have 3 pawns for the piece after rook b8. You want to save the rook, knight b5, and white gets a lot of counterplay for his sacrificed piece. e4 is coming, but it's hard to imagine something like this would be played without preparation in modern chess. But okay, after e4 we have knight to f4 by Ding, and now c captures on d5, just claiming a nice center for himself. With knight to b5 by Ding, and now of course keeping the dark square bishop with bishop to b8, tucking it in for later. Rook 8 to c1, now as the rooks are not connected, there's quite a lot of pressure along the c file, and now rook to a6. Anand prepares rook to c6. With bishop to h3, now the bishop is much more useful on this diagonal, and now rook to c6 as planned. The queen is under attack, queen to b3, and now comes knight to b6. Now preparing knight to c4, really an excellent move, also opening up an attack towards Ding's light square bishop, but by playing knight to b6, Anand is also saying, yes, you can capture on a5, which will prevent me from playing knight to c4, as my knight will be pinned. And this is exactly what Ding plays, and this is what makes the game so interesting. With bishop captures on a5, Anand plays bishop captures on h3, knight captures on h3, and now Anand just unpins by queen to c8, opening up an attack against Ding's knight here, and also putting a lot of pressure along the c file. And here, capturing is not great. If you capture first, you get b captures, and now both the knight and the knight on h3 are under attack. So after, let's say, king g2, now you don't capture right away because you lose your knight here, but now you play knight c4, and now white either loses this knight or this bishop. So black would be winning here. So after queen to c8, Ding goes for king g2, just defends the knight here, and now Anand plays rook captures on c1, and it means that Anand is out of his preparation because there is a much nicer move here. The move is knight to c4, and here obviously the engine gives this as completely winning for black, which is why I use the quote above the board. Someone suggested it. If the engine likes it, then we should all like it. The bishop is under attack. If you want to save the bishop, let's say you play bishop b4, now you get knight to g4. Just the c4 knight and the g4 knight are now preparing e3, and well, there's not much you can do here. For example, knight g1, you get e3, and now after f4, you get knight to d2, attacking the queen, attacking the rook here. After you capture it, bishop captures on d2, you get e captures on d2, now for threatening the capture on c1. Rook to c3, rook captures on c3, knight captures on c3, and now, for example, knight e3 check, picks up material here, and white just falls apart. So Anand did not play knight to c4 here. He played rook captures on c1, with rook captures on c1, and queen captures on c1. He decided to grab the exchange with bishop captures on b6, and now e3. With f3 by Ding, now that's a very, very strong pawn, and now comes h5. Anand wants to create more weaknesses with h4. With bishop to a5, Ding says it's very important to bring this bishop over to e1, from where it will nicely guard the g3 square. With h4, and now first Ding plays g captures on h4. And now, again, we have a very dynamic position where you're more than welcome to pause the video and find the best idea for black while I give you a couple of seconds. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations. You are an excellent spotter of crazy engine lines. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, again, it was necessary to give up something, but only temporarily. Knight to e4 will be winning here. Now, you have to capture the knight. If you don't capture the knight, you get knight to d2, which comes with an attack on the queen, and after that, queen to f1 is just game over. Or, after knight to d2, white can capture it, but then you get this pawn over to d2, and there's no stopping black from getting another queen. So you have to capture the knight, then you get the rook captures here, and now after rook to g4, again, it's all over for white. You can try knight c7, block the dark square bishop, give back some material, but even after bishop captures, you'll get queen captures on c7. Now comes queen to c3. You can try and trade, but queen d7, and now the queen is coming over here. There's no stopping mate or severe material loss. So knight to e4 would have been winning here, but Anand plays a different line. He plays queen to c6. His idea is he wants to move the knight to h5 and then bring the queen over to g6 to deliver check and continue the attack. But now Ding finds bishop to e1. Now the bishop can block the influence of the b8 bishop by playing bishop to g3. And again, Anand is in time to play queen to c1. With queen to c1, he again regains his winning position, because now bishop to g3 doesn't work due to bishop captures, h captures, and queen to e1, and there is no stopping both queen captures on a2. On e2, also knight to h5 followed by queen to g3 is a deadly idea, so Ding would have been lost here. But Anand hurried with his knight to h5 idea. And now Ding just played bishop to g3, and now the same thing no longer applies. So here Anand said, okay, queen to c4. Here Anand decided to trade queens, as Ding now successfully defended with queen captures, d captures on c4, and now knight to g5. So if you capture on g3, you're just going to improve Ding's pawn structure, so nothing to look forward to there. But what else is there? Anand played knight to f6, and now we have knight to a3, going after the c4 pawn. So Ding is down the exchange, but he has a few extra pawns. With bishop captures on g3, h captures, and now rook to a8, going after the a4 pawn. With knight captures on c4, rook captures on a4, and now knight captures on e3. With rook captures on d4, and now king to f2. starting to improve the position of the king. And now you can see that Anand is still up the exchange, but Ding is up 2 pawns. We have knight to d5, and now comes knight to f5, declining the trade, and now preparing h5 and h6. We have rook to b4, going after the b2 pawn, and h5 as planned. We have rook captures on b2, and now h6. So here, if you capture, you're going to lose both pawns, so it's not something you want to do. This comes with check. You're going to lose the f7 pawn as well. So after f6, we have knight back to e4. Now g captures on h6, knight captures with check, king f8, and now knight back to f5. So here, Anand still has a passed b pawn. If he can start pushing it, he should be able to win this, if such a thing is possible. With b5, Anand, of course, starts pushing it. With knight to e3, offering a trade, and knight to b6. Anand declines the trade. King e1, and now comes b4. And here, we have king to d1. Improving the position of the king. And here f5 is a nice idea. If white actually captures it, then you can get the knight away from your passed pawn. But if f5, you can just play knight back to d2, and there are no tricks there. So here we have knight to a4 by black, and here comes knight to d5, going after the pawn. With f5 now, knight to d2, and here b3. With e4, now white wants to create a passed pawn of his own. F captures on e4, F captures on e4, and now king to f7. With g4 and knight to c5 now, going, pressuring the pawn here. With knight to b4, knight to b4, and now comes king to e6. And here, king to c1, pressuring the rook. Knight to a4, defending the rook, and now g5. A very important idea. You have to create a wall against the black king using your 2 pawns that are one square apart. With king back to e7, and now knight to c6 check. With king to f7 and knight to d4. Now both knights are attacking the pawn here, and there is no good way to defend it. With king to g6 going after the pawn, and now knight 4 captures on b3. And here you could capture on g5, but if you capture on g5, it's all the same. You get knight c5. Now if you capture, you lose the rook. So you have to play rook a2. Now you just trade, and now you get this position, which is of course completely drawn. We have knight 4 captures on b3. Now comes rook to a2, and now comes knight to f3, defending the pawn here. Knight to c3, with knight b to d2, and here Anand said, okay, I'm up the exchange, but you have two passed pawns. It's time to end this. Anand played rook captures on d2 with king captures on d2. King captures on d2. And now comes knight captures on e4 with check. King to e3, and after knight captures on g5, it was in this position. Not after knight captures on g5, but after knight captures on g5, the players agree to a draw. Or otherwise, the players are not allowed to agree to draws. It is a draw by insufficient material after king captures here. Which is something I misspoke in the previous video. I said that, that they were playing moves for fun, or maybe to give your opponent as much opportunity as you can for him to make a mistake. But it was in fact that they had to play it out to either a stalemate or a draw by insufficient material or anything like that. So, a very nice game, and this is the second game in a row where Anand had a winning position where he couldn't grab the full point, and he really prepared a very nice line for Ding, but if he only prepared it a move further to find that knight to c4, then he would grab a full point and take the lead in the 2019 Singfield Cup after round 7. For those of you who are interested, all of the other games were drawn as well. I still haven't seen them. If there are any other interesting games, do suggest them. I will go through them. If I see them, interesting to show, I will show them. But it's always easier if you suggest them. That's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank David Mitzman, Taras Karpiak, Sumit Valazile, Chinmay Yoag, and Deepak Bhatt for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Singfield Cup, continuing the Capablanca saga, and of course checking up on your suggestions. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your Sunday. Hello everyone and welcome to another very nice game. It was played in round 4 of the 2019 US Championship. It's former World Chess Championship challenger Fabiano Caruana versus Linier Dominguez Perez. It's really an impressive game. It's a very complicated game. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. And it has a lot of interesting turn of events, which you'll see. And we're also going to discuss the title a little bit after you check out the game. So let's see it. Corona drew his previous 3 games, so now he has the white pieces, and he opens with d4 without further ado. We have knight to f6 by Dominguez, so the Indian game for now, c4, e6, and here but Caruana isn't interested maybe in asking for an IMSO, so he goes g3, the Catalan opening. We have d5 by Dominguez, bishop to g2, bishop to e7, preparing castle, knight to f3, both players castle, and now d captures on c4. And this is the standard line of the Catalan opening. Queen to a4, going after the c4 pawn, and the black, of course, will just allow white to capture it while expanding his queenside pawn structure. We have b5, queen to c2, and now bishop to b7. So it's a very nice position for both white and black. Bishop to d2 developing, and bishop to e4 now. Kicking the queen further back, queen to c1, and only now c6. A nice solid pawn structure, and now the bishop is not closed on b7. We have a4 by white, immediately challenging this pawn advancement black created on the queen side. Knight bd7, and now knight to c3, attacking the bishop, and now the bishop switches sides, bishop to g6. So instead of keeping it on this diagonal, now black has a very nice bishop, although on this diagonal. We have knight to h4, challenging black's bishop on g6, and bishop to h5. And here, the position has been reached many times in very strong players' games. A captures on b5 is a known move in this position. Also, rook to e1 is a known move in this position. But here we have h3, and it's a new move. And already now, from move 15, we have a completely new game. So Caruana definitely came prepared for this game. We have knight to d5. By black, offering a trade of knights, but also opening up a discovery here against this knight. And here first a captures on b5. Now black doesn't have the chance to immediately capture here on h4, because you get b captures on c6. White just grabs another pawn, and he will of course grab yet another piece. So once you've moved the bishop, let's say bishop f6 or e7, you will capture the knight, queen captures, and the white will just be up a pawn. And black didn't really ruin any pawn structures on the king side. So after a captures on b5, we have a captures on b5, rook captures, queen captures, and now e4. Attacking the knight here. You don't want to capture here, you're just gonna really improve white's pawn structure. So here we have knight to b4, and now bishop to g5, finally preventing this bishop from capturing on h4. And queen to d8, defending the bishop on e7. Bishop captures, queen captures, and now queen to e3. Just, putting the queen on a nice central square, and rook to d8 by black. Caruana develops the rook on c1, as the queen made the room for rook on c1. Knight to f8, and now comes bishop to f3, offering a trade of bishops. Bishop captures, knight captures, and knight to d7. So here, pretty nice position. The material is completely equal. Both players with 2 pawn islands, and Caruana's structure in front of the king, not as good as the one in front of Dominguez king. But okay, king to g2 by Caruana, and now you might think about going something like e5. I mean, if white allows it, why not just push it? But then white can get a very strong passed d pawn in the center, so black is not interested in doing this. So here black plays h6. He has to ruin his pawn structure a bit, but at least he will take away some important squares from white's pieces. H4 by Caruana, and now knight to b6. Preparing to jump to c4 to attack the queen and the b2 pawn. We have b3. Now Caruana takes away the a4 and c4 squares from Dominguez knight. Knight back to d7, and now comes rook to d1. Now Caruana is interested in remaneuvering the knights, and the rook will be useful here, giving further protection to the d4 pawn. We have rook to a8. perhaps with ideas of knight to a2, with ideas of exchanging knights, and then maybe the rook can infiltrate the white's position. So first queen to e2, not allowing it. We have knight back to f6, and now knight to e5. So an excellent square for the knight. The knight is now stuck on b4 for the moment, as the knight is also pressuring the c6 pawn. We have knight to d7, hoping to trade off at least one pair of knights, but Caruana isn't interested. Knight to g4, we have knight to f6. Again, Dominguez tries to trade off a pair of knights. Knight to e3, getting out of the way, and now comes rook to a3, going after the b3 pawn. And here Caruana just offers it. You could go queen b2, then rook goes back, and then we just repeat moves. But here Caruana has an active plan. He goes e5. We have knight to d7, and now comes knight to e4. So Caruana offers the b3 pawn in exchange to go for an attack. So here, if you capture it, then rook to a1 will be very strong, threatening the rook to infiltrate black's queen side. And after you go knight b6, defending it, then knight to c5, and the white will get a lot of activity for the price of one pawn. So here, after knight to e4, we have knight to b6. Immediately now defending the a8 square, and also the knight can now come to d5, but here queen to h5. Caruana again offers the pawn, and here Dominguez captures it. We have rook captures on b3, and now knight to g4. So you can see already that Caruana just puts the pieces in front of the black king. A lot of nice attacking potential here. We have knight 4 to d5. You do have to keep an eye on the f6 square, and here rook to a1 is played. And now the best idea for black here would have been rook to d3, just a nice active move for a square for the rook. You're pressuring the d4 pawn. But here black played a different idea. Black played rook to a3. And now you can see the problem here. The rook is protected by the queen. The queen is on e7, but the queen is somehow too busy guarding the rook on a3 and also keeping an eye on the f6 square. So how do you continue with the white pieces here? Feel free to pause the video here and try to find the correct way to continue here. I'll give you a couple of seconds as usual. For those of you who were able to do it, you are an excellent attacker of the king side. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, in the game, Caruana played knight captures on h6. But it seems that knight e to f6 was an even better idea. Because now if you capture with the g pawn, then the game's just over. Knight captures on h6 check, king has to move, now comes rook captures on a3, and well, either the queen will capture and then you will get to this check, king captures and queen to g5 checkmate, or if you don't, after this knight to f6 check, if you play knight captures on f6, then you get e captures on f6, and again your queen is under attack and your rook is still under attack. So you will have to grab the pawn, g captures on f6, and now comes knight captures on f6 with check. Again, you can either capture and then allow rook captures where white would be up the exchange, or you could go king to g7, but now queen to e5 will be so deadly. Again, you are threatening all sorts of discoveries. You are still pressuring the rook, and there's not much all you can do here. You can either capture, where after a couple of exchanges, white will be up the exchange, or instead, after this queen to e5 move, you could go for rook captures on a1, but then we have a very nice forcing checkmate sequence in 3, knight e8 check, a double check from the queen and the knight. If king to f8, then queen to h8 will be checkmate. So you'll have to go king g6, h5 check, king to h7, and now queen to g7. This will be checkmate. So there's that, and also after this rook to a3, Caruana played knight captures on h6. So here we have pawn captures on h6, and only now knight to f6 check. Knight captures, e captures on f6, and here, if you continue, let's say, queen to f8, where you want to keep an eye on the h6 pawn, but also on the rook, you don't capture the rook first, because then after you capture on h6, the queen can just return to f8, and you defend checkmate. What you want to do is queen g4 check, and only after the king moves, now you capture, and now the queen can no longer capture, because queen to g7 again will be checkmate. So here Dominguez found a nice way that he will give up the exchange, but in a way that he himself prefers. Rook captures on g3 with check. We have f captures on g3, and only now queen captures on f6. So at least now, yes, he's down the exchange, but he's up 2 pawns. At least, better than nothing. Queen to g4 check by Caruana, king to h8, and now rook to a6, attacking the knight here, and queen to d8. You don't want to move the knight and lose the c6 pawn. Rook to a7, going after the f7 pawn. We have queen to f8, and now queen to f3, pressuring the f7 pawn. Dominguez defends it, king to g8, and now queen captures on c6, as it was a double attack against the f7 and c6 pawn. We have queen to d8, defending the knight, and here a very interesting position where Caruana played king to h2. But there was a much better idea. Here, seems both of them missed it. Queen to f3 should win the game for white, because you're again threatening queen captures on f7, which would follow up with checkmate, and after black defends it, let's say queen to f8, now you get queen to b7. And now black can no longer defend. You cannot defend queen captures here. If queen defends knight, then queen captures on f7 is a threat. And lastly, but not leastly, after knight d5, rook a8 wins the queen. So queen to f3, a very powerful idea for white here. But Caruana went king to h2, and now comes queen to f6. Black manages to activate the queen now, because, well, of course, if you capture the knight, queen captures on b6, then it's just queen to f2 check, and white will not be able to get out of all of the checks, because if you try and escape king g4, then of course queen to f5 will be checkmate, and you don't want to end the game like this. So after queen to f6, we have queen to e4. By white, the knight cannot be captured. Caruana missed this, and now comes queen to f2 check. Black will now force white to defend. King to h3, we have queen to f1 check, queen to g2, and now queen to f5 check. G4 blocking, queen to d3 check, queen to g3, and now queen captures on d4. So for this, well, slight blunder, Caruana now had to offer yet another pawn. We have g5 by Caruana. H5, black of course wants to close the position, but now even g6. Caruana wants to now open up the position. We have knight to d7, an excellent defensive move that I'm sure was not easy to find, as both the rook and queen and the pawn are all eyeing that black king. So here rook to a8 check was played, king to g7, and now pawn captures, opening up a discovery from the queen. King captures, now comes queen to g8 check. King to e7, and now rook to e8 check, going after the e6 pawn. King d6, rook captures on e6, king to c5, and queen to g5 check. We have king to b4, and it's so amazing that black is still surviving this. That Dominguez king is just going on across the entire board. Queen captures on h5. It's important to get rid of this pawn. Now you will position your pieces very nicely, and you will start pushing your h pawn as well. We have knight to c5 by black, rook to e7, and now comes knight to d3. And here queen to f3, threatening rook to e4, which would win you the queen. So king to c3, black gets the king out of the way, and white starts pushing h5. But black also starts pushing. We have b4, h6, b3, we have h7, pawn to b2, and now comes rook to b7, just preventing black from queening. We have king to d2, now preparing to play king c1 and try to promote the pawn that way. Queen to g2 check, king to c1, and now rook to c7 check. King to b1, and now queen to h1 check. We have knight to c1, blocking check, and here again, feel free to pause the video and try to find the best. How do you continue this? You have to win the game, of course, and the position is winning for white, but how do you do it? I'll give you a couple of seconds, try to figure out. It's a really complicated position, so if you can, try and get as much time into it as possible. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations. You are this can even be called a study, so you are definitely an excellent solver of studies. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, the move you have to play is rook to f7. This is the idea. After rook to f7, you will be able to prevent any incoming checks with queen to f3, and then when you have both the rook and the queen on the f-file controlling any checks black might deliver, then you will play rook to f8, control the last rank, control h8, and then you will promote the pawn. This is the correct path to victory. Here, Caruana played queen to a8, controlling the h8 square immediately with the queen, but now it simply doesn't work. Here, Dominguez played queen to e3, and now we enter a long series of checks. We have king to g4, queen to e6 check now, king to f3, but now queen to e2 check. The knight allows the queen to check from here. King g3, we have queen to e5 check, king to h3, and now not capturing the rook. This would be very advantageous for white, as then white would be able to queen, but queen to h5 check. King g2, now comes queen e2 check, king to h1, and queen to h5 check. Now white controls this very nice diagonal from where the black queen will deliver checks. We have king to g1, queen to d1 check, king to h2, now comes queen to h5 check, king g3, queen to e5 check now, king to g4, and queen to e6 check. King to h5, queen to f5 check, king to h4, now queen to f4 check, and now you will not be able to deliver any more checks. King to h5, queen to f5, king to h4, and after queen to f4, it was in this position that Fabiano Caruana and Linear Dominguez Perez agreed to a draw. So game 4 in the US Championship 2019 ends with yet another draw for Fabiano Caruana, and if things weren't as bad as they are, missing so many winning opportunities this game, Magnus Carlsen additionally, well, we could say that he trolled him on Twitter, saying that Caruana's not winning streak passes his age. So Caruana now has drawn more games, or he hasn't won more games than he has years of age. Which, after missing so many opportunities in one game, when you see that, it can be, it can be somewhat salty, I would say. But yeah, that's what happens in the chess world. It's always hard. So I do hope you enjoyed this game. Caruana most likely didn't, but it was a complicated game, especially that moment where Dominguez really tricked him, where Caruana was offered a knight, and of course he couldn't capture the knight, but it just it just wasn't his day. But yeah, yet another game Caruana did not win, and it continues. The round 5 is now being played, so if any interesting game arises, I'll be sure to show it. I would like to thank Mario and Sinosa, and of course I will put a link to Magnus's tweet if you want to check it out. It will be the first thing you will see in the description below, so feel free to check it out. And yeah, as usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with some more interesting content. Thank you all, and have an excellent rest of your Sunday.
Hello everyone, and welcome to a very nice game that was played by me just a few minutes ago. I played a bullet game on Leeches, and it turned out a really good game, like a really nice one, and I'm really proud of it, and I really want to show it to you guys. As the title suggests, I accidentally found a forced checkmate in 6. I wasn't looking for checkmate, and I wasn't, I was hoping to give checkmate. I didn't see it. I just, ended up playing it, and I thought it was a very nice game. So let's check it out. My opponent is, let me just check. My opponent is rated some 2236 on Leeches, and I was 2274 at the time I played this. So let's check it out. Here, my opponent played pawn to e4, and on e4, if I'm not, testing anything, or if I'm trying to actually win a game, I play the Scandinavian defense. So I played pawn to d5. He played e captures on d5, queen captures by me, and now knight to c3. And I usually go for queen to d6, so this is what I played here. Knight to f3, we have knight to f6, d4, and pawn to a6. So this is the standard setup that I use when playing the Scandinavian. I also made a tutorial on it. If you guys are interested, you can check it out. It will also be in the description below. We have pawn to g3.
He, of course, goes for the also standard setup. He wants to play bishop to g2 and chase away my queen with bishop to f4. And here you should play bishop to g4. I switched the move order a little bit. I played knight to c6, and now after bishop to f4, I played queen to b4. And this is already quite bad for black, but the problem is if he doesn't know what to play here, and I've played it hundreds and hundreds of times, no one ever knows what to play. At least on this level, you should always punish black with a3 here. Even if it doesn't necessarily win you anything, a3 is just devastating for black. Black can pretty much never capture the b2 pawn. Here, after a3, you can't capture, sorry, you cannot capture because knight to a4 traps the queen. And if you go back queen to b6, already d5 comes in, white will have an excellent game. For example, knight to d8, you will get knight to e5, and the black will really struggle to even find moves here. But okay, my opponent, luckily for me, did not know this. He played rook to b1. He just defended his pawn as, okay, this is a bullet game, 1+0, so not a lot of time to think. And I continued the game with bishop to g4. And from this moment on, it's actually a really nice game. Of course, bishop captures on c7. White doesn't really have time for this. If bishop captures, I can just capture on f3 and then gobble up the d4 pawn, attack the queen, attack the c2 pawn. So this would be pretty bad. So instead, he just played bishop to g2. He continued developing, and I played queenside castles. Now my opponent does play d5, but now I no longer care. I play pawn to e5, attack his bishop. Of course, he cannot capture the knight because of queen captures on d1. So he played bishop to d2, and now I played pawn to e4, and my position is already winning at this point. It's only a matter of how you do it. My opponent played knight to e2. He is now threatening to attack my queen, and he's, of course, thinking next he's going to deal with the knight on f3, but I just play e captures on f3. I give up my queen because I will be getting quite a lot in return. So he played bishop captures on b4. I played f captures on g2, attacking his rook, so he has to do something about that. Rook to g1, and now knight captures on b4. I could also capture with the bishop. I don't know why I thought maybe it would be more potent to capture with the knight, but okay, even if he attacks it, I can always recapture here, so I don't know. For some reason, I captured with the knight. We have pawn to f3. He wants to free up the f2 square for his king, and I play rook captures on d5. I attack his queen, queen to c1, and now bishop captures on f3. He does move the king, king f2, and okay, he still, I did win a lot of material, but he still has a queen. We have bishop to h5, and now knight to f4. He's attacking my rook and bishop, and now I go for the kill. Knight to e4 with check, king captures on g2, and the rook to d2 check. Now, he could give up his queen, and it's probably the best move he can play here, but here, okay, his position would be just dead lost. He's down too much material. So instead, after this rook to d2 check, he played king to h3. King to h1 just loses the bishop to f3 check, so nothing going on there. So king to h3, and now knight to f2 with check. Now I'm running his king up the board. He played king to h4, and now there's actually a forced mate in 6 that I found accidentally, so feel free to pause the video and try to find this wonderful mating sequence while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the wonderful mate in 6. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is bishop to e7 check. This is what I played, as I felt that, okay, if he captures the bishop, then the king will be in trouble. But it's wonderful how, you know, the length to what this white king goes to try to escape is just really awesome. King captures on h5. I play g6 check, king to h6. Now comes knight to g4 check. Only move is king to g7. So this is what he played. He attacks my rook, but now bishop to f6 check. Checks the king and defends the rook. Here he played king captures on f7, and now it's a mate in 2. I played rook to d7 check. He played king to e6, and I finished it with rook to e8 checkmate. So I played this, and I was like, wow, that was a very nice Scandinavian. And even though, okay, I did mess up the move order, and I allowed him after queen to b4 to play this a3 move, which would give me a really bad position. But after he played rook to b1, it was all very nice there. So once again, I really like this line for the Scandinavian, this setup with after let's say pawn to a6 is played, this setup with queen to d6, knight to f6, pawn to a6. It's just very, very natural to play, and the moves just come very, very easy, like knight to c6, bishop to f5, or bishop to g4. Sometimes you can even play queen to b4. You can even give up this c7 pawn in the g3, bishop to f4 line, but not in this specific line that I played. So it's very nice. If you guys, want to try out something else against d4, do check it out. So first link in the description below will be this game that I played on Leeches if you want to go over it and analyze it yourselves. And the second link will be my tutorial on how to play this Scandinavian setup if you guys are interested in that. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. A bit of a short one, but I enjoyed it so much. I just wanted to share it with you. So you know that's pretty much it. I would like to thank Rajashri Chowdhury, Robert Bloom, Andrew Woolley, an anonymous person in GritneyChessFestival.org.gg for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the FIDE World Rapid Team Championship until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day.